Let's get this started, shall we? All right. Now then. Should probably turn that on. There we go. All right, Izzy. Let's go. How's our inventory looking at? Solid. Let's check that research while we're here, eh? What do we got here? We've got research. Good to go. What other stuff do we got here? Oh, you are able to be researched. All right. 17 hours, I think, is our short end. Here we go. All right. Hopefully that's good. All right, let's get on in here. What are we working on? What are we working on? We are working on this one. Let's do it. All right. Now then. Izzy, we've got to go.
Who protects us from our own protectors?
That is a question that every people for the entirety of the existence of the human race has always asked.
Welcome. This one is anxious to get moving. Aleph will lead the way to Ragenthar if you're ready.
All right, Raj.
Follow
Yo.
me,
En route. Run.
This
Look at the
one
lore book.
cannot wait to taste the air in Ragenthar. Yofnir visits a remote Dwemer ruin just before his death. No coincidence. And now the guild openly opposes a Daedric prince. Risky, risky. To throw the guild against such power, foolish. This one remembers when we fought goblins, bandits. Small contracts, one and done, yes?
Bailiff sounds like she's
Almost
got
there.
serious
Be on your guard.
problems with this place.
And here we are, Ragenthar. Welcome to Ragenthar. The barrier here is a relic of its builders. They did something very strange to this place. Ragnthar is twisted out of space. This entrance here will allow us in. But it is not really here, if that makes sense. Lucky for us, Aelif came prepared. She can bring the door into focus. Let us inside. In her travels, Aelif has learned little tricks and techniques. She has fought mages, Daedra, the undead, even werewolves. You don't hunt monsters as long as she has without learning a thing or two. This one will just be a moment.
Like, it fully tracks that she's capable of doing this stuff. That tracks.
The sound of gears. Watch yourself.
Let's do it. Mean. Yeah, happens. It absolutely happens. Bada bum 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 da da. That is my current character. What do you think? I'm going to be showing that off probably quite a bit. Alrighty then. Oh yeah. Shit, we gotta change some skills around now too. Raw. Okay.
An impressive tactic. Are you well, comrade? Did it harm you? A protective barrier. With something inside, Aleph can sense a great power here. Formidable. But this one knows a spell to negate it.
Alright. So what is it?
Not without your assistance. Aleph will subdue the crystals. You must destroy them. Your window will be
Alright, let's do it.
Prepare yourself. Move your paws quickly. Now, destroy the crystals. Good. Now to examine the body.
Little remains of body is clear that their size was once ignored. Settle within the rib cage is a glimpse of the guild insignia. Take the insignia.
That did not sound good. It is a trap. Side by side.
Boom.
I've learned so much riding with you, my friend.
Interesting.
Surprising me. Well,
Wonder why the big old surprise for defending a damn skeleton. Aleph, what do you know?
Aleph is pleased to have you at her side.
What? Aleph, there is a guild insignia inside the corpse.
Let Aleph see. This is Yafnir's. His body here, but why? He was to be interred near his home in Eastmarch. Keeping us out, yes, but perhaps also keeping him in. Aleph has tried to have Yafnir summoned from Aetherius, and it has never worked. Perhaps now, Aleph has an idea.
Okay, what's your idea?
Perhaps with the barrier down, we speak to him directly. This one knows how to reach out. Aleph can draw him to this place, so close to his body. What do you say? Are you ready to get some answers?
So you're a fighter who's gonna perform necromancy? Is that what I'm understanding there? Okay.
You have seen the spirit of Yafnir, but always just for a moment. This one believes we can summon him, speak to him, learn who murdered him. Aleph told you she has power, magical gifts, connections to lands beyond. She will use them to draw the spirit to this place. Then we shall see, yes? We begin. Aleph will start the ritual.
Who summons me?
Hush, spirit. Aleph will ask the question.
What
Okay.
you wish to know? I will tell you what I can.
Aleph demands the name of your murderer. Who killed you, Yafnir?
It was the Argonian. My subordinate sees all colors.
This one knew it would be so. Begone, spirit. Aleph is done with you.
I have done as you asked. Release me to walk in Sovngarde.
Go. Aleph will call for you again soon.
Why will you call?
Sovngarde indeed.
No, that's not that clean. Because, like... The fact that she's able to summon him, the fact that he was fearful of her, and he did the whole, now I've done as you've asked, please release me. Is Aelith trying to cause a coup there and frame season colors? Because I've got my suspicions. I'm pretty sure she's trying to frame the Guildmaster. I like that. That's the only thing that tracks to me. It's too on the nose, and I don't want it to be that on the nose. So I'm really inclined to believe that she's framing season colors. I don't think that season colors is actually the guilty party.
You heard the Guildmaster. Sees all colors. She murdered Yofnir.
But did she?
Perhaps for you, this one has suspected all along. The lizard was the one to become Guildmaster. The lizard was the one who set us on this crusade. Aleph smelled something foul on the wind. Find Merrick and the council. They are probably still in their mood at Volkwassen. They need to know about this, and they will heed your word. Aleph shall remain and search for more clues.
They are... The moot, which is a thing in the Elder Scrolls universe, is a Nordic thing. So why are you, Khajiit, living in Glenumbra using a Nordic term? Why are you, a Khajiit in a fighter's guild, able to summon a spirit of the last guildmaster who was then terrified of you and then begged for you to release him and said he had done all you had asked, and your response was, I'll see you later, I'll call on you later? Like, I don't know. All of that just seems a little too clean. It's not right. There's something off here. Oh, right then. Bum, ba-dum, ba-bum, 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 ba-da-da-da. It should just be back down in this town, right? No, it's not. It's not back down in this town. It's way over here. Well, good thing we looked. We're gonna go ahead and just fast travel to that one. Yes, indeed. Alrighty then. There we go. Next is... Where are you? You're upstairs. Okay.
Adept, good to see you.
I'll deal with you in a moment, big dog.
What news do you have?
It's bad. Merrick sees all colors killed.
I've played. Let myself think it. When she disappeared after your visit to the Iliad ruin. What is your proof, my friend? The council will need solid evidence.
There's too much circumstantial stuff here, and that's the problem. So I think I'm gonna be done speculating on it simply because, like, there's too many. They made it too obvious that it was season all colors. This dude's wearing Mana Marco's fucking inspired body armor, which he's the necromancer that betrays everyone and is working directly for Molag Bal. You know, the guy that has all the Daedric chains and stuff falling from the sky. Yeah, that guy. And Aleph is using Nordic terminology while performing necromancy that just happens to have the answers. And she's in the Fighters Guild. And these two are always working together?
Aleph did what? Stendar's breath, that's disgusting. I'll have to talk to her when she returns. But I suppose it did answer our concerns. Oblivion take lizards and cats both. Sees all colors will be found and thrown in a cell. Stay in touch, comrade. We will need...
I don't trust it. I don't trust it. But we'll see. Oh, my food buff's not even on. Ha!
Comrade, a word. I have an urgent message for you.
What's going on?
Aleph needs to speak to you immediately. I don't know what happened. She looks grim, so it can't have been good. You should find her as soon as possible.
Well, if you insist.
Rolcar Guildhall and Reaper's March. Good luck, comrade. Not as far as I know. Every member of the guild received instructions to detain her if she's sighted. I still can't believe she killed Guildmaster.
That's because she didn't. She's being framed. It's the only thing that fits.
I have great news for you, Adept.
I thought of 2 more meals for the week. Nice. Nice. Thank you for the sandwich. So, like... they made it it's too clean of a story. It's got too nice of a bow on top. And that's the problem. Bethesda, back when this storyline was written, wasn't lazy. Today, see Starfield, for example. But the Bethesda that wrote this storyline is an older Bethesda that actually wrote good story. So I really don't think Seasonal Colors killed the Guildmaster. I think she's being framed. And I think it's Merrick and Aleph working together.
The last has finished final analysis of the tomes. We're ready to get my island back. She's preparing a ritual space at the Ral Ka Guild Hall in Reaper's March. I'll see you there, Adept. Of course. This is what we've worked for all this time. Putting up with the mocking and insults. Sheogorath's poor attempts at humor. We'll recover the Isle, and the Guild will have a safe haven from the war.
Alright, so they're both... I don't have a house in Reaper's March, that's right. Not yet.
If you see a pawn shop, give a shout.
So what are the two meals you thought of for the week? Bum, 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 bum. Magica is gonna go up. Bum, bum. Oh,
For all
my.
his crimes, this one sentences him to the stocks until such time as he shows proper repentance.
Let's go do this Fighters Guild one because again, I don't trust this. I don't trust the information they're giving us. I don't think that it's as clean as they're making it out to be. There's no way that the old school Bethesda wrote something that way. Tortilla chips with cheese. PB and J's with like carrots on the side for like dipping and stuff.
It is good Berah found you, comrade. The bright moons know Aleph is glad to see you again. She would trust no one else for the task before us today.
All right, what are we gonna go do?
The council has spoken. Sees all colors never return to the fold after your visit to Abagarles. She has fled. She is guilty. She must be killed.
I really think this is Aelith and Merrick working together. Either that or it's just Aelith.
I have an idea, but we must confer with Merrick. He's returned to the Earth Forge to finish work on the prismatic core. Aleph is ready to open a portal, take us straight to his side. Are you prepared?
Why is she using magic? She shouldn't be using magic in the Fighters Guild. There's rock potentially a dip. We have hummus and ranch. Side with ranch too. Okay. Man, I really don't trust this at all.
Seems like we were just here, yes?
By forge and fire we prep for war.
Ah, you hear Merrick there at the forge. He has already begun.
With war in our eyes, we ready to die.
This prismatic weapon could be a powerful force against Molag Bal,
With
yes?
death in hand, we bear our blades.
It is a difficult task we undertake today, to hunt a comrade.
By Stendar's blade, we will settle the score.
I'll begin the ritual.
My friends, you came just in time. I'm almost done.
No, I still don't trust it.
My work
I
here
still
is
don't
nearly
trust it.
complete, comrade. The core will soon be a weapon once again.
Your armor's what gives you away. And the fact she's using magic is her tell.
There's really only one way to find out. You will bear it into battle. The ultimate test will come against the Mortum Vivicus itself. No doubt Aleph has already told you of the Council's decision. The province generals have condemned Colors to death. She never returned to any of her quarters. She seems to be avoiding guild members. My friend, I don't know what to think. Aleph has a plan. Everything about what she proposed sickens me, but we are desperate. She believes Jofnir can find Colors, track her somehow, that they are linked. She also thinks... Bah! She thinks Colors has turned on us. That she's gone over to the Prince of Lies. That if we can find her, we'll find the Vivicus. Enough! My friend, before you speak to her, I must ask of you a question. The one bright spot in the room, the prismatic weapon. I can forge it in any form you desire. Stendar himself speaks through my craftsmanship today. What will you wield? A great sword, a long sword, a staff, or a bow?
We will wield a staff.
A fine choice, oh my comrade. It will be done. Speak with Aleph and I will have a gift for you shortly.
Let us summon our old friend. He will know where his murderer hides.
Damn it, cat. Can't you let an old goose be at peace?
Not just yet, old Nord. Aleph has one more question for you.
I'm in your service.
Where does she hide?
I cannot tell you. He holds me bound.
Tell Aleph, or she will show you what it means to be bound.
In the halls of submission. Don't go.
Enough. Aleph is up to the challenge. But don't worry about it. She will let Molag Bal know how helpful.
Take it from the end. Follow us back.
No. There we go. That one. I really don't trust this. I think this is a trap. Till they were 6 and 3, the girls regularly and ah.
It's a trap. It's too late to go back.
That's genuinely how I feel. Mm-mm-mm.
This is not the end of our tale.
Am I sleeping the scarecrow? You might as well too.
Aleph recognizes
Ah,
the set.
it'll be fine.
Yes. These crystals control access to the room ahead. Comrade, focus on that first crystal.
She knows way too much about this stuff. She shouldn't know this much.
By the mace, it worked. Comrade, come to this crystal here. Merrick, you focus on the one by the door.
I've got it.
That's it! Merrick, you hold that beam. Aleph will use the last crystal to open the door. We are almost there. Just one more beam and we are through this door. Success! Let's go. Caesar colors must be close.
I don't
Like the
trust
old days,
it.
Aleph. Let's get this done.
I don't trust it.
You must stop Aleph before it's too late. You what? No, my comrade. My friend. You have been deceived.
Did you kill him or not?
I did. Comrade, I served the Daedric Prince Meridia. She blessed me with a sacred mission. I mobilized the Fighters Guild to defy Molag Bal. Yofnir would not listen to me.
You had to kill him?
The anchors were a danger to everyone on Tamriel. I received reports that cultists had begun harvesting souls for some kind of weapon. Yofnir would not listen. I had to act. My friend, I trust you, as does the Council. I put my fate in your hands.
Okay, so talk to me. You said stop Aleph before it's too late. Tell me about
What
Aleph.
did you have me say? The Prince of Lies is everywhere. He undermines Meridia's efforts, places whispers in our ears. I tried to explain it to Yofnir and Ragnthar, but he wouldn't listen. You see it before you. The Mortum Vivicus.
Yeah. I'm aware of all of that.
Snatched from Tamriel just as the Aliads were to destroy it. I know your decision will be just. What have you decided?
I don't trust Aleph still, though. Your quest is just, let's go. Let's finish and go.
Idiot! Must I do everything? In Molag Bal's name, die! By the Master's grace, I summon his arms.
So, Aleph.
Crush my enemy. I can feel his power coursing through me. Minions of Molag Bal, hear my words and defeat the
Oh,
enemies
I
of
see you up there.
grace. Steady on, shake it off.
Boom! One down.
The guild cannot stand the forces of Molag Bal.
Kill this. All right, that's 2 down. 1 more. Where's Merrick? Oh, Merrick's with me. Okay. Merrick had started that fight on his own with the first one, so that's why I was like, and then he took off, so I was like, did you run off to take care of the second one on your own too? I was worried that he did that for the third one. Got it. Kill Aleph. Alright, well, where's Aleph? Hey, you.
A boon for my servants. Receive my power and destroy them. Aleph, you miserable failure. You are not worthy of my gifts.
Comrade, you've done it. I am free. Free from Ragenthar's barrier and that dark cat's shackles.
Alright. Why are you here?
I am here to keep you safe, comrade, and to help you see this task done. You must destroy this abomination, this Mortum Vivicus. Throw the weapon into the center of the construct. Molag Bal's dark plot will be at an end. Don't be afraid. I will keep you safe, my comrade.
Okay.
You've done it, comrade. I will light your way home.
Well. Now what? Because the guild sentenced Season All Colors to die.
Thanks, Stendar. Safely back in Tamriel. Now we just have to face the count.
You've done well, my friend. The Mortum Vivicus is destroyed. It has been an honor to save the guild I served in life. Now the council has assembled. You should speak to them. Unless Hakruba has changed a great deal since my death, she won't like to be kept waiting.
All right.
She intimidates me as well, comrade. Do not worry. I'm sure Hakruba will treat us fairly.
I still don't like your armor, bro. Your armor is still shady as hell.
Comrade, the council has faith in you. I have faith in you, as does Stendar. What you did for the good of the guild and all of Tamriel. I know they will support your choice.
Your armor is still shady, and you should change.
Comrade, it is good to speak with you again. Bera told us of Aleph's plan to hunt Seize All Colors. I see that Merrick and the spirit of Yofnir Iceblade accompany you. Tell us, for all, and the Eight to hear. What happened?
Merrick, Aleph, and I traveled to Oblivion, tracking Seize All Colors.
Carrying out our sentence, punishment for her foul deed, and yet I notice that she still stands hale and whole. Why is this?
She confessed to the crime, but she convinced me her cause was just.
Truly? Just? The murder of a brave and fair-handed leader was just? What words did she weave to convince you of this?
She's a priestess of Meridia, and she sought only the destruction of the Mortarium Vivicus.
I see. I know Meridia is an enemy of death across Tamriel. A light in the darkness, but still. Very well. We will deal with her in a moment. Where is the Khajiit Aleph?
She tried to kill us. She was a follower of Molag Bal. I slew her and destroyed the
Yet
Vivicus.
more betrayal. I've known for years that her tongue was forked. But the Lord of Lies. You have cleansed an evil corruption from the guild, comrade. We owe you a debt of gratitude.
Okay.
You do not need to worry about Merrick. We have already reached our decision about him. However, Seize All Colors. Comrade, Normally, we would never allow a Daedric worshipper to remain close to the guild leadership, but these are desperate times.
Meridia is a Daedra, yes. But she's actually one of the better Daedra. The current threat is Molag Bal, and she is staunchly opposed to Molag Bal. That threat realistically isn't going away until probably after her natural lifetime, when she returns to the histories. So she can stay in the guild.
It brings me some unease to admit, but I think you're right. And I believe I know just what service she can offer. If you will, comrade, attend me at my side. We have some matters to discuss.
Okay, as you say.
Seize all colors. Present yourself to the council. The council has decided we will honor the contract to fight the Daedra. Meridia continues to provide coin through her worldly servants. But we cannot allow a murderer to remain guildmaster.
I understand.
We have decided to award you a new title, the Light of the Guild. You will advise the new guildmaster in all matters relating to the Daedra for the rest of your days. Penance.
Look at the chat! Look at it!
Thank you, Countess.
This guy calls himself a streamer. He doesn't even look at the chat.
You are dismissed. Merrick, present yourself to the council. Merrick Adeswala, in light of your service to the guild, in light of your sound judgment and brave heart, we cannot think of anyone more appropriate than you. You, Merrick, are to be the new guildmaster of the Fighters Guild.
It will be your responsibility to oversee completion of the contract established by Seize All Colors.
Remain vigilant against the forces of Molag Bal.
The guild is a shield, a bastion for the people of Timrio, where it will.
You've been quiet, Merrick. What do you have to say about all this?
I thank you, council members. I accept this position with honor and grace. I swear to my ancestors, I will not let you down.
Now, Guildmaster, please see our friend out. We have much to discuss, and little time in which to plan. Comrade, we wish you well in your travels, and look forward to our next encounter.
Come, comrade. You can't do much good hiding in this forge. Let's get you back into the fight.
My volume is like 15% and you're at a good volume and I can't hear them. Well, hopefully the sound got adjusted enough. If not, then I'll have to play with the sound more, I guess.
Speak with me a moment, comrade. Who could have known we'd be standing here like this, my friend? You destroyed an artifact of the Prince of Lies, and I'm the new leader of the Fighters Guild.
I still don't trust his shady-ass armor. Like, bro, stop dressing like Mana Marco and maybe we can have a conversation that I can actually believe the things coming out of your mouth. I'm just saying, the Mana Marco vibes is not a good look, bro.
Stendar's sweaty sword arm. I still have trouble understanding everything that's happened. Aelif dead, a minion of Molag Bal, and Seize All Colors. Did we do the right thing?
She was trying to do the right thing, and now you'll be there to mind her.
Aye, you're right about that. But Aelif was my friend, comrade. I'd known her for... We used to joke, you know. about what we'd do if we led the guild. Without her, I don't know what I'm going to do.
What do you want to do?
Do you have a favorite tavern? Ha! Right now, my friend, I will rest. What comes tomorrow comes then, and only Stendar knows what challenges we'll face. For now, I will talk to the council and plan for that tomorrow.
Yes, actually. I'll make sure the way to the Earthforge remains open to you from now on. I've found that the gear forged here often has special qualities. You might find it to your liking. Good luck, my friend.
Okay. I don't think I've ever actually... I don't know what Earthforged gear is, anyways. Oh. What do you want?
This great time of unrest within the guild is at an end. You've done very well, comrade. I am bound for Sovngarde and the halls of Iskramor. But before I take my leave, I would make for you a gift. The prismatic weapon. I retrieved it from where it had fallen after the Mortum Vivicus was destroyed.
Okay.
You are a true hero of the guild, comrade. You deserve nothing less. What's more, consuming the Vivicus has unmade the weapon. It is once again in its primal form.
A staff.
I will return it to comrade. I grow very tired. My time here on Tamriel has gone on far too long. I go now to join my ancestors, to feast in the halls of those gone by. I go knowing that the Fighters Guild...
Cool. Portal to the Earthforge. Now, let's actually go to the Earthforge and see what it is, because I've never been here. For other than the storyline this one time. Like, I've never actually made gear here. I don't know what the gear set looks like. So let's go find out. Do we gotta go through this long ass run like every single time?
Since guild
Just generic stuff. Okay. No potions. Good to go. Clothier, carpenter, blacksmith. Okay, now then. Okay, what do you make? Maximum Magicka. Magicka recovery, max health. And as spell, decrease the time it takes to resurrect an ally by 25%. When you successfully resurrect an ally, you restore... Are they all the same thing? Yeah, they're all the same thing. Okay. Well, I'm not that excited about that set. I mean, that set's not that... You know? It's okay. I guess. Infinite Archive, Doom Guy. Very nice, very nice. Alright, so let's go finish up the Mage's Quest now. Bum 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 ba na na na. Wah. Bum 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 bum. Where are we going? Running right down. Right over here, yeah. And there's the portal out. I don't know how I feel about that story. It was... I mean, there was a twist. There was a twist. It just... It was a weird twist. Both of those were weird twists. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. Because, like, Merrick, the one who's pure of soul, grew up, or sorry, not grew up, but was longtime friends with the Khajiit and never noticed that she was a Moloch Baal worshipper? Ever? Okay. Sees all colors, is a priestess to a Daedra. It's a good Daedra-ish, but it's still a Daedra nonetheless. Which isn't allowed in the Fighters Guild, and yet she served for so long and got raised to such a level of prominence as to become the guild master, and nobody noticed that she was a Daedra worshipper. Not only a Daedra worshipper, but a Daedra priestess. Like, yeah. I guess. Sure. There was twists. It just... I wish they made a little bit more sense. Really? You want me to not go into the Mages Guild, huh? You want me to go... into the palace? Ah, the palace is part of the Mages Guild. Raj, I get it. And this should be the last one here.
Adept. Shalador must have found you. Very glad to see you again. I've translated the final book and we're ready to monkey rum butter.
She's been reading Sheogath's works. And Sheogath isn't a Daedra that... when he drives you insane. But the way he drives you insane is so... it's like a drip feed. It's very subtle. And it's very slight. And then eventually, before you know it, it's too late. By the time you notice that you're starting to go crazy because of him, you're a lot further gone than you realize. Because of the way that he drip feeds everything. Which is why he's so damn effective at what he does. And that right there, we're ready to monkey rum butter. The fact that she said that, it's already too late. She's gone. Yep. She's gone. Unfortunate.
No, I'm just very tired. Thanks to Shalador, we were able to decipher the deeper ritual hidden within the tomes as a set. He's ready and waiting. Together you'll perform the ritual that will... perform like a dancing midget.
Yeah, she's gone. Rage-worthy. Sup, Scareborne? What are you up to? I am finishing up the Mages storyline. I've never done the Mages Guild storyline, so it's my first time running through it. We just finished the Fighters storyline. Oh, and we, the assistance of Pixie Aquatica earlier today, we hit 160 finally on CP, so I was able to get out my character, mostly. I've got to go and do, I've got to go do my pledges today still, and I need to go do, I think it's called Crypt of Hearts 2 on Veteran, because I need to go get the monster helmets out of there now. So, that's the next step of the adventure. But how you doing? Welcome in. What do you play in ESO? Do you play ESO? And if so, what do you play? What's your main class?
Just focus on the task at hand. I've prepared the ritual space, as you can see. Here are the books. Take them and place them on the pillars of light around the hall. They'll focus the power of the books for the Archmage.
My favorite Skyrim quest is when he leads the old guy to the Infinium, but it's a Dwemer safe and he's driven so mad he can't open it, and the player character just walks up and boom, it's open. Oh yeah, the Hermaeus Morris storyline over in Skyrim in the base game portion. Honestly, I've always liked everything that Hermaeus Morris has always been involved with. He's my favorite Daedric. Out of all the Daedra princes, he's my favorite, for sure.
I'll be able to rest soon enough, Adept. Shalador is the...
Alright. So we've got to go... Yeah, I play Sork and Arcanist most. Nice. Yeah, this is an Arcanist here. I've got most of my stuff set up. I'm running, just so you're aware, I transferred over about maybe a week ago now at this point from Xbox. Xbox used to be my main for a few years. So this is my first PC character. That's why it's like all starting over from scratch and getting everything built up. So that's what this character is. The set that I'm running is the Deadly set, and then I paired Deadly at a 5-piece with Shell Splitter at a 4-piece, and I'm running Oaken Soul. Now, the Nerinthes monster set, which is Dungeons... Crypt of Hearts, where are you? Crypt of Hearts. This set. Now, this set is my favorite monster set, so this is the set that I gotta go farm out now, which is the, it adds weapon and spell damage, and then when you deal direct damage, you have a 15% chance to summon a Lich Crystal that explodes after 2 seconds, dealing 5,554 magic damage to all enemies within 4 meters. This effect can occur every 3 seconds, and then scales off the higher of your weapon and spell damage. So it increases your weapon and spell damage, and then does damage based off of that. It's just a really cool flare effect that I like that actually happens to be useful. So that's the monster set that I gotta go farm out next. But I got everything except for the Templar. My next class that I want to make, honestly, is a Necromancer. I have a theory about a build. And if I can figure out a way to make it effective, oh, that build is going to be so funny. Because the concept that I want to make with a Necromancer, and I want to use Rush of Agony to do it, but I want to make a proximity build where it's like, I'm a tank that just pulls everybody to him and then does proximity damage constantly. That's what I want to do. And I think I can pull that off with a Necromancer. Maybe. But I want to get my first character on PC up to the point where I can at least do the most of the content. At least do that, you know, maybe be able to even fully farm out all the gear that I need for the tank. But that's an idea I have, and that's definitely something that I want to look into once I get this character up to a point where I'm satisfied. Good choice. Wish I made mine sooner. Just got set up a few days ago, man. Pretty gnarly setup to have low AP. That set sounds cool. I'm down to help farm when I'm done with my dailies. Public test servers, OP testing builds. To be honest, I haven't actually downloaded the public test server yet. I'm aware of it, and I've heard other people. I know other people that do use it. I'm just like, man, I have to stay focused because I keep getting distracted because I know all the things that I want to go do, but I'm also like, no, one thing at a time. So right now it's just like I hit 160 today. I've almost got my gear set up. I want to finish out the Mages and Fighters Guild quest, which I just finished the Fighters, and then I gotta go get my monster set to finish my set. So I'm excited for it. I'm excited. Oh, and I've just started the guild, and we've done a little bit of rebranding. So we originally were Scareborne Legion. That was the community. And I started recruiting more streamers. And those streamers, in their own rights, ended up building their own communities. Some of them had small communities already. And so what I did was I said, okay, cool. Let's drop the Scareborne portion. And we're just Legion now. Because each of the streamers that were part of the broadcast team had made a name for themselves in their own right. And it wasn't right for them to continue to say my name in front of their community. So we dropped that and just became Legion. And I started looking. And I was like, you know what? We've moved over to PC. It's kind of like a transition period for the content we're doing now, right? So instead of doing our Xbox content like we've been doing for the last 3 years, we're now doing PC content. And we've also, in the last few, like 3 months, we've started streaming on YouTube and Twitch simultaneously. So we've made some evolutions here. So I was like, well, we need to come up with a different name now that fits the community that we have built and that we have established at this point. And I'm thinking Scare Crew. Just because it's like, it's kind of catchy, Scare Crew. It sounds kind of like Scarecrow, but it's like, yeah, we're a crew, and that's something that like you could put on like shirts and hats and shit, and it'd be like, oh yeah, I belong to that crew. What's up? And then you could throw that as a guild tag, which that's one of the things that I tested before making the announcement and making the changes. I was able to actually create a guild with that name. So, Scare Crew. That is the era that we are going forward in with the Scareborne community. We are now going to be the Scare Crew. I think that's pretty cool, personally. Colors are still the same, though. Black and purple. All day. Necros look really fun. Yeah, they do. I've seen quite a few necromancers that are pretty dope, and I'm just like, I think I want to do that for my my tank. Saves me 95% of my gold on upgrade mats. What exactly is the differences between? I know that you get access, like early access to the changes they're making, but like,
I'm a lass of noble birth.
Hold on.
To read. How original. Remember, I grew up as a squire and a kitchen urchin, so my idea of an
holy fuck! Shut up, Izzy. That is the longest conversation out of nowhere, Izzy. We were talking. Anyways, that was I don't think I've ever had her have that long of a conversation where we went directly talking to her. That was kind of strange. But anyways, the PTS server. So you're saying it saves you 95% of my gold on upgrade mats. How, like, do you just have infinite whatever resources so you can actually test things, or like, what do you mean it's saving you golden upgrade mats and things like that? Like, what exactly are the differences over there? What are the benefits of being over there? I know you get to test the new changes earlier, but what else is there? Because again, I've never used it, so I'm completely and totally unfamiliar with it. Oh yeah, 100% sways. I get that. You swapped over. It must be rough to start again. It is. Luckily though, I belong to a fairly... Most of my community was built on playing ESO and Xbox. And I've actually got... There's quite a few people within the community that, including a few broadcasters, that are actually part of the Elder Scrolls Online broadcast team, the official broadcast team, that are part of our community. So it's one of those, like... It's not as rough as it could have been. It's not as rough as it is for most people, because like I do have established people that are looking out for me, just because like we're part of that same community and we've been part of the community. Like for example, Man Bear Nug, he's probably one of the ones that look out for me the most. Man Bear Nug and I started streaming at the same time. I took a year off, and Man Bear continued to stick with it through that entire time period, and makes wonderful content. Wonderful content. Great human being. Consistent, steady schedule. 6 days a week in the morning on Twitch. And now he's a Twitch partner and an official ESO broadcaster. So that's like... It was really cool to see members of our community that, you know, we all started out kind of at the same size and at the same time, and watch them have such wonderful success. You know, it really is rewarding to be like, oh yeah, I remember back when we first started, you know, and we were doing shit like, can we keep a 24-hour stream going where we're just we're rating the stream back and forth into each other, right? So there's no breaks, right? We had some fun times, but you know, because of relationships that I've established over the years in the ESO community, it definitely was not as hard as it could have been, and then it's not as hard as it is for most, which is fantastic. Oh, hold on. Let's scroll up on chat here. 10 out of 10 on the name. Nice. Thanks. I appreciate that. And points, you can get an item, etc. instantly, just making a 3... Oh, you can just make max level and then just test stuff? No shit, that's okay, that's pretty cool. There's a drop down box where you can make a character and it selects a... Oh, and it has boxes with all the gear and mats, food. Really? So I can actually like truly test my builds over there. Okay. And just deck out a house with crafting station. No, you need for free. That's good to hear. Ah, thank you for the lurk, Pixie Aquatica. Huh. Man, I may have to... That's good to know, because theory crafting is legitimately one of my favorite things to do. And if I can, like, actually hard test them, that actually might be worth it over there. I might end up spending a lot of time over there. Thank you for telling me about that. I did not know that level of detail on it. I just figured it was like you get access to like the updates before they're actually out and before they're fine-tuned. I didn't realize it was like to that extent.
Ah, the ebb and swell of Magicka. How I missed this.
Yeah, PTSD is wicked. That's how I save all my gold. I haven't made so many crap builds before making good ones without it. Okay.
Done it. We're finally ready to take back my island.
Man, you've got me genuinely interested in, like, because that means that I can actually go in there and test my tank build out and fine tune my tank build. That I'm going to call it the Retribution Thorns build is what I'm going to end up calling it. But I could test that successfully over there and actually find out. Man.
I'll use the combined powers of the books and wrench the Isle back to Tamriel. Sheogorath has lost, Adept. We're almost there.
Shalador, homie, if you think you've beaten Sheogorath, you're sadly mistaken, first and foremost. Second, you also weren't paying attention, were you? The one that was translating all of the books is insane now. It's too late. He's already won. Okay? I'm just saying. Things you should actually have paid attention to, big dog. You can test with my builds if you want to test PvP builds at all. Okay. I haven't... Honestly, it's going to take me a minute before I get on over to PvP land. And if I do go over to PvP land... I'm going to have to do something I really don't want to do. I'm going to have to make a character for the other two factions, just so that I can unlock the banners for the other two factions, so I can have them for decorations. I really don't want to do that. I really don't like playing for the other factions. But we'll see when we get there. We'll see when we get there. Add me in my game if you want. My tag is... Okay, let me get out of the conversation stuff, and then I will do that. You can add me too. Mine's same as my streaming name. So it's Scareborne, spelled exactly the same. And I'll show you how to do it. And so you don't spend 2 hours figuring out how to set it all up. Theory crafting is my favorite in games. Legitimately, that's why, like, I've played for several years on Xbox. But I've never done, like, the Fighters Guild quest. The Mages Guild quests. I've not done most of the Zone quests. Why? Because I would get a character up to CP level, start screwing with the build, start doing the newer content that just came out, and then go, you know what? That's a really cool piece of equipment. I bet I could build something around that. Or going, that's a really cool theme idea. Like, I made Cenobites from Hellraiser at one point. I have a Hellraiser build on Xbox. It's pretty cool. It's very chain heavy. But that I constantly get distracted with shit like that.
It's a lush place, gorgeous and vibrant. We have guild members poised across Tamriel, ready to join us there. It will be the perfect place for the guild to study in peace. It will be glorious. I know. She's very tired, even worse than before. But she's done masterful work in translating these books. And I'm sure she'll be an asset once we reach the island. She'll have plenty of time to rest soon enough.
She's not tired. She went insane from the drip feed, from the Mad God. That's how he makes you insane, is through drip feed. And that's exactly what these books were. They were drip-fed madness.
I suppose she has been garbling her words a bit. I just assumed that it was due to mortal frailty. I sometimes forget how fragile you are. We will watch over her together, my friend.
I can't tell if he's just that arrogant or if he's just that unobservant. It's one of the two, if not a combination of them both. There's no way that he really believes that he can beat a Daedric Prince and that she's not going insane. And also help you run some dungeons for gear, etc. Okay. Yeah, so far the only thing I got to do is the Crypt of Hearts right now. I got to do that on, well, I got to go grab whatever today's pledges are. But then I got to do Crypt of Hearts 2 on Veteran for my monster set. That'll be fun. I guess I should start looking at my Discord bot. I have a Discord bot that spits out what the daily pledges and stuff are.
I believe so. I'm sure you're as sick of the Mad God's games as I am. Now come, I will perform the ritual and open a portal to our new home. Holmes, attend me!
All right.
Now, I reclaim what was taken from me.
Cool.
Isaiah, hear my call! Something is wrong. I sense adept, lost. Follow me.
Raj will go. All the NPCs in this game are in La La Land. There's quite a few of them that are, but there are also those that are like really on point and super aware, like Razumdar. I love Raz. Raz is my second favorite character. My first favorite character, of course, is everyone's favorite character, which is Cadwell. Molag Bal version 2.0, right? Like the crazy one wearing the kitchen attire. That's everyone's favorite, because it's John Cleese. Gotta love John Cleese.
Damn me for a fool. Why did I trust that madman?
Because you're an idiot who is that arrogant, who thinks you can actually win against the Daedric Prince of Madness, who... I had a viewer come in and recommend that I went and learned about Geogog, I believe is how you say his name. It's the Daedric Prince of Order. That was a very enlightening and kind of tragic story to find out that that's who Sheogoth is. So, like, that was kind of upsetting. Let's see. Well, hello, friends. Just checking in before I go to bed. Oh, hey, Hell's Gaming. How's it going? How's it going? Hold on one second here. Let me get you your shout out. How you doing? Welcome in. And because we got some viewers over on YouTube right now, we are gonna copy and paste into restreams so everybody can have the link. All right. So, for those who haven't done so, or are interested in other Twitch streamers that make ESO content, Hell's Gaming runs a PvP AD guild over on PCNA. Fantastic stuff. Very coordinated, very on point, and is an army veteran like myself. So if you guys are interested in PvP type content, make sure you guys are going and checking them out. Let's see here. Let me pull all of this back up. Here we go. Wait, what? Oh, are you talking about the God of Order and Sheogoth? Yeah, Sheogoth is a demented version of the Daedric Prince of Order. The Daedric Prince of Order is cursed by the other Daedric princes because he was going to become too powerful. But then you have things like dragon breaks, which drive the Prince of Order insane because, you know, there's no order in dragon breaks. Like, oh, his story is so freaking tragic. Absolutely. You ready to PvP with us? Not quite. I just made 160, but I did get most of my gear sets. So I've got my Oaken Soul set up. I've got my Shell Splinter 4-piece that I'm running for the offensive pen. And then I've got my Deadly 5-piece that I'm running for the damage output, the crit chance, but right here, this one. The damage over time and channeled attacks, because I have a primary channeled attack I do. So that'll jump it up another 15%. And on the last quest for the Mages Guild, and then I gotta go over and do my pledges. And I gotta go run this dungeon, Crypt of Hearts 2, on Veteran, because I need to farm this monster helmet right here. This, because I love this set. It's purely flair for me, but I absolutely love it. So I gotta go farm this helmet out. So those are my plans. That, and I definitely do not have the CP points yet to be playing effectively over in PvP land. I think I'd probably be more comfortable right around like 300, 350, like in that region, because then I'll have enough. I'll have like the health thing maxed out. I'll have my armor maxed out. I'll have my resource recovery maxed out. I'll have more points into like armor penetration and things of that nature. So yeah, I'm not there yet, but eventually I have to go over there at some point to go unlock the ranks to get the banners. So yeah, eventually. BRB. Yep. Yeah. Yeah, Sheogoth, he's the Daedric Prince of Order. And he's cursed by all the others. But also his burden of knowing the future and always having everything orderly, and then having dragon breaks and knowing the dragon breaks have no order or sense to them at all, also drives him insane too. Like, so it's a double thing. Oh, and once an era. His definition of era is not the inhabitants of Nirn's definition, but his personal definition of an era, which he has described as it could be 1,000 to several thousand years. The Daedric Prince of Order takes control for a single day and is aware of all of the madness and chaos that he has been causing, because he is inside Sheogoth the entire time and just witnessing everything and unable to control or stop any of it. And then once an era, he takes control and he fully comes back into his form, destroys everything, which resets the era and resets the cycle and causes him to start over again as the God of Madness with the same curse going forward. Because what's the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. Like, his story is genuinely really fucked up. Yeah, like, Fudge Muppet did some really good ones on it. But yeah, he's genuinely, like, yeah, look at the Daedra Prince of Order and find the Fudge Muppet one. But yeah, look at the Daedric Prince of Order.
Damn me for a fool! Why did I trust that madman? What do I mean? Look at this place! The island is overrun with Daedra. Sheogorath has given us the apple, but it's riddled with worms. There's a grand hall in the center of the island. We'll be able to survey the situation better from that vantage point. You and Velost make your way up this path. I'll meet you there.
That is super cool. Oh yeah, it absolutely is. And legitimately, if the Bethesda of today was old school original Bethesda, where they were willing to make really fucked up stories, Golden Road and Necrom's overall storyline would have ended so much cooler. Because, hear me out. The new Daedric Prince that they introduced in those storylines, right? The one of secrets and being able to travel unseen, right? Nobody could find them. Nobody could see them. Even Hermaeus Mora was blind to them, and that was the problem. Nobody knew that she was back. Nobody knew where to find them. You know, all the Daedra have their own realm in Oblivion. And that Daedra prince specifically had access to everybody's realms. They could have legitimately kept that Daedra, introduced this new Daedric prince, and then it still be canon going forward if they had made one single cosmetic change in Skyrim. Just if they had, it was a single statue. If they changed one single statue, they could have canonized that Daedric prince and said that that Daedric prince always existed. It would have been so fucking cool, but New Bethesda didn't want to go that far. Which is like, old school Bethesda would have, just because that's a really fucking cool twist. So I'm a little nervous about the writing going forward, but we'll see, because like this new Bethesda, understand, like old school Bethesda gave us Morrowind, Oblivion, right? New Bethesda gave us Starfield.
Fascinating creatures, Daedra.
This is not what we agreed to, mad god. Leave this place.
Careful, mage. Remember who you're talking to. Our mortal friend has arrived. Be quiet now, Shally. Adults talking. Ah, good. You and I can have reasonable conversations. Shalador is just too old and crotchety for me.
But I like that when they make characters that are genuinely old and crotchety, and like they still get shit done. What was it, Longfellow from Fallout 4, on the Far Harbor DLC, where you had to go to that mist island. Longfellow, man, he was such a crotchety old man. It was so fucking cool. I love running with crotchety old men in video games. They are hilarious.
You know, funny thing about deals, they're really the sorts of things you should get in writing. I said if you completed the trials, you could find the island. The portals to deepest oblivion scattered here and there. A sort of bonus.
Yeah, I feel like Oblivion was peak instead of putting time into Elder Scrolls 6, they made Starfield, Flop City in the Game Pass within a month. It actually came out Game Pass on day one release. It was a day one release Game Pass thing. It just hasn't left. You know, AAA game isn't bad when it goes to game has been. Please play our game for please. See, here's my thing. The standards of AAA, quadruple A, and all of that are bullshit, and they need to go away. Because it's based on how much money is spent on making the game. That determines how many A's it gets. Because there's an actual budget that determines that. But if we look at last time that fucking thing was updated, I bet you the economy's not the same. I bet you people working on video games make significantly more money now than what they used to when that scale was created. So I think they need to get rid of that scaling. Or at least update the shit out of it. One of the two. Because calling Skull and Bones a quadruple A game, the first ever, because of how much fucking money you spent on that piece of shit, isn't making it a good game. Triple A used to mean it was a good game. You could trust that it was going to be solid. Now it just means we spent a bunch of money on it. Doesn't mean it's good.
If you want to see it that way, sure. It's another trial. I'm sure you and Velast... Oh, hello, dearie. I'm sure you'll have no problems closing the portals. Honestly, I'm surprised the Mistress of Incunabular didn't see this coming.
Single indie devs do better work. It doesn't look pretty, but the soul is there. Yeah. That's true. I honestly, I like story games, but if they're not gonna give me good quality story to play with, then I just go back to my strategy games. My strategy games, I don't need a fucking story. I just need the challenge of micromanaging 20 million settlements in just as many provinces with just as many civil issues, while maintaining a military, a campaign, multiple armies and generals, supply lines, and diplomacy. Yeah, I'll take that over playing a game that doesn't have a good story. So yeah, now that I have PC, I've got choices. I don't have to play shitty games anymore. Which I'm excited about. Eventually, not gonna lie, I'm gonna end up putting on here Total War Warhammer 3 at minimum. At minimum. I love the Total War series. That and the Dawn of War series too. Dawn of War, Winter Assault, Dark Crusade. I don't know if I'm gonna do Soulstorm or not though. Soulstorm is pretty fucking rough.
No reason at all? What are you implying? That my choice to curse the books was a calculated move? That crazy old Sheogorath knew there were only a handful of people in the guild that could do the work she did? Oh. Madness.
Okay. So, there is a shift that has happened with Sheogorath right here. This is an important piece about his little personality type that he's got. The Laughing God and the Mad God. Those are his two sides. The Laughing God. The Mad God. The Mad God, if you have to deal with Sheogorath, you actually want the Mad God. Because the Mad God is just cruel. For the sake of cruelty. And it's quick, it's brutal, that's it. Whereas this one, see Pelagius, the Mad from Skyrim, see him as example of what happens when the Mad God takes a look at you. So this, even though is the more fun and appealing side, where he's all lighthearted and joking and prankster and woo, right? That's the more dangerous side for Sheogorath. You actually want this angry, solid side that he's talking about now. Let's see here. Yeah, strategy games are sick. It's just a small market. Yeah, it's a niche market because, A, it's not as accessible because they're computer games almost exclusively, and they don't translate well onto console. Because I've tried a few different games that I'm super familiar with, so it wasn't like I was learning a new game. It was just I had to learn the controls for this game now. And I've tried some that I had only played on console, like Ruse, for example. But the controls are always super fucking clunky and not not very user friendly when it comes to PC to console strategy gaming, and that limits accessibility. And then when you add into the fact that, unlike, take this game, take the Dark Souls series, take those types of games or the Call of Duty games, right, where it's an individual character and you only have to deal with yourself. Most people can deal with that, whereas grand strategy games where it's like you've got to keep up with at minimum 3 resources, you've got to keep up with actively building bases with construction type units or civilian or non-combatant type units. You then have to have leadership, then you have to have the different types of units, know how they all interact with each other, how they interact against the opposing enemies, and then know how each of the different variant upgrades will change the types of things they are effective at, right? Like, keeping up with all of that on top of maintaining an economy, maintaining diplomacy, and maintaining army attacks and defenses in multiple different directions simultaneously, that's usually a little too much for the average human being to be able to, like, mentally do. So you have limited accessibility, and then you have the fact that it requires so much attention to detail in multiple directions simultaneously, which most people can't handle. It ends up creating a very niche community, which is cool. But Total War, I really hope they learned from their last game, because they formally apologized for their last game, Pharaoh. They formally apologized for that. So I'm hoping that the next Total War game that comes out in the future, they've learned from their mistakes. Because I don't know that I've ever heard a company other than Total War come out and formally apologize for making a video game. Let's see, I played some Total War Warhammer. It's lots of fun. Atrocious balancing, but if just playing single player, it's lots of fun. Yeah, I've played all of them. I gotta say that I really like 3 the most. 3 is so fun. Especially if you have all of the classes and races unlocked. It's so dope. They definitely need to balance the auto combat, the auto calculate combat, because I'm not gonna lie, I manage the Empire and the campaign. I can manage, I don't like to, but I can manage the individual battles. The problem is if I manage the individual battles on top of everything else that I'm micromanaging in those games, then a single turn can take like 2 fucking hours. You know, because some of those battles can really drag on, especially if you're playing them strategically and tactically sound. So I auto-calculate a lot of those battles, if not all of them, just because simply that's way too time-consuming. I'm already taking enough time micromanaging everything else. Let's see here. Or playing a multiplayer with 30 people who aren't trying to roll over the whole map and take 30 minutes a turn in the first 10 minutes. Yeah, most strategy games are hard as fuck to learn for new player. Facts. There's one strategy game I've never been able to beat. Just a single one. And that I've played. And I've played a lot of them. Now, the one that I haven't been able to beat was Ruse. It was Ruse. And it was because there was one single mission I could never beat. And it was the Battle of the Bulge. There was, the enemy had, coming at you, they had light infantry and mechanized infantry. You only had light infantry. You were guarding the right flank. You had an ally in the center flank, and you had an ally on the left flank. Those were 2 individual computer AI allies. And then in the rear was command. And you were getting hit on all 3 flanks by German forces. And what ends up happening is the middle flank ends up turning into a traitor force. So everything that they were building and defending with is now immediately traitors. and they hit the left flank and immediately crush the left flank, and then so it's you having to fight the right flank, the forward, the left flank and the forward, while still being able to send troops back in the rear to defend headquarters, all while only having infantry to do it and no light mech to counter their light mech. So you actually have to use, like, hide in the trees and throw grenades at the vehicles to take them out for an ambush and shit. Like, that's the one mission I've never been able to fucking beat. Yeah, I like Total War for the battles, lol. It takes me like 20 hours to get to turn. Yeah, that's why I'm just like, everyone's got their one thing that they really enjoy. It's either you micromanage everything except for the battles, or like you're like, we'll fucking auto balance whatever the hell we need for that, and we're just gonna focus on doing the battles. I've never found someone that actually enjoyed doing all of it for an entire campaign. Usually they start out doing a little bit of both, and then they'll, as they progress, they end up only doing one.
Oh, I'm sure you'll figure it out. You outwitted daffy old Scareborne, right?
No.
Anyway, pull the crystals to close the portals. Have fun. See you soon.
I don't like the fact that he's being serious.
Damn it! What was I thinking? Attacking the Prince of Madness. Wait, Adept. You're not making sense. What do you mean? Scareborne put that curse on those books to slow us down. Make the task more time-consuming.
He said he knew there were only a few people in the guild that could translate the books.
Then the curse was meant to put the books in front of the lost. She was meant to read them. Adept, this is very worrying, but we need to deal with this after the island is safe. She'll be with you. She'll be fine for the moment. The lost, go with our friend here to close the portals. The Adept will keep you safe.
Now, I will say, there's one Total War game that they made that was probably one of the most disappointing ones ever. And that was Total War Empire with the American Revolution. The reason that was the most disappointing one ever was because legitimately, if you just built like 2 fucking cannons and just everything else was line infantry and that was it, 2 cannons per army, everything else line infantry, there wasn't a single enemy you couldn't beat. There wasn't a single army you couldn't beat. There wasn't a single city, settlement, whatever that you couldn't siege and take. And it was like, once you figured that out, there was no more challenge anymore. It was just, how many of those types of armies can I create?
Scareborne left a powerful ward on this building. I'll need a few moments to crack it open. Go! I should be done here by the time... Go! Close the portals. I will see this done.
Rageworthy, did you ever play the Warhammer Dark Crusade game or the Warhammer Soulstorm game?
Never thought I'd have the chance to study one of those up close.
Bum bum, ba-da-da-da-da. There we go.
Is there any
Bam!
good about these things? Any light or hope?
For Stendar!
I don't know why you keep worshiping I really wish that I could, like, get her to worship anyone else other than Stendar. Stendar's legitimately the only dude who, whenever his followers are out doing anything and they're like, oh, this is going to be dangerous, I'm going to pray to my God that they're going to help me and give me protection. He's the only dude that just shows up with fucking popcorn and goes, hey, how bad can you make this? And then roots for the other team, because not once has he ever stepped in to protect his own. In fact, his people, the followers of Stendar, are the people that get the most brutal deaths in all of Elder Scrolls, and it's consistent that way. It's just one of those, like, how many of you have to die in these brutal, horrific fucking manners before you all figure out that he just shows up with popcorn to watch because he enjoys it. He has no interest in keeping you safe. So you should probably stop fucking praying to him and start praying to any of the others, because the others will at least show up to help their people once in a while. Hell, even Sheogath does it every once in a while, and he's insane. Sucks when devs put unintentional cheat codes in strategy games. Yeah, when it becomes that simplistic, it's like, really? Fine. I only play Total War Warhammer games. Okay. Dark Crusade's probably my favorite. Hands down, Dark Crusade's probably, like, for me, that was peak Warhammer 40,000, was Dark Crusade. As far as video games go. Let me specify that. For video games, because tabletop, it was 7th edition? 7th edition was my favorite tabletop edition for the minis. Though I've been interested in other games and just don't know where to start. Stendar, the god of the trolls. Right? Like, he legit... What happened to the Stendar the Hall of Stendar? When all the Stendar worshippers in Skyrim, what happened to them? Slaughtered by fucking vampires. Crazy. You know, it's just like example after example. Every time you find a follower of a Stendar, they're usually slaughtered in horrific fucking manners.
There's so many. So much pain and anger and death.
So if you're gonna start...
Sometimes it's hard to tell.
So if you want to start with old school Warhammer games and like follow an actual storyline that spanned over several games, start with the very first Dawn of War game. So Dawn of War 1, and then Winter Assault is the follow-on expansion to that. So Dawn of War, Winter Assault, and then it's Dark Crusade. Now Dark Crusade's my favorite. Soulstorm kind of fits in there. Kind of. Sort of. After Soulstorm is Dawn of War 2. And then that's got a slew of expansions. But Dawn of War 2 is no longer the same Dawn of War game series. Because Dawn of War Winter Assault, and Dawn of War Dark Crusade, and Dawn of War Soulstorm, those ones are all build the base, collect the resources, build the troops, find the enemy base on the map, and destroy the enemy base and army, right? It's those types of games. But then you get into Dawn of War 2, and that Dawn of War 2 moving forward is you have your character, and then you have 3 different individual squads Some are snipers, some like the scouts, some are heavy weapon squad or a dreadnought or a tactical squad or whatever, right? But you get 3 squads, which are actual named characters that have speaking lines and shit, and you get those 4 units to control, and you move forward, and you conquer objectives on the map. But there's no more base building, resource gathering, building the army. There's none of that. It's you have a 4 squad. One of the squad is your character, and then the other 3 you get to choose. And you get to kit them out and level up each of the individual squads, and you'll collect armor and equipment and weapons and stuff like that, relics, and you'll be able to put them on them. And then there's decisions when you get further into the Dawn of War 2 going forward that actually affect different endings. But that's a different type of story, different type of gameplay entirely. However, the story is connected because you're following a chapter that didn't previously exist. It was created for the video game series, and then it's become a canon chapter now that's got books and models and things like that. And it was the Blood Ravens. So you're playing as the Blood Ravens in Dawn of War and in Winter Assault, same chapter, right? And then you get to Dawn of War Dark Crusade, and you're playing as Captain Davian Thule. Cool, you're doing your thing. And then you go to Dawn of War 2. Dawn of War 2, you're a lieutenant in the Blood Raven still. And you get to run into Davian Thule. And then he gets killed and turned into a fucking dreadnought that gets placed under your command. So you get to run with your old chapter master, your old chapter captain that you were running with. Your, what do they call them? Anyways, so you get to run with Davian Thule, and that's the same character that you commanded as in Dark Crusade. So that entire storyline, all of the Dawn of War games, are all connected because it's the same exact chapter of the Blood Ravens going forward. Now, it's different sections of that chapter, but it is still that chapter. I think I got Dawn of War in a pack on my Steam account. Give it a shot when I find the time when I'm done grinding all my ESO stuff. That's fair. Yep. That is totally fair. Ooh, Storm Atronachs.
Can we ever truly be free of war?
No, you can't, because the human species is a violent species by nature. And humans do your writing, so you'll always be plagued with the same flaws and the same values and the same logic that humans have. So what happens when an aggressive, violent species writes stories about fictional races they make up? It's going to be aggressive, violent stories. Why? Because that's what their nature is. So yeah, no, you can't be truly free of war. Doesn't work.
No more, Deirdre, all right?
Okay, so going back this way is actually the shorter way. That sounds weird. One of my favorite games were older and RPG was OG Dragon Age. Oh, I love Dragon Age. It's actually the very first game that I ever streamed on Twitch. Was Dragon Age Inquisition. I fucking love that game. And as far as I'm concerned, there's only 3 Dragon Age games. The newest one is not part of the Dragon Age universe. That's just the Veilguard, and we don't talk about that one. But Dragon Age Origins, Dragon Age 2, and Dragon Age Inquisition, fucking awesome storytelling. I'm also a huge fan of the Fallout series. The entire Fallout series, not just the censored version that fucking Todd Howard screwed up. And Mass Effect. Love Mass Effect. Love me a good Mass Effect story. And Gears. In fact, we just finished doing the Gears of War series playthrough. All of them except for Tactics. I don't care for turn-based games like that.
You see my books? My books are my friends. Did you know that?
I'm very much like, if we're gonna have a fight, let's have a real-time fight. Not this turn-based stuff. Those Warhammer games sound super cool. Oh, they are. Because, like, the other thing is Dark Crusade was the first time you got to play as the bad guys. The Dark Crusade was the first time Necrons were introduced into the video game series. So it was, this planet needs to be conquered. It's broken into territories. There's the Space Marines, which are the Blood Ravens. There's the Imperial Guard, which are Cadians. There's the Word Bearers Legion for Chaos Space Marines. There's Orcs. There's Tau. There's Eldar. Yeah, so it's those races to start with. And you got to pick who you played as. So you wanted to play as Chaos? You could play as... Oh, and Necrons. Almost forgot the Necrons. So if you wanted to play as Chaos, you could play as Chaos. You want to play as Orcs, you could play as Orcs. You want to play as Necrons, you could play as Necrons. You don't want to play as Space Marines, you want to play as the Imperial Guard, go for it. Right? It was one of those games. And it was... Each faction had their own storyline written out. It was really cool. And we know the canon ending to that game.
Is ours. Now you'll just need to claim the hall and kick Sheogorath back to the Shivering Isles.
Yeah, Dawn of War Dark Crusade and Dawn of War Soulstorm, both. The companies did announce what the canon endings were, because you could play for any faction. Now, Soulstorm was exactly what Dark Crusade was, just expanded to a multi-planetary system. So then you were conquering each planet in this one system, and you got to decide which planet, which territories, and all that. And then they added Sisters of Battle to Soulstorm and the Drukhari, which are the Dark Eldar. They added those 2 factions to Soulstorm. But both of those games, they actually gave us the canon endings, which is fantastic. So, like, Dark Crusade, you can get all of the endings. Go for it. The actual canon ending, Space Marines 1. Soulstorm, you can go for all of the endings. Absolutely, go for it. Canon ending, Orcs 1. That was another big shocker, because, like, Soulstorm, you mean it wasn't an Imperial victory? You mean one of the Xenos won? What the hell? And it was the Orcs, which is like, you know, if anyone's going to win out of that conflict, I'm glad it was the Orcs.
I've put a crack in his ward, but no more. The Mad God's power is formidable, even here. You and Velast may enter. I may not. Just make sure to watch after her. I can see the state she's in. I fear the Mad God may have gotten the better of us.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps something can be done. go inside. Deal with Sheogorath. We've come too far to be put off by his tricks now.
Another series that I really liked for strategy games, the Red Alert series. Red Alert and Generals. Those were the two real-time strategies that I really enjoyed as well. They even had the one where it was like Tim Curry was an actor in it for a while. That was pretty cool.
I can hear him. I'm coming, Uncle Shale.
Those games got so weird though. They were so fucking weird. But it was cool because Tim Curry was in it. They used to get like actual real actors and stuff for those.
Ah, my favorite mortal. Shalador finally figured out how to let you in. You're here to kick me out, I know. But you know, fighting isn't really my thing. Haskell?
Very good, sir. Have at you, Adept. We will now face each other in honorable combat.
Haskell.
On your guard.
Oh, the pigs, Haskell! Toss those huggermen! Squeeze them and piglets! All right, that's enough. Break it up, you two.
Enough with the games, Sheogorath. Are you going to relinquish the island to us or not?
All right, settle down. I'll just gather me things and go. The last, dearie, why don't you come over here? Yes, little one. You're coming with me. Home to the Shivering Isles. Won't that be nice?
Mad God, stay back. The lost isn't yours to take.
Isn't she, though? I can see it on her face. I can smell it in the air. She's crazy. Mad. A lunatic. All that time with Uncle Shio's stories, and she's got the urge to visit the Isles. My Shivering Isles.
I do. I want to go with Uncle Sheo. He's got the butterflies. I love butterflies.
This is a conundrum. A riddle. A choice. I tell you what, mortal. Why don't we let you decide? Should Velas stay, or come with me to the dear old Isles? In fact, let's sweeten the deal. You decide she stays, I'll cure her. That's right. Uncle Sheo will make her sane again. Boring old Velast, whose only friends are books. Oh, dear.
And if the Adept decides she goes with you?
Well, as it happens, I have one more book here. I give it to you in exchange for Velast. It's called the Folium Discognitum.
Sheogorath, you bastard! You throw the folium back in my face after all these years!
Wrote it myself. It's a delightful little artifact. It imbues the reader with the knowledge of madmen. It's very powerful. Worth, 4 or 5 of those sky shard things you adventurers are always looking for. So, Velas stays and I cure her. Or, she goes with me and you, my little mortal, become much more powerful. Your choice.
You said it only is worth like 4 or 5 of those sky shard things. That ain't shit. It takes 3 of those to give me a single skill point. Like, that's not much more powerful. That's like 15 minutes of exploring. That's... No, she can stay for that price, big dog.
Admit it. You're surprised, aren't you? Look at... Right!
She stays.
A mortal making... Ha! I knew you wouldn't take the book! Could see it in your eyes. Oh well, can't blame Uncle Sheo for wanting to give his favorite niece a good home now. As you wish, mortal. I'll undo what's been done to her.
I used to play Command & Conquer for hours at the Ian Center with my friends. And the owner always rushed aircraft before rushing strategy games was meta. He always wrecked everyone. So we all teamed up in the FFAs to win. Nice. Yeah, I did the campaigns. I would do the campaigns, do all the campaigns, and then after the campaigns were done, I would do the skirmishes. And what I would do is I would go through and I would beat every single skirmish map with every single army on every single difficulty just to get those badges and medals and stuff that would unlock. Yeah, I used to love that shit. Generals was actually my favorite one to do that with. And one of the things that probably one of my most arguably, I would say, cheesiest tactics was playing as China with the infantry general, and I would just build an APC. And it would have 8 infantry with fully automatic AKs in there. And it was just like, and then it would have speaker upgrades, so it would like make my dudes have a health regeneration and shoot faster. So then they would go out there, they could shoot from the vehicle, and when the vehicle blew up, all 8 of them just got out and got online and just kept firing. It was so fantastic. It was so fantastic. And it was just like I could produce those faster than most of the enemy NPCs or the AIs, even on the harder difficulties, could realistically get their own defenses up to be able to counter it. It was so fantastic, but it was one of the cheesiest things that I would do. The other one was I would just build like super heavy defenses, like layered heavy defenses, and just sit back with building mass nuclear weapons. Or the what was the other one? The Americans had the prism laser, and then the GLA had the Scud missiles. That sounds like a blast. Red Alert was close for me, though. Red Alert, my big one was the Red Alert 2. The American had a vehicle that had anti-air capability, but it could also garrison a soldier. So, and if it garrisoned a soldier, then it turned it into a machine gun armored vehicle. And what I would do is I would load those up with the American infantry, because the American infantry by themselves had a defense technique where they could just build sandbags around themselves, and it would stop vehicles from being able to run them over and shit. So I would put that bunch of them in the vehicle, and then anytime the vehicles would finally get destroyed or whatever, I would have them drop down into their sandbag positions and fight everything, and then pick up sandbags, move forward, drop sandbags, rinse and repeat until I took out everything. And then occupying the buildings, obviously. That was a big one. That was another thing. My layered defenses in Red Alert were always... I would have one rocket person for every 2 infantrymen that I would use to occupy the buildings. And I would keep all the buildings fully occupied. So every building would have 1 rocket person for every 2 riflemen that were in the buildings. And if my faction had snipers, I would also throw a sniper in there too, just for good measure. Like, I had so much fun screwing with strategy stuff like that back in the day.
The mortals decided to let the last stay. So, this is where I say my goodbyes. Mortal, nice working with you.
Settlers 4? That was a freaking wild game too. Super short. It was like...
Say goodbye to the little dream in you. The Prince of Madness doesn't stay where he's not wanted. Except when he does. But in this case, he doesn't. Until next time, Mageling.
Hold on.
It's like a fog has lifted from inside my mind. Adept, I don't know what to say. You've saved me from a fate worse than death.
Lost. Are you?
Yes, I'm all right, Shalador. I'm myself again.
Turrets thick across the map, and then one just out of nuke radius. Yeah, that's another good strategy. Like, just keep them spaced out enough where the nuclear capabilities or mass attacks, they have to travel across various degrees of open land. So everything's spaced out enough where mass weapons can't destroy it. And then if they make a major tank push, for example, right? They make a major tank push, they'll hit the first turret lines, start knocking those out, and then they have to travel across more open land before they can engage the second turret line, while the turret line's lighting them up the entire way. Yep, I used to love doing stuff like that. And then I'd always have paratroopers on standby. So then it'd be like, cool, I'm bored. All my buildings are occupied. How about I just drop these right behind your army that's assaulting at me right now? Or let me drop that off over by your resources and just stop you from getting resources. That was another fun one. Or sending engineers in to capture buildings in the
I'll be
Hold
fine
on.
soon enough. Now that you've restored my mind, I just need some rest.
Or sending in like engineers to capture enemy buildings and then sell the enemy building after you capture it. That was another fun one. Settlers of Catan is one of my favorite board games. I don't know if they are related. I don't know what Settlers of Catan is. I know Settlers 4 was a there was 3 factions. There was I think they were Mayan. It was a Mayan Aztec type inspired faction, and then there was the Roman faction, and then there was the Viking faction. And it was, you literally just had citizens, and you would have tools. So like, you want a builder, you have to have a hammer available and a citizen, and then the citizen has to pick up the hammer, and now you have a builder. You want a farmer? Cool. You have to have a scythe available. Okay, now that you have a scythe available, you have to have a settler available. The settler has to pick up the scythe, and then you have to have the farm building already built, so then they have to go over and do that, right? So, like, you had to create a settlement from nothing. They would give you a starting resources and starting tools and starting amount of settlers. Settlers had to have houses. Settlers could be given jobs. And then your territory was based on your military towers, or if you had pioneers. Pioneers were settlers that could dig out the ground and like slowly, like legitimately, like centimeter by centimeter on the screen, move your territory lines out. But they have 0 defense. So if the enemy shows up, it's a bad day for you. And citizens could not go outside of the territory that you controlled. Only the military units could, and only the pioneers. Anybody else that walked outside your territory immediately started taking attrition damage. And you had to conquer your enemy's territory, and the way you had to conquer their territory was either you destroyed all their towers or captured all their towers. And every time you did that, it pushed their territory back until they had no territory left. And then all of their citizens would just die from attrition from not being in their own territory. You had to gather all of the resources and create the entire lines. Like, so for example, you want to make a builder. Cool. So you have to have a surveyor to go survey the mountains to find an iron mine, and you have to find a coal mine. So now that you found a coal mine and an iron mine locations, you have to have a lumberjack to go out and cut wood. Then you have to have a guy with a saw to cut that wood into planks. Now that you have those 2 things, you can go, and you have to have a stonemason and a quarry. So you have to mine stone and then have someone cut it into blocks so that you can use it as a building material, so that you can build the mines. Now that you've got the mines, now you can go ahead and build the smith, the smelting place, right? So they take those raw ore, fueled by the coal, and it turns it into ingots. Now the ingots go to the blacksmith, and the blacksmith can be made to make the tools. And then you have to have a warehouse for the tools to go to, because if the blacksmith has too many items sitting at his store, he'll stop making tools. So it's one of those, like, you have to actually build every single one of those steps along the way. And then you want your mine to keep working? Cool. Miners, like, they have, based on whatever they're mining, they had specific foods that they liked. And if they didn't have the food, they didn't work. So then you had to supply them with food. Then you had to have water for the smelt. You had to have water for the blacksmith. So, like, it was that level of detail on legitimately building and running a settlement while knowing that there's somebody on the map looking for you, trying to kill you, doing the same exact thing. It was so fucking cool. But man, that is one of the more intense ones, because like Settlers 4, the AI was super goddamn fast with everything. It was like they did everything perfectly every time. And they were that way on the easiest settings all the way to the hardest settings. The only thing that it bought you by changing difficulty settings was maybe 10-15 minutes, if that, which is not a lot for that game. Like, that was a really cool game. The rest of the Settler games sucked. All the ones before it sucked, all the ones after it sucked. But Settlers 4, that was a it game. It wasn't very big, but man, oh man, the challenge was there.
You've passed the challenges of the Mad God, restored me to sanity, and reclaimed this sanctuary for the Mages Guild. Somehow my thanks seem small in comparison, but you have them. Thank you, Adept, for all you've done.
By the way,
I can't stay in here, Adept. Let us speak some more outside.
for those that are interested,
come here, Adept. I have something for you.
This is my community's Discord. So if you guys are interested in joining up in our community and hanging out in the Discord, we've got a bunch of different channels and tools and stuff. We got we actually have the ESO Dwimmer bot that tells you what the patches are, what the updates are, gives you the patch notes, tells you when there's maintenance, tells you when the maintenance is over. We've got the Tamriel banking bot, the one that will give you the price averages on each item so that you can sell them in the guild stores for competitive pricing. We've also got the bot that tells you what the daily pledges and stuff are. So we do have all of those things in the Discord for the ESO community, as well as like guild requests. 'Cause we've got multiple streamers in our community, including ESO official ESO broadcasters that for their official stream team that also have their own guilds in there. So there's all sorts of tools and resources, and I know I'm on Xbox and PC. I know ManBearNug's Xbox and PC. I'm pretty sure we have like two streamers in the team. You Snosberry, and I can't remember the name of the other one. But we do have two that have PlayStation, Xbox, and PC. So we do have multiple systems represented. But if you guys are interested, that's the Discord there.
Adept, you've done so much for the guild. I couldn't let you leave without a final gift. This old archmage has a spell he's been saving just for you. During my time on Tamriel, I developed a very useful spell. A memory charm of sorts. Rather than wasting my time puttering around in libraries trying to find a book, the spell allows me to recall it instantly. If you'll allow me. Just need a moment to prepare. This spell has proven very handy. Once saved my life when I came up against a rhyming spirit. She demanded every answer to her questions be answered with a couplet. There we go. I'm ready. Call it Shalador's Library of the Mind. Ha! Shores, Bones, I can't thank you enough. In time, the body you and Velast have formed for me will fade. But with this charm, you'll never forget our trials together. I take comfort in that. Are you ready? Then accept the gift of eidetic memory. Remember now every tome, every book, every scrap of paper you have ever read. And remember too, the tale of Ivaeus' return to Tamriel, and the story of the adept who made it happen.
You're always striving to learn something new. One of my favorite things about riding with you.
Don't be a stranger, adept. Ivaea is another home for you now, as it is for every mage in Tamriel.
Okay. I guess I would just, like, level you up instead. I thought he was gonna give me an actual, like, spell that did something. Guess not. Well, that finished that stuff out. Woo! What do we actually have here? Really doesn't look like there's much here. Merchant District, Travelers Falls, Guild Vault. What are these? Oh, pack merchant and a... Okay. I understand. They made it convenient. So that's the merchant quarters. Okay, so what's this one again? Travelers Falls. What's that one? Scholars are studying the Dremora trapped in the water.
May Vivek guide the guild in these troubled days.
Eyes of Mara, what do you do? Magic recovery, maximum magicka, spell damage, reduces restoration. Ah. What's this one? Oridon. Grathwood. Oh, they're different to different locations. Okay, that's kind of cool. Health recovery, health. While you're under 60% health and your health recovery is increased, your physical spell resistance. Interesting. You know what? Let's just deconstruct the one thing and that one thing. There we go. And let's take a look at our research over here, which is still full. So we're going to decon some things like that, and boom, gone. And what else we got? We've got more research, yes? Yes, we do. Okay, so we're sitting at 1 day, 17 hours. 17 hours, 1 day, 17 hours, 17 hours it is. You're 1 day. 17 hours. There we go. Decon. Alright, and research is full. So decon. There we go. And you
I have a
sell. Don't think I have any potions that I need to get rid of here. I think we're solid on that. Just the husks. Repair, and let's get it out of here.
Harmonious greetings, Adept. The air of Ivea is sweet indeed, is it not?
Garthwin. Bum bum. Cool. While we're here, we can do the disenchanting stuff. The extractions. There we go.
Have you found the tome?
Keep your robes on. I'll get to it as soon as I can.
Bum 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 bum. Okay. Shit, I gotta do the scribing thing next too. Totally forgot about that one. Banker.
What around vaults?
Deposit. There we go. Items be stacked. Let's go down. Let's go down here. Bum 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 bum. So we're gonna head down here. We're gonna grab our pledges. I got a queue for my random. And then while we're queued, we can start doing the scribing quest line to get that opened up. Part of me also wants to do dailies over in Clockwork.
I hope we get to see all of these dungeons someday.
Because I want to get the Ebonheart.
Then invoke the as the code.
I want to get the not Ebonheart, the Ebon Shadow style for staffs.
Dull, staff sputtering, spindle. The vamp. Don't worry.
Spindle Reach. Yep. I'm aware. Spindle Reach. Woo.
the Hersey. Go on then.
Woo. All right. So got that. But yeah, the Ebon Shadow style for the staffs. It's probably my favorite staff style. Bar none. Which that's a set that I've never been able to figure out how to get it to be an effective, viable use. Which is the Unfathomable Shadows, or sorry, Unfathomable Darkness. I really like the concept of it. It looks cool as shit, but I have a hard time justifying the fifth piece for the fifth effect, because it's just like there are significantly better effects out there. Well, looks like the daily hasn't reset yet. Okay, so what are our 3 dungeons? Dire Frost, March of Sacrifices, and Spindle Clutch. Spindle Clutch. Dire Frost. And I don't actually remember what the other one was. March of Sacrifices. There it is. Alright, we'll queue for those. And we'll see what pops up. Shit, I haven't unlocked Tales of Tribute either. I don't want to do the scribing thing because I don't want to get stuck in there when a queue pops. I'm going to do overland questing in... You know, I know that I started over here with all of that craziness. But I really think I'm going to change directions and come over here to Bleak Rock and start working through the EP storyline first. Because the EP storyline, story-wise, will make more sense going from there into Clockwork. And I would like to get into Clockwork so that I can get the Ebon Shadow stuff. And they got some really cool fucking achievement furnishings you can pull out of there.
I can understand you. Oh my, I'm not a skeever. No, no. Follow me. I'll show you.
Here we go.
Oh, thank Kine. You have it.
Oh yeah, this is the one where you gotta go turn all the people back into regular people again. I remember
My
this
friends
one.
and I were out hunting in the woods when a mad mage ran up and began throwing spells at us. I think he only nicked me. He dropped that wand in the snow as he left. I don't know how spells work. I tried picking up the wand, but it wouldn't let me. I think it does the spell, or undoes it. Look, my friends are Falta, Brend, and Runzenwild. They're skeevers now. Please find them and use the wand
Runs
to
in
fix
wild. You know, lizards are cold-blooded creatures, right? So that's why they typically are found in warm environments. This looks an awfully like lot like a snow environment. And Runs in Wild, I'm betting, is an Argonian. I want to know how the Argonians don't freeze to death in snow environments. Because they're not like warm-blooded creatures as like mammals are, for example. They can actually regulate their own body temperature. So I'm curious about that. How are they surviving? I've got questions. Whatever's directly in front of me, that's the one we're doing. Runs in Wilds. Hey, look at that. We were just talking about you. Let's go get it. We'll do this over story stuff while we're in dungeon queues, because I don't want it to pop when we're doing the scribing stuff and us have to reset part of the scribing quest line. So,
Nice. What did you find?
we can start the EP storyline, which will help us get into our goal originally, which is finishing all the faction storylines before doing the Cold Harbor storyline. Like, bro, you're not even wearing warm clothes. How the fuck are you not freezing to death as a lizard in the snow? Anyways, so I want to do all the faction stories, all the zone stories for the factions before going into the Cold Harbor thing to see if when we get the leaders to meet up with each other, if it changes anything. And then, but I definitely want to get into Clockwork, because out of all of the stories and zones, Clockwork's actually one of my favorite. Plot armor. Okay, that tracks. He's a named character. He's not just Argonian hunter. It's kind of like Space Marines. If they're not wearing a helmet, plot armor. They trade their helmets for plot armor, which, I mean, like, I would make that trade. If I wasn't allowed to wear a helmet, but in exchange I got plot armor, fuck yeah. 100%, I'm there for that trade.
Come to prove your courage? So did my brother. Now he's gone.
He's missing?
Aemond is inside this cave, somewhere. The Frozen Man does all sorts of things to people who enter his domain. I can't leave Aemond in there. Since father died and mother left, he's all I have.
An Argonia just chugging scuba behind the scenes, keep warm. That's a question. I've run into the Khajiit skooma. Hold on. Skooma addicts, but I've never run into an Argonian one. Do you Argonians actually use skooma? Or is that just like human, elf, and Khajiit problem? Nope, I am absolutely not freaking doing this quest. Nope, not with strangers. I have done that. I remember this one because there's a point. There's a point in this storyline where you have it takes 2 people to progress it. And every time I've done this with a random public group, I've never been able to complete the storyline because they all take off and don't stay to help me out with because it takes 2 players to hit both pedestals. It's like, man. So every time on Xbox that I've had to do it, I've had to actually like formally arrange it with like guildmates or other broadcasters and be like, hey, I need to do this specific quest. Usually, honestly, it was Man Bear Nug who was hooking me up with that. Like he and I did so much questing together for such a long time. It was fantastic. I'm actually trying to get the PC character up high enough where I can actually go run content with him again. He switched over to PC almost a year ago. So he's quite a bit ahead of me over here. You know, all the high elves are just draining cabinets and then blaming the nearest Khajiit. That's fair. They probably... I don't know, actually, because, like... High elves are kind of like... There's 2 camps of them. Hold on. High elves kind of like fit into one of 2 categories. They're either they've got that elitist supremacist complex that high elves are the closest to the Iliad. Thus, we are the closest to the gods. We are the original race. You know, those folks. Or they've got this really self-righteous fucking attitude about them that they're morally superior because they're not supremacists. Like, the fact that they're not supremacists means they're better. They're inherently better than their other counterparts of high elves. And don't get me wrong, like I'm a fan of the Dominion. The Dominion is currently winning in the modern timeline in Skyrim. But like it's also the third Dominion. And the third Dominion's not exactly a good Dominion. I don't do much questing in ESO solely because I disconnect between NPCs. It's calamity. Oh my god! It's just I'm just hyping up the quest boss until I expect something wicked, and then I walk in and kill in 10 seconds on a fresh 15th mythic. I could see that. Which way are we going? Which way are we going? Ah. Chest. I like the lore. That's why I'm always like... Hold on a second here. It's about to get loud. I like the lore. I like the storyline stuff in video games. And the other reason, honestly, that I sit back and I do the questing and I actually let them play out and stuff is because it gives me banter. Because I am not one of those people that talking to myself comes... talking to myself does not come naturally. It's definitely something that I've had to teach myself to do. But having the storyline to have something to banter with is super helpful for me. So that's why I do a lot of the questing stuff rather than just because right now I could just grind shit out and get higher levels so that way I could... I didn't see where everyone went. I hope I'm going the right direction. So that way I can go and get specific achievements and whatnot. But then I would have a lot of dead space in the stream, just simply because a lot of my audience lurks when they hang out. Like a lot of people will show up when they're going to sleep or when they're at work and have me as background noise, which is totally cool with me. But as a result, it's one of those so I need to have my own talking points already established. So what are the things I do before streams? I'll pick a subject that's related to the video game that I'm doing, and I'll research the shit out of it. But that only gets me so far when I'm doing an 8 to 12 hour stream. So one of the other things that I'll do is I'll play the storyline games. And I'll let the quests play out, and I'll listen to the NPCs, and I'll banter with the NPCs, or I'll try to speculate on the portions of the quests that I don't know or don't have experience with to help fill that background space. Because I can't throw music on like I can on Twitch, because YouTube doesn't have the option to remove the music from the VOD, from the save video. Like, Twitch, on the other hand, I could throw it on, we could have music running, but when I was done streaming, the music wouldn't actually save, so then I wouldn't get hit with copyrights and all of that. So, as a result, I need to have talking prompts for myself. So I pick games that have those for me. Which, I'm not gonna lie, is part of the reason I'm a little hesitant to do Total War Warhammer 3. Because, like, I know the Warhammer 40,000 lore. I don't know that much about the fantasy side of the house because it was never my interest. And there's no story. It's just conquer the fucking map with your faction. So it's one of those, like, there's not a lot of talking banter points back and forth to go for 8 to 12 hour streams on a daily basis with. So that's another concern and hesitation of mine. I'll eventually end up doing it, don't get me wrong, it's just a matter of, like, when. Oh my goodness. 1 second. Grinding constantly kills the fun, in my opinion. Oh, I'm all about it. I'm also the person that will sit there and fish for like 2-3 hours without any stopping, without doing anything else, just fish. I'm that guy. I enjoy those things. They're not entertaining to watch, so I do those things off stream. But like, I'll throw a podcast on or something and just fish for like 2-3 hours and listen to the podcast, not say a single word to anybody. It's fantastic. It's big brain. Well, yeah. It's that whole, it's the 6 Ps. So the 6 Ps are proper planning prevents piss poor performance. Oh. Got it. My food buff wore off. Okay. Holy Mother of Morrowind, welcome to the PC Master Race. I know. We're here. We did it. We made it to the 160. I've got almost my complete set. I just need to do my pledges, and I need to go grind Veteran Crypt of Hearts 2. Which I don't know if I'm actually capable of doing at my level right now. I know I'm eligible for it, I just don't know if I can actually do the content. Look at those numbers. Look at those fucking numbers. That was gorgeous. Oh, my bad. I wasn't maxed out. Let me get the max back out. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. Oh. I don't have enough crit. I'm not satisfied with that. I need more crit. I think I got a few things I can make adjustments with. I used to just like streaming because I couldn't put music on, but then I figured out how to do the sound routing and make it so they're not hearing the stream doesn't pick it up. Geez, I like that. And it's like the 3 is clear, conscious, and consistent. Yep. Guess we're gonna go get that one. Woo! Oh, that's it. That's it. Groups. Leave. Leave. Have you doing like 15, 30 minutes if you want. You're just gonna find a tank and a healer. I mean, we could just public queue that then. If we team up together, we could public queue that.
Come to prove your courage? So Aemond is inside this cave.
Yep, the frozen
No one
man.
knows.
Okay, there we go.
He takes people who enter Orchy's Hollow. Now he's taken my brother. I should stop sharpening this blade. You must go inside.
Which Floppy and Wah? I don't know if you saw, but I think I've settled on the new name moving forward to indicate the next era of the community. I don't know if you were here for that announcement, but I have decided and settled on Scarecrew, and I've set up the Scarecrew guild on ESO. It's a new guild, so like there's absolutely nothing fucking there yet, but it's established. So now I can start building it up and start like filling the bank up with like style pages and whatever that people might need, or sets that are really good. I can ask the guild if anyone wants to help. Sure, go for it. Absolutely.
We knew a man, old Rory. He went in. When the soldiers dragged him out, he was missing all his bones. I'll give you until my fire burns out. Then I'm coming in after you.
Alright, sounds good. Alright, I gotta re-queue. Journal. Spindle Clutch. And March of Sacrifices. And we got that new Scribble too. Let's see if we can actually do it. Ooh. Snow Treaders. East March. We got 30 days on that. Okay. Okay, so. I'm actually going to be right back. Yeah. To you? Oh, absolutely. Either way is fine. Like I said, I need to grind that content out. Because I need the helmets. And I need actually all three variants. I need the heavy, the light, and the medium versions of Nerinthi's guys. Simply because it's one of my staple signatures that I like to put into all of my builds. Because I really like the crystal chain effect. So I do need to get all three of those versions of the helmet. And I run medium armor on this character. So medium is the minimum, but I do eventually need to end up with all three for the sticker book, and I keep monster helmets that I end up acquiring so I don't have to get them again, which is really nice. But real quick, I am going to go take a break real quick, stretch my back, because it has been 3 hours and I have not taken a break yet. So we're going to do that real quick, be just a few moments. And again, I just started the new guild today. I just created it, got it made, so there's literally nobody in it. There's literally no anything in it. I am going to be filling it up as we're going along, but as the fact that I just started this maybe a week ago, I have to build up so I can build it up. But it is available for anybody who wants to join it. Anyways, I will be right back, folks. Please stick with me for a moment. Which dungeon is it? The helmet one is Crypt of Hearts 2, and it's on Veteran. So, Veteran Crypt of Hearts 2. Alright, we'll be right back. Alright, we are back. By the way, what do you guys think of the armor style so far? So far, this is the RK Undying, Cycle Undying or whatever. I just did the purple with the white and the Thalmar black for the metal bits. So we're running so far. I am going to eventually alter this further. I think I'm going to end up making this character more of a Scribes of Mora look. Because they're an Arcanist, right? Maybe even doing something Dreamcarver related, because I really like the Dreamcarver outfits. But I am thinking that this armor right here might just become my Necromancer armor. Just because, like, it's looking pretty slick. Alright. It was Marches of Sacrifice and Spider Clutch 2, I think. Yep. Okay. I do need to get back and bought Necrom and haven't played any yet. Did you, Floppy and Wad, did you get a Gold Road out of curiosity?
Huh, that could be helpful.
Are you kidding me? Go down. Stay down. Boom. Looks pretty good. Your setup is looking good too. Oh, hold on. I missed another one. I got Earthbone, Alid, Hungering Void Swords, and Staff. Nice. Very nice. I kind of wish, because there's like that flower on the one side of the skull. I kind of wish that I could just dye the flower. I think that would be kind of cool to do. Also, so like all these engravings like this, I think that would be so cool if you could have those a different color. And the other thing I couldn't change, which kind of disappointed me, was the fur. The fur everywhere. I can't change that color. But the armor design itself and the mask design, so freaking cool. So freaking cool. No. Wrong button. Not yet. Okay. So Necrom will get you through a good portion of the storyline. The storyline ends up concluding in Gold Road. Just so you know. So you'll complete a portion of the storyline, it will leave you on a cliffhanger. Just so you're aware. Necrom, I genuinely enjoy Necrom, and I gotta do a lot of daily stuff over there still. Because I need to get the Scribes of Mora set. So, like, that's a whole other thing we gotta go do. I bought Gold Road for like $70, and then 2 days later it was on sale for $30. I was so chapped. Should have looked at sale prices on Steam sales before buying it. I want to finish my Vadashon achievement and get the black color and go for Ruby Red Throne, then mix the set and both. I gotta do the Vadashon Halls eventually on this one too to get the what is it called, like Void Black or something like that. I gotta do that as well. I actually was using that on Hollowjack Heavy Mask, making the mask look like a void.
And I might let him go.
In the Lamplight Nights,
There couldn't possibly be traps.
the Lamplight Nights, that's another armor set that I really like. Because it's got that blue glow.
Lovely squirrel. So inquisitive. How rude! Digging through my things. What manners?
Yeah, daily stuff is what burned me out too many years, but I love Elder Scrolls. Need to start it up again. Yeah, see, that's where that whole, like, theory crafting always got me. I never experienced most of the content because I was too busy making new characters.
Your prowess was befitting a knight. Well done.
So I never even got to the point where
Go on, introduce yourself.
I never even got to the point where I could get burned out on the dailies. I don't even think I did dailies for like the first year that I played.
Doesn't a Rawway look splendid? Always so shiny. Tarak of the Silverclaw, always joking. He's much happier as a vase. This is Oriel. We're brothers. I'm better looking.
It's black with a slight purple tone, almost pearlescent. Nice. I don't even know where you would find that. Mementos, furnishing, upgrades, appearances. Where do you find the collection of... I know going to the, I know going to an outfit station will show you, but is there any other way to see all of the dyes that you've unlocked? So I see armor styles, but I don't see the dyes that have or have not been unlocked. Daunted trophies, storage, houseguest, housing, staples, appearances, markings, skins, personalities, polymorph style, upgrades, stories. Yeah. Huh. No. No. Huh. Strange. I'll have to find an outfit station. Oh, I don't think I've even set a title for my character, have I? No title. Yeah. Master, Wizard, Recruit, Volunteer, Librarian, Draedric Lord. Ow. you don't have any cool titles yet. It's cool. We can leave that be for now. We can queue up for the crypt now if you want. Okay. Let me drop my current queue. Dungeon Finder leave queue. Social. Fans. Invite to group. Group invite accepted. And if anybody else wants to join us, we're on PCNA. And we're going to be doing Crypt of Hearts 2 on Veteran. Specific Veteran. Now, I have not done this on this character. Clearly. Not all members meet the levels requirements. Okay, hold on. Hold on. You're an 868. And do I not meet the level requirements for it? Why don't I meet the level requirements for it? I'm 160. And it doesn't say what... Okay, so I guess we're gonna be looking that up. Because that doesn't tell me what level I need to be. $300. While you can technically enter vet dungeons it's generally recommended to aim for C. Okay, so I guess we're not doing that. Never mind, I stand corrected. I guess I got another 140 fucking levels to do before I can queue into that. Well, that's gonna be fun. So I guess I won't be doing that. So, I've got the 2 daily pledges to still try to do. I don't know if you're interested in those. It's Spindle Clutch 2 and March of Sacrifices. I don't know if you've done your daily pledges or not, but I can share them with you if you want. I think it's a 300 queue. I could probably QS. So I can try, but if it doesn't work, we gotta find someone else. Oh, I think we're gonna need somebody else to tank and heal for. Like we're gonna need at least 4 people for doing a veteran content, because like I can tell you with my build, I'm not able to survive in there currently. I'm fully aware of that. Yeah, we can do it when we find some people. Okay. But yeah, did you already do your daily pledges? Because if not, I can share them with you if you're interested in doing them. If not, I've got to knock those out. Alright, so options. Oh, I can't share them with you. Alright, well let me know when you're ready. When you got your stuff all picked up, your pledges. I actually got them already. Okay, cool. So then I will queue us up for those 2. Man. 140 more levels. God. Oh, 139. Alright, so I will put us in queue for both. March of Sacrifices. Not all group. Okay, it says normal at the top, right? Yeah, it says normal at the top.
Leave that be. That's private.
Okay, so what's going on here? Because, like, Fungal Grotto 1 on normal. Look at this. Normal. Fungal Grotto 1. Not all group members meet the activities level requirements. I'm confused. That's a base game dungeon. Like, what am I missing there? And it's normal here. And you're an 868, and I'm a 161. So why can't we queue for a standard dungeon? Specific. Yeah. Normal. It might be bug. Remake the group. Okay. Okay. Invite to group. Group invite accepted. Dungeon finder. Specific dungeon. Nope. It's still telling me the same thing. All of it is locked. Everything on normal. Well, that's exciting. So what's the next step here? Do we reset the game? Do I have to reset? Let me just reset. I should be able to queue. Oh, well, if you can do it, then here, promote to leader. Except you do it. It's Spindle Clutch 2 and March of Sacrifices are the two that I need. I don't know if you need the third one or not. I just did it. Dire Frost Keep was the one we just did. March and Spindle 2? Yes, those two. Nice. Very nice, very nice. Thank you. I appreciate that. All right. I'm just running around doing zone stuff, so you're more than welcome to run with me if you want.
Don't break your neck. Astounding. You've accomplished the impossible, leaping small rocks.
Nah, I'm just doing it to help out. I can skip divers. Alright, cool. Cool. Yeah, I definitely appreciate it. Thank you. There was,
What have you got, clever squirrel. Do you have a guess?
When I was unlocking Hall of Lunar Champion on this character, I was doing one of the tablets, and Manbear and Ange helped me out with Lair of Marsalok. But Moongrave, I was queued for like 4 hours one day total, and I didn't, and the queue never popped. So then I ended up queuing up for it on another day, and I was queued for like an hour and a half, 2 hours before the queue popped. That was just on normal. That was just because I needed to complete the dungeon so I can get the third tablet. So yeah, I definitely appreciate
Taking
this.
away, puffy little cheeks. What have you found?
You're a spy.
A spy, am I? But why? Oh my, you're a smart one. Whatever will I do with you? That's no fun. Join me inside. We'll play a game of shells. Win.
I got tons of help when I started. The community here is super helpful. Got to help out when I can. Most of my friends I met in-game, they helped me, and I have tons of CP, and I don't need anything, LOL. So I don't really get to help them back off. That's fair. I totally understand that. Like, that's one of the reasons why I'm pushing so hard to get this character where they can do most content, so that way it's like if anybody asks me for help, I can be like, yeah, sure, let me jump on this character, let me go help you out. So, like, that's my intent, is I need to get this character to where it can do that before I start getting into any of my, like, experimental builds and stuff.
Here I am, or am I here? Guess wrong, and you're mine, my dear.
You're the one that's not dancing. See? All of them are dancing except for one.
No fair!
You might take a bit. I'm gonna run around and try to get any mage guild. Get my mage guild to 6. Locking Skelding Rune since I need it to the Arcanist DPS build. Mage Guild is 6. What is my Mage Guild stuff at? Mage Guild's at 6. Are you using like the mini map and the map pins add-ons out of curiosity?
Don't talk to me. I'm a shrub. Your soul is missing. Want mine? It's black and gooey.
I won your game, now let him go.
No. We're having old friends for supper. Drink some roots. Stay with us. You'll be safe here.
From what?
The stones! The shiny ones! They're pretty until you turn your back, and then, whoosh! Skulls implode, bones shatter.
What are you talking about?
This is my safest place. My friends are here. Don't take them.
I don't want your friends. I just want the one dude.
Want. Greedy squirrels. We wanted to leave here, but then... Shiny stones. I ate them after. They were cold. They hurt my teeth.
What about this rune? Don't you want it back?
It gives me headaches, and it tastes like sawdust. Go on, you eat it.
Emin will die if you don't release
People
him.
don't die. They change shape, like Arroway. She's a candlestick. She's bright as the stars. And Tarak? He's never been happier.
Alright.
The shiny stones did that. The roots, the water, Oriel's 3 toes. I tried to save him, but his head wouldn't stop leaking. Now he's a milk jug.
Oh. Doesn't it?
So?
So nobody wants to get caught in the bear trap, not even squirrels.
That's the first thing you've said that makes any sense. Fine, take Iman. Just leave my friends alone, and don't blame me if the shiny stones get you.
Cool. Yeah, let's see, the Arcanist, best all-arounder. Yeah, that's what I'm running now, it was my main character over on
Covenant soldiers?
Xbox.
I saw a group of them exploring the cave. They laughed at me. You don't have to tell me twice.
Yeah, I was playing this on Xbox with the Arcanist as my main character. Before that, my main character was actually a Templar. And I have like 2 or 3 Wardens over there, just because I really love the Warden class.
Rolly, you came to save me.
Another find for your
You're
pack.
lucky I came at all.
Upcoming event is plus 100% XP, so I'm going to be selling BRP runs and helping friends level for free. If you want to instantly play some characters, join me whenever you like. I want to grant like 400 or 500 CP in my PvP build, status effects, passives. Like, okay, what is BRP? I know about the Skyreach Catacombs, but what's BRP?
Where did you find him?
Frozen Man had him, that's all right now.
Kind gift.
Boom.
I can't thank you enough for finding my brother.
Our soldiers, they were Daggerfall Covenant.
Soldiers? Here? That's ill news. I'll get my brother back to the village. In the meantime, you need to find missing people. There are a lot of us.
Raj Wilco. I've been running Sork since I started 3 months ago, but my Arcanist is geared out, and a few days ago is really Riptide plus Deadly. Riptide and Deadly is really good. Is Riptide? Where does? Let's see. Set. Where do I find Riptide? Black Rose Prison. Okay, so Arena, Black Rose Prison. Oh, for BRP. Black Rose Prison. BRP. Okay. It's maybe 50 to 100% faster than Skyreach. I've never actually done Blackreach Prison. The, like, 2 or 3 times that I've tried it, I tried once or twice on my own, but the first time I went in there, I went in with someone, they were like 1800 CP or some crazy shit like that, and they were like, hey, I'll just carry you, just stay close to me and we'll be fine. Went in, dude went down immediately, and it was just like, and then I died, and that was kind of it. And it was like, okay. Yeah, just get to round 2 in the first room and then die and then reset. Some people can do in like 35 seconds, but it takes me like 45 seconds. Riptide is a veteran Dead Cell Reef. Veteran Dead Cell Reef, okay. DLC Dungeons, Dread Reef. There you are. Coral Riptide. Here we go. What are you doing? Add crit chance, gain Minor Slayer at all times. See, that would be irrelevant to me because I have Oaken Soul. Adds 121 weapon and spell damage. Increase your weapon and spell damage by 740 based on your missing stamina, reaching a maximum of 33%. I can see that being useful for a stam build for sure. That's a 2-bar build for sure. But 2 of those effects right out the gate are like not useful for my magic. I almost run exclusively Magicka builds. I think I have 1 Stamina Warden. And that was back when I was running Azure Blight, and it was a PvP set that doesn't actually proc anymore in PvE. What was it? I love Dark Convergence. I am such a huge fan of Dark Convergence. Plague Break. Plague Break and Azure Blight, I used to pair that with my Stamina Warden. Man, that thing was fucking nasty. Because now it says causes player enemies. It didn't used to be a player exclusive thing. You used to be able to pop this off in the PvE realm. So like those 2 pairing together was fucking brutal for a long time there. Like that was nice. I really enjoyed that one. There we go. That's what I'm trying to do. And Riptide is from Veteran Transformave. I don't have the perfected version of it, but it's really good. I mean, that's hilarious. Happened kind of sucks. At the same time, funny to look back on. Right? Like, it was like one of those... moment it was like, okay, well this isn't working out, so I guess we'll go back over here, do the things that were working out, like Skyreach Catacombs and the Dolmens and Alakir Desert and the Docks and Sentinel, right? Like those were the big 3. But that was also back when you could take a scroll that gives you 200% XP bonus, plus you could still drink the Sigic Ambrosia for an additional 50% bonus. You know, it was like you could really stack up the XP bonuses back then. Probably wasn't grabbing the first buff. Gotta grab a sustain buff and just heals like crazy. Oh, you're a Magicka. I think the way to go is set from same set trial. Most people I see Magicka Arcanist go World Depths, Deadly, Rune Carver, or Azure Blight. I farmed it from PvP and didn't realize it was monster only. And I'm only a new player since January. Yeah, they've got a few sets that kind of taken hits. But the set that I'm like I said, the set I'm running right now is I got Oakensoul, which you can look right here. It gives you Minor Slayer. So it already gives me that perk. I don't actually need to receive it from anywhere else. It's kind of why I run this. Just because it gives me like fucking everything almost. There's only a handful of buffs that you can receive that are not listed here. And then I got the Shell Splitter just for the armor pen. Pure armor pen. And then I got this for the channeled attacks because I'm using this. Well, I'm using the book. I'm using the book that everybody fucking uses, the Arcanist. But I have those feeding into each other. I think I'm going to have to build out my...
Good quality there.
I think I'm going to end up having to build out my crit more, though. I'm not satisfied with my crit right now.
This place. Amazing.
And I thought Azure Blight looked really cool. Didn't read it close enough and realize it was a PvP thing. Holy crap, I wish I played then 350. Oh yeah, and like it was wild because then you could also put the training perk on everything, on all your equipment. So then you could just like stack, 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 and go run. Have someone carry you through catacombs a few times. Good to go. That's why I always was so busy for. There was a joke in the community, and it became the title for a long time of my channel, of my streams. It was just like forever leveling, because I was always making new characters. But it was viable to make new characters back then because you could make characters so quickly if you had the gear, you had the skills, you had whatever with the other like other characters that could transfer it, or friends that would make it for you. And that's part of the reason why I went fishing so much, is because I would fish to farm perfect row so that I could make Citric Ambrosia, so that I could level up more characters. Which I've already started doing that here. I've already got two perfect row farmed up. Perfect row are really, really nice to have. Yeah, I run a console heavy attack build and overloaded my sword. It's a lot easier than the storm soak build I was running, and doesn't run out of resources in trial group. Yeah, man, it's like 538 bandwidth. Yeah, like, amazing stuff. Amazing stuff. Back in the day, it was fun. Now, they've changed some things, so there's a little bit more work. Still just as fun, just takes a little longer now. All right. Oh, and a big part of that was building out your provisioning skill. Like, that was one of the most important lines to get max level. Right out the gate back then, was like, you really wanted to max that out as quickly as possible. Which I'm still working on. I keep running out of provisioning materials to get it maxed out.
Death to the living! Death to the living!
Yeah, Black Rose Prison without event XP with the pots and training gear usually takes an hour and 15 for most people, and that'll be depending on gear they have. I'll have to run those one of these days. I've never been in there successfully past like the very entry part. So I wouldn't even know what to begin to expect. Why is Isabel in here? Did we lose somebody in the group?
Where are you?
Oh, it's you. Swapping in my trial DPS spec. Ah, okay.
Settles it. Vampires.
Vampires? You think they know what they're dealing with?
If not,
Bum 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 bum.
I was going to rescue you, and I heard her voice.
it's over, Braxton. You can rest now.
Boss, I don't think he's listening.
You're one of her illusions. I will let you stop us.
Why is nothing ever easy?
Join my nightmare. Now, do you see?
Woo.
No! Go wrong! I don't want you to see it. Get out of here.
There we go.
I won't be alone. I can't.
I need healing!
There we go. Healers are down. Nice, nice, nice. And now we can do full damage to him. There we go. All right, all right. Oh. See, a vampire necromancer? That makes total sense to me. Just like the werewolf druid. Makes total sense to me. Oh, sorry, the werewolf warden. Bum 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 bum. Bum. No. Why are you not taking damage? There we go. Ah. Okay. Works for me. Okay. So I'm guessing that someone decided to like just rush forward in the group and not actually kill everything along the way, so the entire team wiped because of impatience. That's exciting. Hey Trip, welcome in. Welcome in. You know, I'm willing to bet if everyone just slowed down and killed all the monsters along the way instead of dragging them into the boss fights, we probably would have less problems.
Wake up. Wake up.
Have to agree with the elf boss. There's some serious magic here. This place screams ambush.
What a lovely idea.
How you doing, Trip? Anything new or exciting going on? Ooh, there he is. Shields for everyone! Woo! We did it! We did it! We did it! Cool. Social groups leave instance. I can queue as a tank for the next one so we get fast queue. I'm down to rush forward, but with heals, lol. Tank just said YOLO. I'm doing alright. Back woke me up this morning, so I'm just sitting here with ice pack on it. That's unfortunate. I definitely understand that one. I have to use a TENS unit on my back whenever it gets real bad. To use the TENS unit, and then I have to put it's kind of like an icy hot pad. I have to use those. And then I have capsaicin cream, muscle relaxers, anti-inflammatories that I have to take for all of that as well. And then I have medical marijuana for the pain. Yeah, I have a whole lot of shit that I still have to keep up with. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. Yeah, it's a lot, bro. Yeah. Definitely would not wish that on anybody.
Looking forward to seeing what you make with that.
Izzy, you need to go away for a moment. You'll see nothing. Which actually, I need to...
Ah, good to see your face again.
You don't gotta lie to kick it, Izzy. It's okay. I need to go and sell some things. There is one in Rimmon, correct? That's Dune. That's not Rimmon. I'm in Reaper's March. Bum 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 bum. Opposite side. There's one right there. One second. I need to empty my inventory. Or at least make a little bit of space. Hopefully I can do that before we get before the queue pops for March of Sacrifices, I think is what it's called. Nope. Nope. Okay. You need to lock, and you need to lock. I'm not making those confusing mistakes again. Alright. Research. We're still solid. Decon. Boom. Alright. Alright, still doing good. Research is solid. Decon. Nope. What is the endeavor for today? Loot. Launder at the fence. 10 items. Okay. So I do have to launder these. Extraction. Boom. Research is still going. Decon. Bum 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 bum. Z, you're gonna have to go away for a moment. 'Cause I gotta go to a place that you're not gonna like. So you doing any, you got any games that you're really invested in or doing right now, Trip? Got anything that, is holding your interests? And there it is. Don't do it. Don't do what? Don't give in to your Khajiit instincts. Oh, I have to, man. I got to. You know why I have to? Because I didn't have enough Endeavor points to be able to buy the Prophet Eyes, which are the purple glowing eyes, when they came through. And I was very upset by that. And I don't do PvP content yet. I'm not there. So I have to give in to the Khajiit instincts. Which eventually I gotta do this quest line anyways. Where's the fence? There's the fence.
You wish to learn thievery from...
Launder. Bum 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 bum. I wonder, did each of those lockpicks count? Each of those lockpicks counted. Okay. That's kind of dope. Alright, so I just need 4 more items then? Oh, if I only need 4 more items. I'm sure I can tactically acquire 4 more items. For, relocation. I think that's what we're going to classify it as. I've been loving Construction Simulator. It's so relaxing. I've never played Construction Simulator. Do you get to build anything you want? Or is it like you're building plans that have already been pre-established? Or do you have to like select what plans you're going to build? Or is it you're legitimately building your own designs? I don't know. I've never played it. I do like building games. Like, it's probably one of my favorite things to do in Fallout 4 is like...
Hey there, good looking.
I don't even want to know, bro. I don't even want to know why you just jumped out of that building and broke a box with your body and we're just like, it's cool. Everything's fine. Hey, look, none of this is stealing. Well, if they're going to give it to us for free. All right. No! You pick from the contracts. Contracts are different jobs. Estimated pay. You choose what you want to do. Oh. That actually sounds... That does sound relaxing. Werewolf Hunter hat. Added to your outfits. Okay, so I've clearly done this one on Xbox before, because I had that unlocked.
My boon shall be given to the hunter who brings me the heart of Tarzir. But know this. Only the strong survive my march of sacrifices.
I don't know that I
Yeah, you're walking.
I don't know that I remember this quest. Dungeon. I mean, this dungeon.
Still, won't you?
Crap, I was soloing a Bloodspawn boss in our last dungeon when the queue popped. I missed it when I swapped specs. Oh, man. Yeah, I was in the middle of hiding from a beggar that caught me stealing. I tried to pickpocket a beggar. I had 55% chance to do it, to succeed, and it failed. So I was trying to avoid them. I think I had just shy of 30 seconds. I was in the 20s, for sure, when it popped, and I finally got out of combat, because I didn't want to kill the beggar. I just became enlightened. Not sure why I became enlightened. Is it a new day already? Ah, that's why. New day.
I'm taking aim.
Bum 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 bum.
I'm ready to fire.
I got him interrupted. Oh shit. Go. Woo! Woo!
My defeat is not my end.
Oh man, oh man. God damn it. He hit me once and I died.
We shall hunt again.
I was hoping that I would be able to handle at least one hit. Nope, he hit me once.
Why have you come here?
He hit me once for 67,000 fucking damage.
Must leave. No. before you two are trapped within these cursed hunting grounds.
No! I won't leave you to this fate. Not again.
Please, I can't.
Okay, looks like that here.
Hang on. I'll look for a way out.
Okay, next. Run!
I cannot dissuade you, Hunter.
You know why you're hunted? Because you got in our way. If you had just let us pass peacefully, you wouldn't have been hunted. It's that simple. Woo. Damn, today reset. That means that my endeavors reset, so I missed finishing out the stealing one, the laundering one.
Join us in the hunting ground, in the eternal hunt.
Troll's blood. It has to be here somewhere. Keep an eye out. You shall join us in our eternal hunt.
There we go.
I'll strike you down.
Oh my goodness.
I cannot rest. I must avenge your death. I must avenge. I must avenge.
Got him. Nice, nice, nice. Woo! Oh shit, that wasn't the final dude. Okay. There we go. All right, let's push through. What do we got there?
Stay hidden until we can draw the beast out.
Okay.
Stay hidden until our wisp can pull the Indrik out of hiding.
Okay, if you say so. We will stay crouched. There it is. Everybody gets shields. There we go.
Crouch within the fog until the Indrik is discovered.
Oh shit.
Stay crouched and focus on tracking.
Oh. Shields, 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 shields.
Stay low. The fog will hide you while our wisp finds the Indrik.
Okay. So we're avoiding the red circle things. Trying not to get hit by that. Getting those green things. No.
We must use stealth while our wisp searches for the Indrik.
Nope. Wait for the wisp to make green things. Let's go. No, 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 no.
Keep your head down and let the fog cover you. Stay low. Finally, we found the beast. This is
All right.
it. Tarsia's heart is ours. With this, my father's freedom is assured. Come on, we still have to deliver the heart to Herse.
Okay. Where?
Did you really think that show run when the moon underpack is made off?
Bury you in an icy grave.
Nice. Got another level up. I wonder how many we're gonna end up with by the time we turn in all 3 of the Daunted quests too. Because today we got to pick up the new ones because the day's reset on the server.
But you are not the one to hunt my hair. Why should I grant you this favor?
You want to hunt? Fine.
the ones who killed that beast in the first. Intriguing. Very well. Is yours.
Raj Hercene. Wilco.
So kind of you to pay me a visit. Saves me the trouble.
Shields for everybody.
Make sure to give Hercene a good show now. Feel my claws.
Oh, I don't know the mechanic here. I don't know the mechanic here. Ah, this thing. Okay. Hey, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? How you doing? Alright. So we gotta find the trap. And then lure him into it. Okay. Totally get it. Totally get it. There we go. Where's the next trap? There it is. There it is. There it is. There it is. Woo! We did it.
Quite the thrilling hunt. My boon is yours, child of Azura. What do you seek?
Freedom for myself and my father. Release us, so we may join our ancestors in death.
I hear 2 requests, child, not one. You must choose. A heart for a heart is only fair.
Go ahead. Say it. I'm a swit, aren't I? Father tried to warn me, and I just didn't listen. And now here I am, trapped within this cursed realm. Or trapped with the guilt of condemning my father to such a fate.
I'm good. How are you? I'm outstanding. We're actually running around here with Rage Worthy, doing the pledges from. We're finishing up the final pledge from yesterday before the day resets. Now the day's reset, we're gonna go turn all that in, and I'm working on getting my character up to 300 CP because I just started this character about a week ago. Transferred over from Xbox to PC, so I've had to restart it all. So now I got to get my character up to 300, so then I can go get my monster sets. That's the current struggle bus we're on. There's no way Hercene will free you both. Let's see here.
You heard the fetching stag. It's me or him. Still, none of this is your fault. I may not be able to grant you a boon, but here, you deserve a reward for helping me so greatly.
I haven't done that on normal before. That was way easier than on vet. LOL. I legitimately don't remember this storyline. I remember that I had the wolf hunter hat that you get from coming in here, but I didn't remember the dungeon at all. Like, I didn't remember any of the mechanics at all. It was interesting.
I know what I must do. My father was bitten protecting me. He sacrificed an eternity of peace also I could live. And now, I finally have a chance to repay him, to save him, to be free of that guilt.
But like, you accomplished this task once before, couldn't you just do it again and get a second heart? I'm just saying.
Oh, I cannot deny my fear. This place is nothing but a den of savagery. And to never be able to join my ancestors, to never guide my people, I cannot think of a worse fate. But I've come all this way to save my father. How can I leave him now?
I'm going to start this game without any idea, any tips. Yes. do you have friends that play it that you're wanting to play with, or are you playing solo? That's the very first question, because that question actually is important.
No, it isn't. But what about what I want? For years, this is all I've ever wished for. To finally save my father. To finally repay his selfless actions. I've risked everything towards this goal. How can I turn back now?
Do it.
Yes, of course. I was led here by Azora herself in order to save my father. I cannot waver now, no matter the cost. Even if I'll be paying that cost for eternity.
2-player co-op we are going to play. You mean your friend also got Elder Scrolls Online? You guys are going to be playing the MMO together, right? Because I say, like, it is an MMO, so like everyone is. Anyways, if you guys are going to be playing together and you guys are playing Elder Scrolls Online, strongly recommend that you guys make sure that you're the same faction. Now that's Alderi Dominion, Ebonheart Pact, and Daggerfall Covenant. It's the 3 factions, the 3 banners. So, red, yellow, or blue. First thing, make sure that you guys are the same faction. The reason why is in case you want to dabble in PvP later, which I do strongly recommend going into Cyrodiil as soon as you hit level 10 to get the tutorial stuff done. Just the tutorial stuff. You guys can't do it together if you're not in the same faction. So you need to be in the same faction. That's the first thing. The second thing, pick a class that you enjoy. Pick something that sounds cool and fun to you. And go through and do the zone story quests. Like, do all the quests. Worry about the quests. Don't worry about gear. Until you are level 50. And then after you hit 50, you go into what are called champion points. When you hit level 50, champion point 160, then worry about equipment, because equipment stops leveling up at that point. So all the way up until you hit that, wear what's best. Whatever you have that's best, whatever you've made that's best, whatever you've collected as or been rewarded that's best, wear that stuff. Unless you got a friend that can make equipment for you, just wear the stuff that's the best that you come across. You'll naturally level up your gear. You'll have plenty of experience points and skill points as you're leveling up naturally. Make sure you're exploring everything. But yeah, focus on getting to that point before you even think about getting equipment. Make sure that you'll come into crafting benches in the beginning of the game, like armor workbench, clothing workbench, woodworking workbench, right? Like these various different workbenches. As you're collecting equipment, you can research traits on them. Now, researching it does break the item, which I do recommend you always have your research max out on every single workbench, because later in the game, if you end up sticking with the game and you end up choosing to like really get into all the aspects of it, especially the crafting part, it's really nice when you already have everything researched, because research can take a very long time. There was a viewer one time that had done the math on it, and if you did just one research item at a time on every single workbench with no speed ups, no boosts, no nothing, it would take a little over like 2 years to research every single trait in the game. So that's one of those, like, just start now. Always have research going. And if you have ESO Plus, this is the key phrase there, if you have ESO Plus subscription, you'll have access to the crafting bag, which is an infinite storage space for all crafting materials of any kind, period. If you have that, deconstruct everything that you are not wearing and that you're not researching. The reason why is because that's a really quick way to level up your skill lines for crafting. So that's an easy way to do that, as well as building up a good amount of resources for yourself for later in the game as well. So zone story stuff, side quests, exploring, research always, deconstruct everything if you've got the crafting bag, and then worry about gear when you hit level 50, 160. Other than that, I wouldn't worry about too much else until you get to that point. Once you've gotten to the point where you're CP 160, then start looking at other pieces of advice and tips and tricks and things like that, because now that you've hit the point where equipment is no longer leveling up, now you can shift priorities effectively without having to like constantly rebuild your character. So, strongly recommend that. Also, if you do have ESO Plus, there's a quest called Demon Weapon in the Crown Store under Quest Starters. It's free. If you have the subscription for the DLC area. But it's called Demon Weapon. And it's free to start it from the store. If you have the subscriptions or the DLCs for Northern Elsewhere, go do that stuff. Because that actually unlocks a good size house that's free for you in the game. It's a reward for for finishing out the zone stories in Northern Elsewhere. So those are other little tips that you can pick up along the way. And let me scroll up here.
Hear my choice. I choose
Hold on.
to free my father from this loathsome realm.
No, Hanu. Don't do this.
Our people need your wisdom, Father. May you find peace among our ancestors.
Okay. She's done talking now. Cool. So let's go back up to there. Me with 5 hearts. Starting ESO. 95% of gear stats are bad. Sets an air demo. Don't say it. Listen to... Pact is the best, LOL. No. No. No, 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 no. Pact is the one alliance that openly supports and allows slavery and sentient being trafficking. Like, no. Make an Arcanist or a Sorc first. Then if you play different classes, you can farm gear faster. As far as class goes, like, there are classes that are easier for others, for some than others. I would definitely say, like, find whichever one appeals to you and your playstyle and do that. Also, do public dungeons before 50. They give skill points if you want to have harder. Yeah, those he can. The random dungeons, one random daily dungeon a day is a really good one. And then at level 45, the Undaunted give you the invitation to go meet with them. You can meet with them, I think it's level 7 is when you can meet with them. If you go there yourself and you know where it's at. If you don't know where it's at, then at level 45 you'll get a quest for it. But again, that's minor stuff. That's like conclusions to zone stories type of thing. Research training and divine first. Yes, training and divine are your 2 most important traits unless you're going to be a PvP player, then impenetrable. As can do within like 2 days per item. Then we get one for impenetrable and starting around the time we skip. For weapons this power restoration staff, defending. Thank you so much for the tips. Yep. Also in charge to good trait. Research what you've done. Slavery. There are lizards and cat monsters, not people. They are lizards, cat monsters. It's the Dwemer that are doing it. It's the not the Dwemer, the Dumner. It's the Dark Elves. The Dark Elves are the ones that are the slavery. They traffic in slavery. Like that's their main. They have an entire house, an entire clan dedicated to just slavery in the Dark Elves. Like, and they're part of the Ebonheart Pact. And I'm at public dungeons. Yeah, public dungeons could be a little overwhelming though for new players that don't know what they're doing and are playing with other people that have the similar skill levels and experience levels. Like that, those can be daunting for a lot of people, and just I've actually seen that discourage players from continuing. New people from playing is they go, oh, well, I'm gonna explore everything, and then they hit a public dungeon, and they just get fucking wiped constantly, and then they decide they're not playing again. Like, I've seen that be a bad thing for new players that don't know what they're doing and don't have a community to run with. That has absolutely killed new players from coming in and continuing. The boss gives you random dungeon daily. It's good too to get XP and good XP from that. Yep. Dumner supremacy is fact. Huh. That's crazy, because you know who's never actually conquered all of Tamriel or even come close? The Dumner. All right, daily reward. Zoom out. Zoom out. Where are we at? We are here, so we can... Actually, no. I have the house, so I can travel for free. Outside. Yes. Bum, 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 bum. Also, well, let me... There we go. Also, for those that are interested, those right there, that link right there is the Discord for my community. We've got a ton of ESO players in there. That's primarily what the community is built on. And we also have several official ESO stream team members or Twitch partners within the community as well that you can find that are always happy to help people with resources. And we've got a Dwemer bot that has a channel in there that announces patches, patch notes, maintenance, when maintenance starts and finishes, events coming up, daily pledges. We've also got the bot that allows you to go and get things priced out for selling in the guild stores, so that way you know what the current prices are and give you informed information, like proper information that you can go ahead and use to price your stuff competitively at your guild store. So we do have all of that in that Discord there. So if anyone is interested in that, and there's also channels for like guild requests if you guys want to get invited to any of the guilds, because we are on multiple systems. We have several different broadcast team members that are on actually on all 3 systems. Most of us are on at least 2. So we do have all of that, and we also have an entire stream team that there's announcements of whenever any of them are going live, and most of them play ESO, or they either stream ESO and play it while they're doing that, or they've played it before and they play it off stream, so they're also still just as knowledgeable as those that aren't streaming it. So great sources of information there. Also, yeah, some pundits can be hard, but most are easy. If that's hard one, just skip and I agree. Yeah, like, it's one of those, just do the stories, and then don't be afraid to come back to content. That's another really important thing I should say for new folks. Don't be afraid to come back to content. Be like, okay, cool, this is really challenging. I can't get through this yet. Okay, cool. Make a mental note or a physical note if you need one, and just go, okay, I'm going to go get some levels. I'm going to progress in some other quest lines, and then from there, I'll be able to come back stronger and then handle the content that I couldn't handle earlier. So that's another thing. Don't ever be afraid to like step away from content and come back to it at a later date when you're maybe a little higher level, or maybe have a little bit more knowledge of like the mechanics that are going on in that particular type of content, that area of content. Make sure to unlock the mountain ascent and doing the training and stables. Oh yeah, training in the stables. You got to do that once a day. Here, I got to go do that right now because the day just reset. Let me go over there. I'll show you for the new players. If you find this symbol right here, okay, it's also got the horse head on the map. Stable master.
Did you know wood elves have a way with...
You want to work on speed and get speed maxed out. You can only do one thing per day. Luckily, it's with the game's day, not the actual from the 20. It used to be a 24-hour timer from the point where you did the skill. You had a 24-hour timer that would start from that point. Now it resets when the day in the game resets. So that's kind of nice. But yeah, you definitely want to make sure you're keeping up with that because you can only do that once per day. Yeah, that was a good piece of advice that I definitely almost forgot about. So, good call, good call. Let's get these turned in here.
You've got the eyes of someone. That's what I like to hear. Be it
Whee!
Ursines little I've killed Hearthwife.
Turned in.
You look a little... I'm sure that... Take your key and your cut. Nice work today.
I expected you. Instead of seeing your wit and wisdom is the undaunted obsession.
Okay, that is all. Leave that alone. And you.
I live by a simple...
You have... Okay, so you've got 6, Raj. Okay, so let's grab that.
You value your...
And we'll grab
Not at
that.
What are you waiting for?
And that. Now let's go clean up the inventory. Do the research bits. Make sure that's all still good. And I've got to
You were there.
do some more pledges.
Really rise from the dead?
Also start. Oh yeah. As soon as you can access the fighters in the mage guilds, join both of them. Because right here under skills, if you look, so mages guild, right? The very first right here, this will allow you to persuade people in conversations. If you don't have this passive, you can't persuade people in conversations. And you get that automatically unlocked by joining the Mages Guild. You just have to have a skill point to acquire it. The next one is Fighters Guild, and they have the intimidation option. So just joining these guilds will unlock these, and you just have to have the skill points to be able to acquire the passives. And those will unlock both intimidate and persuade in speech dialogues. Just saying, what problem has never been taken by anyone, including, that's right, Morrowind. It's not the only... No, Morrowind was conquered by the Empire. The Second Empire, legitimately, there wasn't a single piece of land in the entirety of the Second Empire that the Second Empire didn't control of Tamriel. Like Tamriel, the entirety of it was controlled at the height of the Second Empire, which was the Septim Empire. Yeah, it was the Septim Empire. The moment that era started, a reason it's called the era that it is because he was the one that conquered everything. They owned everything. There wasn't a single free piece of Tamriel that did not fall under the Empire's control. So, yeah, no, they've conquered Morrowind. It's happened. I might be overloading it, but ready to now save yourself tens of hours. And I have no idea that stuff, what I stated, what I should have did. Learning about the Fighters Guild around 120 had chapped me, lol. The Mage's quest line is really cool, sure. But yeah, honestly, and you can always cop in, either if I'm streaming or if you jump into the Discord that I had posted a link for. You can always ask questions in there, and somebody there can help you out and answer you. And there's also really experienced players in there that are always just looking for people to go run with. So there's absolutely a ton of resources in it that you can constantly pull on. So in case all of this seems like really overwhelming for you coming into this game, not knowing how to play or anything of that nature, the Discord is a major resource because it will allow you to see other people that are doing these games that have this knowledge already. You'll be able to find the other streamers that are doing these games. So that way you're able to always have access to someone that can answer your question readily. Really cool. No, it was a treaty taken in Telos. Did not take Morrowind. You're right. But you know what they did do? They give up their sovereignty. The moment you give up your sovereignty, regardless if it's diplomatically or by force, you have become conquered by another government, another entity of leadership. They gave up their sovereignty. They were just conquered through diplomacy instead of force of arms. It was one of the only ones that I've done and really enjoyed. I don't know much about the questing usually. Honestly, Clockwork City is one of my favorite storylines of all time in ESO. I absolutely love Clockwork. Clockwork's my favorite. We'll get there eventually. We got to get through the Ebonheart Pact zone first, so that way it makes sense storyline wise. But yeah, I love Clockwork. In the Lord, my dude. I mean, again, they weren't conquered by force of arms. They were conquered through diplomacy. They gave up their sovereignty to a higher government. Okay, let's see here. I think we're gonna go with this one here. Actually, no. That one right there gives me my third research slot, which means now I gotta go find a research woodworking bench. Not the 9 Divines. We still had a standing army. And you still paid taxes to the Empire. Like, that's an indisputable fact. They were claimed as part of the Empire. They paid taxes to the Empire, and they weren't the ones sitting on the throne. Just because we don't like facts doesn't mean they're not true. Let's see here. 2 days. We're up to 2 days for our lightning staffs, I think. Oh yeah, I'm gonna keep that though. There we. Health healing. When you are under 50% health, deals damage with lighter. It heals you. This effect can occur once every 1 second and scales off the. No shit. While you are under 50% health. It's only while you're under 50% health, though. That's not as useful as it sounds. It's useful, just not as useful as it sounds. It'd be kind of cool if it just, like, constantly did this healing thing at that level. That would be kind of cool. Alright, so. You are the only one that's got 2 listed, so one of you gets to go away. You're the lower one, so you can... Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Decon. Well, Somerset was wiped out by a giant robot Vivek. Gave Tiber something. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like the elves have, the Altamir have failed repeatedly. 100% agree with you. I mean, hell, we're on the 3rd Dominion at this point. In the at the point where Skyrim is taking place, that is the 3rd Alderi Dominion. That is the 3rd time the Dominions had to be had to rebuild itself. So like, yeah, no, like every race has definitely eaten their fair amount of shit. 100%. I will say though, the Dominion is the one that's in charge right now in the current timeline. The only way they're going to be able to stop the Dominion is if all of the races and factions unify against the Dominion. Alright, research is full. Decon. Damn, 6 items around your group. Your group activates synergies, shields. Alright, I am running out of space. So, actually, let's hold off on that. Let's sell some things first.
The working of...
Oh. Anything that says ornate like that, sell those. Don't break those down. Sell those. And then if you see intricate, always deconstruct these ones. Gonna drop group and try to finish off my PvP. Alright, sounds good. Thank you for helping me. I appreciate that. If you need some more help with stuff or wanna get a group for crypt parts, let me know. Alright, I definitely will. I really need to get the CP 300. So that's the next objective. Should be able to get together when I got more people on that. Alright, sounds good, sounds good. Well, if I wasn't for Mommy Morrowind, Vivek would you all... Really? Because what happened when that heart was destroyed? Oh, that's right. All your living gods disappeared. Well, Vivek disappeared. Nobody knows what happened to him. And the female one, I can't remember her name, went insane and killed Sithassul. Like... The living gods no longer exist because the heart was destroyed during the Oblivion Crisis. Like, when the last true emperor sacrificed himself with the Amulet of Kings, like that dude, when he did that, living gods ceased to exist because one of their things was they had to regularly visit the heart in order to re-energize themselves with their god essence. So yeah. So where's Vivek today? Where's he in the modern timeline? Curious. Research. Decon. 37? Yeah, I can handle that. That's fine. That's fine. Even below 300, if we get a full group, we can just walk in the dungeon. The 300 requirement is just... Okay. We can walk... So it'll... Oh, that's right, because we can do the group setting in there to change it to the veteran. That's... Okay. That's a very, very valid point.
No safer vault.
I bet I could get... I know. I'll have to see. I'll have to see about who I got available. Divines. While I am looking at things, let's grab that. That. To my deadly, we'll leave that alone for now. Grab these. I thought I had...
Once you ask us.
Guild bank. Switch guild to Scarecrew. Deposit. Oh, the guild must have 10 members in it. Okay, so then cool. I don't have to worry about that then.
No safer vault.
I just started that today, so that's fine. I can put all this back then. Nice. Bum 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 bum. I'll worry about all that later then. Nice. Okay, so I've got...
Is this the tallest
Myra did not... She did nothing wrong. I mean... Facts are facts, I'm just saying. Yeah, my friend is gonna give me BRP runs. Nice. Nice. Time to get to 50 in minutes from 44, lol. And start farming skill points and guild reputation, then time to PvP my face off. Spent weeks tweaking this build in PTSD and PTS until I was happy with it. I still gotta go check that out at some point. Alright, so I need to... Ah, yes, my hirelings. Speaking of which, if the do we have a cooking thing up here? Probably don't. No, we don't. So we gotta go downstairs. Alright, let's go downstairs. do 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 do. Cooking fire. Level 20, 25. 25 is my highest that I can do, it looks like. Level 15. Okay. So let's start with these ones. Okay. Craft multiple. Set to maximum. Okay. Craft multiple. Set to maximum. Skills. Provisioning. 1. Okay. So, let's go get his skill points. And the best way, well, the fastest way to do that is storyline quests. So let's head on back to EP area. Bleak Rock. It's squishy at 20k HP, but runs Dragon's Appetite and has 47k Magicka, so it heals a ton every 5 seconds. 20k resistances, not HP. 29 HP. I still haven't... I really don't know what I'm going to end up doing with a PvP build. I know that I eventually have to make a PvP build. I just don't know what direction I'm going to run in. I genuinely don't. Because my thing is I have a unique play style. For me, anyways. Like, it's not a very common one that I've run into in other games. And it's not effective for most people. But I want to be able to sit there and self-sustain while I beat everything down around me. And I prefer to be in the thick of the fight and just, like, kill everything around me and just stand, kind of... I don't know if you've played Assassin's Creed Odyssey, but there's a build that I love to do in there where I can sit there and legitimately stand in front of whatever biggest, baddest bosses and monsters in the game on the hardest difficulties, and you can swing at me all day long and you're not going to do a single point of damage. It is so fantastic. It is one of my favorite things to do. What is the endeavors for today? Deconstruct, place furnishing, repair, kill one dragon, acquire a new Mundus boon. What is my Mundus boon? Increases armor pen. Dude, my fucking pen is through the roof. Look at that shit. You know what we're gonna do? We're not gonna do that. We're not gonna do that. Here's what we're gonna do. I am changing that. I'm not happy with my crit levels, so we're gonna change up those crit levels. And that'll take care of one of the endeavors. That's why I really want to build that tank. If I can make a tank build that does the Retribution Thorn concept that I have in my head, if I can make that a functional, viable build, then I'll probably do something around that for the PvP build. Because legitimately, if I'm gonna go PvP DPS, I'm probably gonna go with something like necrobomb builds were always really effective. And then we've got the DPS standard Nightblade runs, which I got a buddy of mine, Turganov. He runs one of the best Nightblade PvP builds I've seen. I gotta check in with him and see what sets he's running these days. Increases critical damage and critical healing. That's crit damage. Here we go. The thief. Okay, so now then, back to where I was. Make use of the guild house, I see. Oh yeah, absolutely, and I definitely appreciate it. So thank you, thank you, thank you. I saw that there was the Endeavor, and I was like, he's got all those Munda stones. So thank you, I appreciate that. By the way, I just looked it up on UESP. It was Morrowind who received 1/10 of the taxes from the Empire garrison to garrison legions in Morrowind. Really? I didn't know that either. I thought everyone kicked up to the Empire. I didn't realize Morrowind was receiving portion of... That's actually really interesting. Man, now... Alright. Okay. So you know what I'm gonna do? Now, you know that, right? It's like, I'm gonna go and research the hell out of everything Dumner and everything Morrowind, and I'm gonna find stuff. I'm gonna find something. Because every group has had their down moments, and they have one. I'll find it. I'll make sure that I have like the source too for you. But I'll find it. That is pretty cool though. That is a cool little piece of lore that the Empire had to pay them. That's pretty gangster. You know the ones that are really winning, like winning hard right now in the current timeline in Elder Scrolls, is the Argonians. They were able to by themselves hold off the Dominion, and then that was it. They're not interested in expanding or anything. They're just like, leave us the hell alone and we're good. We'll mind our own business. We're here. Don't bother us. They're the ones that are actually winning, in my opinion, right now, because like, they're able to actually defend their own territory. They're not interested in conflict. They're interested in borderline like an isolationism policy at this point. And they're able to actually do it.
Praise Sithis, a traveler. Please,
get some freedom fuel up in
chill is
here.
Getting to me. I don't know if I'm going to make it.
Man, I love these. Rippets, the power ones, always my favorite. I got hooked on these in Afghanistan, and I have not looked back. It's fantastic. I was so excited when I found out they sold the big size cans here in the US.
I came out here with 3 of my Fighters Guild comrades. We heard rumors of dangerous creatures in the cave. Then we found spiders. Argonians are resistant to poison. That's the only reason I got away. Save my crew. If I know spiders, my comrades are already in cocoons. Find Tethys, Nair, and Hunson's Shadow. Set them free.
Nobody can survive their swamps. They hiss or OP. Oh yeah, absolutely they are. But yeah, they're sitting pretty nice right now. They're the only ones that aren't sucking. Everybody else has problems. They're just like, stay out of our swamps. It's that Kermit. They got Kermit the Frog sitting at the front at the entrance of the Black Marsh, just like you seen that Kermit the Frog skit where he's sitting there in his rowboat and someone comes in and goes, "Can you tell us how to get to town?" He goes, and he pulls out a shotgun. He goes, "Yeah, I'm just back the way you came." That's the Argonian territory right now. Kermit's guarding it.
You should be able to get them out before they're a meal for spiders. We shouldn't have come here. I should have listened to the guildmaster. We're used to taking contracts as they come. We pick our own jobs. The guildmaster, though, she wanted us to go hunt Daedra. If only we had followed orders.
Alpha Wolf, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. 1 second here. Let's minimize this, get you your shout out, good sir. There we go. Actually, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do 2 different shout outs here. First one, this one, second one. There we go. And then, there we go. Cool. So, for those that don't know, for those that are joining us now, that may have missed it earlier, and for those that are on YouTube, Alpha Wolf and Hell's Gaming are actually 2 ESO streamers. They're amazing. They're on Twitch. There's some links there. You can see them posted over there underneath my camera. So, if you guys haven't done so, give them a check out. Follows are free on Twitch, and they make amazing content, and they're super knowledgeable. So make sure you guys are giving them a browse, giving them a click. But how you guys doing? Let's see here. I very much appreciate it. Scare did Hell's show you the channel points icon I made him? Oh, I've been so busy. Legitimately, my daily schedule is I wake up, I eat, I shower, I get dressed. I sit here and pre-set up everything for about 2-3 hours, doing research while I'm doing all the pre-stream setups. Stream for 8 to lately it's been going closer to 13 at some days. So between 8 to 13 hours. Get off the stream, eat dinner, spend a few moments with Pixie Aquatica, maybe help her set up her stream so she can stream, and then I go to sleep. And then I wake up and I do it all over again. Like, that has been my entire schedule. I have had such little time to actually, like, go out and spend time in people's chats lately. Because I have just so much catch-up that I have to do with ESO. Because I transferred over, so it's like I don't have everything established like I used to. Hell, I just found out today, because it's been so long since it's been relevant to me, I have to hit 300 CP to be able to do veteran dungeons. So now it's like, okay, well, I gotta get there so that I can get my my monster sets unlocked now. So yeah, it's a very exhausting catch-up game that I'm playing right now. But we'll get there. We will get there. And the thing is like I'm deliberately making sure that I'm got a character to where it needs to be first before I go and do the thing that I really want to do. And what I really want to do is I want to make a necromancer tank, and I want to experiment with that Retribution Thorns concept that I have. And but I don't want to do it until I have another character that can on their own farm the entire equipment set. So that's what I'm currently working on, and I want to also be able to help anybody in the audience, like any viewers or anybody in the community at all. They like show up and they're like, "Hey, I'm having trouble with this piece of content, whether it's a dungeon, public dungeon, trials, whatever. I want to have a character where I can go, okay, cool, let me help you out, let me sign into this. Right, so that's my objective first, because once I've achieved that piece, then I'm gonna mess with the necromancer tank, and I will find a way to make a Retribution Thorns build, and it will be fantastic. I'm just making pineapple icons who don't have any, and I make one of their ones I have done like 8 or 9 cycles. Are you offering that as like a service as well, out of curiosity, or right now are you kind of like just building your portfolio? By the way, if any new viewers or people that are new to ESO have questions, let me know. Right now, this build, excluding the lack of CP points, is legitimately only missing the monster set. I think I knew Professor. I'm just not sure what the charge should be.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, I'm sure that like you could go to like things like Etsy and like Google, where else people that do those types of things advertise at, and then get a general idea of what the market pricing looks like, and then come up with pricing with that piece of information in mind, right? So that way you can be competitive and profitable in theory, right? That's what I would do. I would look at the places where those services are typically offered and see what their pricing is, and do it at multiple sources too, like multiple different artists, multiple different sources, so that way you have a good informed idea of the price ranges and what the quality and services equal to those price ranges.
Much appreciated.
I was thinking like 15 max for that. For it, it's my guess. Yeah, I would definitely do the research first. Because that's a money decision, you know. And when it comes to money decisions, you always want to make as informed of a decision as possible. So I would definitely recommend doing the research before committing to that price range. Of course, money means competition, so you better bring your A game. Yeah, exactly. Because your product moves based on its reputation.
My comrades have returned. I erect the spine of gratitude. You are a hero today. May your scales stay moist. By the way, we're not heading back to the village. We have our own boat, and we're getting off this cursed rock. If you're ever in Davon's watch, you should consider joining the guild. I'd put in a good word for you.
I'm guessing you're talking about the Fighters Guild, which I already completed that storyline. Okay. This is the starting area for Ebonheart Pact, so there is that. Okay, so that one's done. Next. And again, I'm doing this just for like storytelling purposes, for those that are interested in the stories, because I actually have not done all of the story stuff. I've not done most of the story stuff. I've done the quests. But, you know, there's a lot of that is like, well, let me skip this dialogue real quick because I just want to do the next piece of this, because I just want to do the next piece of that, you know? And you end up missing huge chunks of the story doing that. And I was super guilty of that in the past. I still am from time to time, but I'm making a conscious effort on this playthrough to not do that. Where are you at? There you are. Did CL Colors die or did you spare her? Oh, I spared her.
Watch yourself. There are bandits about.
I spared her, but here's my thing. You're telling me the Fighters Guild. Merrick was running around with Asif or Alif or whatever her name was, the Khajiit, who he himself said was a long-time friend. And she worshipped Molag Bal and was a full-bore agent of Molag Bal. And you're telling me that he never noticed. Ever. Okay. And then Sees in All Colors is a high priestess to a Daedra and became such a prominent figure in the guild that when she murdered the guild master, she was able to become the next guild master, and nobody took notice of the fact that she was the high priestess of a Daedra. Nobody caught on in all the time that it would have taken for her to achieve that rank. Like, holy shit, talk about a story plot hole there, because they were really upset to find out there were Daedra worshippers. It was just like, how did you miss it? If you spend that much time with an individual, you begin to notice a few things, you know? Still, my headcanon is that Tribunal is just using the Nords as battle fodder to save numbers. Like I said, if you can tell me where Vivek is, because once that heart got destroyed, your gods lost all their powers. Because they were artificial gods. Because they had to regularly visit the heart to recharge their god batteries. Cool gods, I'll give you that. Cool gods, absolutely, especially Vivek. I really love Vivek, but they are artificial gods nonetheless. Some people are very, I don't know, like the dudes that I fought next to when I was in the military and we were going into war zones and shit, like, there wasn't a whole lot of, you're not gonna notice things about people, you know, like you got real quick to know like every single detail about the people you were around. Like that was something that was strange at first, to like all of a sudden you know everybody's secrets that are around you, and their worst, most embarrassing moments, and their best and greatest moments, their strengths, their weaknesses, all of it. And they know the same amount about you. And it wasn't a conscious decision. It wasn't like an open discussion that happened. It was just from spending so much time together, you picked it all up. So it's like, if these folks did that for years in a constant combat environment as the Fighters Guild, and you did that for years, and you didn't notice a fucking thing that's that significant about the people you're fighting next to, I genuinely, like, I'm curious, like, how do you miss something that massive? Dumber traditionally are Daedra worshippers. They are, but neither one of them were Dumner. They was it was a Argonian and a Khajiit were the Daedra worshippers in the storyline. PC specs. What are your PC specs? So I'm gonna let you in on a secret. Well, it's not a secret. I talk about it all the time. I'm computer illiterate. I don't know shit about technology. I can tell you the things. I don't know what they mean. I know I have a Intel i7 core. I know I have 32 gigs of RAM. I know that it's NVIDIA GeForce 4060. I don't know, but like past that, I have no idea. Not a clue. Fair, but also, bro, that's a perspective kind of oblivious. I kind of definitely like from first-hand experience. Like you can't spend that much time in that trauma-inducing of an environment, survive, and not notice something that big. That and also their whole like no Daedra worship thing. Really? Really? I mean, I get it, but really? Just collecting data for some research. Okay, that's a first. Solid setup, bro. Yeah, I said, the computer's maybe 2 weeks old now at this point. Like I just bought it. I went in and I was like, I need to be able to do this and this at the same time, and they were like, you need that. And I said, okay, cool. So I got this, and I was told. I know Mad King Hoster was in here when I first got it. He went over the specs, showed me how to look up everything. And he was like, yeah, you should be good with all of the information that I had to find. He said I should be good for like 8+ years before I have to worry about upgrading anything.
They're alert, looking for something. Had to kill the one behind me before he warned the others.
I also have an ice... MG4. I think that's good. I legitimately don't understand computers. I missed a huge part of that technological boom because I was learning about weapons and military technology, which military technology is weird because like in certain areas it's super fucking outdated, but then in other areas it's like future sci-fi shit, and it's just like, why are there these dramatic discrepancies? But yeah, so I missed the computer section. Hey, Runa, hey, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? Actually, Runa, hey. There we go. Let's actually hold on a second. Let me
grab some food for my friend.
goodbye. There we go. For those that don't know, Runahay is also a fellow streamer, and he does ESO as well. So if you guys haven't done so already, click on those links there. Go give him a follow, please. Please and thank you. Please, please. All right, how you doing? Welcome in. Let me get everything back over here. Boom. Okay. It's a decent at minimum, bro. If I could shout out, I would. Do that for Scare. I think that might be an everyone command. I'm pretty sure that's an everyone command. Let me check. That is a great question. If it's not an everyone command, it definitely should be. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Chatbot. Chat commands. Ah. Here we go. Oh, I remember why I made that way. That's right. I do remember why I did that. My bad. So, here. There you go, Alpha Wolf. Yeah, no, I remember why I made that moderator level, and the reason why was because I thought, I was like, you know what, everyone can do it, because, you know, sometimes I get busy with chat and or caught up in a game moment. But there were people that were coming in that were not part of the community, that we had no idea who these people were, and they were spamming it, and it was just like, okay, that's not okay to do, so you have to be removed from the community, and we're going to change those permissions. That was why I did that. I remember that now. That was not a pleasant experience. But there you go. Alright, so. Let's see here. There we go. Get the disguise. Examine. Oh yeah, I need the disguise. Unfortunately. But we're not going to put it on until we get to the door. All right. AFK for a smoke break. All right, all right, all right. What was that?
Where's that half-witted hawk? He's trying to skeeve out of the deal.
What's a little extortion among friends?
Oh, I actually like that. That's my first customized action I've unlocked on PC. Nice. I like that. I like the hammer. Oh, I got my pirate. Nice. Very nice. Costumes are always fun. So, here's a little Scareborne lore. Which, by the way, we've got quite a few new people, and we've got quite a few more viewers than we had earlier today. So I'm going to make this announcement again, and I'll probably make it one or two more times in this stream. The Scareborne community has transitioned into where I'm now doing PC games, so I have far more options as far as what kind of content I can bring, which is really nice. Also, a lot of the streamers that we started with when we created the Legion broadcasting team have developed amazing communities in their own rights that have flourished, and it has been fantastic and phenomenal. So everyone's growing, everyone's changing, everyone's getting more advanced and in-depth with their brand, their styles, their vibes, right? So I figure we're transitioning again from console to PC now. New era. And Legion didn't fit anymore because Legion is very generic, and it's hard to distinguish Legion from anything else because there are so many different variants of Legion, right? So I figured it's time for a change. And I've settled on going forward the new community name, and it's actually the guild name that I just started today. So the guild has been started already on PC and A for ESO for anyone interested, and it's Scare Crew. So going forward, we're gonna be using that, and I'm gonna be changing over. I'm gonna be adding that into the merchandise stuff. So we're gonna have like Scare Crew shirts and shit like that, and hats and whatnot. Then I'm also gonna be doing at some point I gotta change the I gotta get a new introduction video done up for the Scare Crew. But I figured, that's a pretty catchy name, Scare Crew. So, anyways, wanted to let everybody know. Also, Scareborne lore. Growing up for Halloween, because we did Halloween as family here, I dressed up as a soldier a lot. That was my primary costume growing up. And when I became a soldier in real life and I was actually doing it, and we'd do Halloween, me and my buddies, we were stationed in Europe at the time, we would all typically go as the same thing, which was we would dress up as civilians. It was such a funny transition. So I went from dressing up as a soldier to dressing up as a civilian. It was pretty awesome. I always thought that was so cool. Let's see. Nah, just slid under the radar. Are you using any mods now on your PC? I am using... I'll show you. As a matter of fact, here. Let me kill this guy. Okay. These, for those interested, are the add-ons that I am currently using. I deliberately don't have this all the way installed because I'm not ready to use it yet. I have it there so I have it as a reference point to install the rest of it later. I just don't need it right this second. But I'm using the Beam Me Up, Map Pins, and Votin's Minimap. Those are the three that I'm currently using. I'll eventually enable this by installing the missing pieces. I'm just not ready to do it yet. But those are the ones that I am currently using. Sounds cool. You still need to get in my Discord and sign up. I am in your Discord. I've been in your Discord for a while. Bum, 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 bum. Oh man. Oh, there we go. Okay, so we got that. Get inside the mine. Okay. Now we can stand right here. Then why aren't you in the streamer sign up thread so I can invite? I have no idea, honestly. I join people's Discords and then I give a quick glance over and then I usually I'm usually multitasking when I'm doing that. So like, I know I'm in Man Bears, but I don't know if there was anything I was supposed to do in there. And I know that there's been channels added to mine that I'm just like, every now and then I'm going through the Discord, I'm like, huh, I don't remember adding that channel. Someone else must have done that. Because, like, I have a few people, all the broadcasters, or all the Legion broadcasters, well, I guess they're called, what would you call them now? Scare Crew broadcasters? Anyways, they all have the same rights. Like that, they act. They have the same rights as if that is their own Discords as well. Like I make sure that they all had those permissions. Which, by the way, Discord changed their things. So now I found out that like over half of my notifications don't work anymore with their bot. I have to pay for a subscription because they changed the amount that you had for the free version to to encourage more people to purchase the subscriptions. So I've got to get all that set up and changed over and fixed up. I've got so much things that I've got to change and fix. Yep. I'll eventually get to it all. Pixie Aquatica. Second here. So for those that don't know, Pixie Aquatica, formerly known as Lady Pixie, she is my partner, and she has started streaming. She's done streaming the last 3 days on Twitch for 3 days, and YouTube, that was last 2 days on YouTube. So she is dual streaming. So if you guys haven't checked her out, please go do so. She's doing Witcher 3 currently. However, here's the caveat. If she gets 50 followers, she'll play Skyrim. She's never played Skyrim. And, by the way, she loves people giving her, like, tips and tricks and hints and whatnot. And as long as it's spoiler-free, of course, because she's never seen these games that most of us are super familiar with, right? Some of our favorite universes. And she's experiencing them for the first time. So if you guys haven't done so already, go over there on her Twitch channel, hit those follow buttons. She's got the YouTube under the same exact name, same exact spelling. Go hit those subscription buttons. Those are free, right? Give that support, and then whenever you catch her live, jump in there and share some of the like tips, tricks, secrets, whatever. Remember, spoiler free though. And if we can get her to 50 on Twitch, then she'll end up streaming her very first ever experience doing Skyrim, and it's going to be pretty fantastic. So I'm excited for it, but if you guys haven't done so already, please go do that. You're so busy researching. I couldn't remember how many days I was streaming yesterday. 5 days. 5 days. See, like, my days are all running together. All right. Let's get back to it. Actually, am I missing anything? My mini map by that Freya can question, does that mini map stay up when you're in combat? Because right now that's my big pet peeve that I'm having, is that every time I get into combat my mini map disappears. It's like, I would like that to stay there all the time. I gotta put the disguise on to get through the door.
Get lost.
Hey Nep, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. How you doing? How's the game development going? Hold on 1 second. For those that don't know, Nep's on YouTube, and Nep has been doing he's designing a bubble tank game, and he actually streams him working on it and designing the game itself. It's pretty cool. Also, he'll stream some video games too from time to time. So if you guys haven't done so, like, seriously, go check him out. Let's see. I've tagged you in the server and the thread you need to go to. I'll set you up. Oh, thank you for doing that, Alpha Wolf. Watching people play classic games for the first time is incredibly wholesome. I know it is. And because, like, it allows you to go back to that moment when it's like, I remember how I felt when I first found that out, or I first did that storyline. Like, I remember how that made me feel. And, you know, sometimes this is really cool. And then sometimes it's like, man, that fucking quest line pisses me off. Good luck. You know? So, like, it's always fun to have those instant memories of, like, I remember. It's like reliving it. Yeah, exactly. It's like reliving it yourself. That nostalgia, that memory recall moments. Have you been? I have been super busy. We switched over to PC, so now we're streaming and gaming on PC. So now I'm having to rebuild my ESO empire again. So I have to get everything built back up. And we've changed the name of the community to Scarecrew. So that's what we're doing now that we're in the PC era of the Scareborne streaming universe. Things are going well. Can have it toggle. You put the compass. Mine is round. Okay, I'll have to go do it. What was the name of that again? It was by Fraken. There it is. Let me write that down. Okay. I have a note for after stream where I can go look that up. Also, Pixie, check your Discord. I'm gonna have a smoke now. And I have something else planned, but I'm keeping it under wraps until this Friday. A trailer will be dropping in a few days. Okay. I'll have to keep my eye on those notifications then. For sure. Absolutely. Alright, let's get back to it.
Get lost.
Boss wants me to check on the relics we've already found.
Come inside. We've almost made it past the scans. I heard them say the portal is just beyond.
Alright, let's go do it.
Who are you? Please don't hurt me. Guards! Intruder!
Not very bright. Not bright at all.
Getting old is no picnic, but the alternative is a lot worse.
What level am I? 168. So I still need 132 levels before I can go get my monster set. Bum 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 bum. Ow. Alright, fine. You wanna fight, we can fight. There we go. By the way, is this content in ESO new? I played it over. I'm honestly going back to the beginning starting areas of each of the factions to go through and have the story make sense. Because I had a question on whether or not the meeting between the three faction leaders changes if you stabilize all three of their regions, or is Daggerfall Covenant and Ebonheart Pact leaders still going to act like petulant little children? So, that's what I'm checking out. But I do have the new content, and I've done the new content before, and I'm definitely planning on doing it again. So, but I did it, last time I did Gold Road once, and I did it when it first came out. Same with Necrom. I did it once, and I did it when it first came out. So we'll have to, refresh ourselves on all of that, but I do plan on doing that, yes, and streaming it. Where are you in Tamriel? Currently, I am in Bleak Rock Isle, just off the coast of Eastmarch. This is the starting area for Ebonheart Pact. Hey Scare, you should get Daggerfall and set up Daggerfall unit. Best Elder Scrolls game now, have to admit, until Morrowind is stable. I would have to replay it. It's been a very, very, very long time. Because I went backwards, because I started with Morrowind. And then I went backwards. And then I played Oblivion when that came out. So, it's been a long time, because I've only ever played the earlier games once. And I don't remember anything about them at all. House noise woke me up trying to get back to sleep because, you know, 4 hours isn't sufficient for most humans, lol, especially with 4 hours to drive this afternoon. That's fair. Gold Road, does that tie into the Dark Brother story? No. It's the conclusion of the Necrom storyline. Gold Coast is what you're thinking of. Gold Coast is the Dark Brotherhood storyline. I'll show you. So, where you're thinking of is right here, the Gold Coast, which is where the Dark Brotherhood is. Westweald is where the Golden Path is. Or sorry, the Golden Road is. So, they are next to each other, but this is the conclusion of the Necrom storyline. Unity fixed all the bugs and then added mods. It's a great community. I scare you should get Daggerfall instead of Daggerfall Unity.
So, a covenant contract.
Are there enough mods to make the game not look like it's, you know, almost 30 years old? Or however old it is now? Oh, almost forgot. Or am I thinking of a different game? Okay, so let's head this way. I'm gonna read that. I am good without that one. Okay, so notifications. Scareborne tried to string by. I want to do that. If I got a jet now, I'm gonna spread some more cheer around. All right, I will try to remember. I know I got a busy day today, but I will absolutely try to remember. I need to destroy that. And thank you for stopping in. And thank you for the shout outs and stuff. I appreciate that. So I hope you have a wonderful day. Let's see here. Let's go down here and get the last little dude.
Thanks.
Okay, and then there's the dog quest. I like that a lot. I like that the sound change and the animation. I like that a lot better than the pickaxe. Catch your brother gonna stay in town, just gonna lurk. Alright, sounds good. Both are free, but need both. They have some HD mods, Dream, which makes them look amazing, which I personally use. Then, okay, so where are you getting the mods from? Is it through the, like, a Steam Workshop? Or is it through, like, Nexus mods? Or where do you get your mods from? There it is. That's what I was looking for. You. Talk to me.
My husband, Galund, went fishing yesterday morning. He never came home. I went looking for him this morning with my dog, and now my dog has wandered off.
Okay.
No, I'm not. The last place I saw Rex's was near our mill, just north of here. Take this whistle. Use it when you get over there. I'll wait here in case he comes home.
Nexus mods. Okay, so I actually need someone to like break down how to use Nexus mods Barney style to me. And what I mean by that is like, do I have to pay for the subscription? If I don't pay for the subscription, can I download more than one mod a month? Is there a limit if I'm not paying for their subscription? You know, like, how does all that work? And then do I need to, is there like one location they all go to and it just works for everything? Or is it like old school modding where you have to like add it into like the game files and then like open up certain game files and edit command lines and stuff? Like, how involved are we talking? And again, like, is there limits every month, and do you have to pay for the subscription to use that site? All that stuff. I'm a union, so I'll definitely take. Okay. And your husband. Let's go get him. Because there are some Nexus mods that I really want to use for my Fallout game. Because I have Fallout New Vegas through Good Old Games, as well as Xbox Game Pass. And I'm pretty sure I also have it on Steam. Because again, gamers, we vote with our wallets. So if I really like something, I buy it on... I buy it every way that I can. So, and I would love to mod the shit out of that game. I don't know how. Same with Fallout 4. I would love to mod that, and I actually haven't checked to see if I can mod that without using Bethesda's. I haven't checked how mods work on Fallout 4 on PC. I know on console it's got that support. Oh shit, I was supposed to go back there. I walked off without using the whistle. It's free, download mods you want and put it into a mod folder, and then bam, it works. For Fallout, look up Tale of Two Wastelands, only way to... Okay, I'll have to take a look at that one. I know that I want to play the London mod. I really want to play the London mod for Fallout 4. But it would be nice and really weird for me, like for an experience for me, to be able to play Fallout New Vegas and it not fucking crash. I've never, in the entire existence of that game, have ever gotten through a single playthrough where it didn't crash multiple times and frequently. Ever. So, like, if I could figure out whatever mods I needed to stabilize that damn game so that I could play it without it ever crashing on a single playthrough, that would be such a weird but amazing experience.
Thank kind. My boat sank off the coast in a storm. It was unnatural.
Oh, keyboard got in the way. All right, let's try that again.
My boat sank off the coast in a storm. It was unnatural. I saw colors I've never seen before. I drifted for hours on a plank. I thought I was dead.
I got that Tale of Two Wastelands written down.
Just give me a second, and I'll head back home. I'll lean on Rexus when I...
All right, cool. Let's go over here. There we go. There we go. That's discovered. Okay, so that one, I'm betting. Okay. There we go. See, and I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty excited about the idea of using mods, like building mods, on PC for Fallout 4, because like I could do some really cool builds on console. And I know that PC has far more assets. So I'm just like, that's another thing that I really want to do at some point, is do a crazy ass build with PC mods for Fallout 4. I think that would be so fun. London mod is amazingly good. That's what I keep hearing. I was so bummed when I found out they weren't going to bring it to PC, to console, because they actually brought a portion of the mod. What it is there's like a plane that crashes, and you can go to the plane wreck, and there's a vendor there, and the vendor sells you some of like the guns and armor stuff that are available in the London mod. That was the extent of it that made it to console, was the vendor that sold some of the items. Was like, dang, because there isn't a single person who's a fan. This is the key phrasing right here. Who is a fan of the Fallout universe, right? There isn't a single person who is a fan of the Fallout universe that doesn't want to know canonically and experience it in a game what the rest of the world looks like. Alright, so rescue the prisoner. We need to collect all the loot. Because we ran out of provisioning stuff, and we can't have that. I think this is I can't remember the last time I had a character that didn't have provisioning immediately maxed out as the very first thing I did. Alright. We got some leads that we gotta go get. So, I think we're gonna finish up this little island here and then go do a little bit of scrying on the... Because we've got a few of the yellow leads that we can do up now. And I don't want them to expire. And I'm still trying to hit 10 in scrying. I'm at 8.
They got me.
Yep. Go. Run. Run free. Run free. None of you are relevant right now in this portion of the story. There we go. Got it. Nice. All right. And we're missing something. We are missing something. Oh, no. No, we're not. It's right there. Okay. Okay, so how are we getting in there? Where is the entry? Definitely do that, because we can never have too many of these types of ingredients. Oh, there you are. Hey, bud, come here. Talk to me.
Can you use that weapon, friend?
No,
I
it's...
need your help.
I can't use it. It's just for looks. Purely aesthetics.
The dead walk at Sky Shroud. There's an evil power radiating from within the shrine, but the door is locked. In the Skald's tales, every dragon shrine had a priest. If we could speak with Sky Shroud's priest, he could tell us how to get in.
You know what? I will say this. I gotta take a look at the timing and see if there's any information yet, and I gotta keep up with it. But before Fallout Season 2 comes out, the TV show, right? Before the second season comes out, what I'm going to try to do, because I got no promises because I still haven't made it work yet, but what I'll do is I'll end up trying to do a Fallout New Vegas playthrough because they gave us the canon ending. They gave us the canon ending during the credits of the last episode of the first season. So what I'll probably do is just before Season 2 comes out, I'll probably try to do a Fallout New Vegas playthrough with the canon ending that the TV show is going to be using. I think that'll be fun, if I can make the game work.
If Shore is willing, yes. I brought a bag of incense to burn as an offering. The bone men got me before I could try the ritual. You might have better luck. What? I hope you have better luck at the shrine than I did. What? The barrows.
All right. Mountain flower. A mod organizer will be your best friend. Is that like minion for ESO, or is that something that I have to get from Nexus mods? Oh, it's below us. Gosh darn it. There we go. Especially for anything Bethesda. It's on Nexus mod, but it's like minion. Okay, cool.
Maggot, you dare summon me?
Excuse me? Listen, I know you think you're special because you're dead, so you think you're untouchable, but so help me. I will absolutely put your ass in a fucking soul gem and put you in a mortal body just to make you suffer. Do not play games with me, big dog. Talk to me like that. You lost your ever-loving mind.
Can you comprehend the power I once had? Why should I help you with anything?
Because if you don't, I will make the rest of your eternity as miserable as fucking possible. That's why you should help me.
Yes, I can sense them. Some worm defiled this place. You are now my will incarnate, mortal. Enter the barrow and kill this worm.
Okay.
You need to ask? But once everyone knew the ritual. 3 rune stones unlock the door. They're placed in prominent positions around the shrine. Find them and put them on their pedestals around the door. Then you'll gain entrance. Now go.
Alright, big dog. Let's go and find those stairs. There it is. It's like, I know it's somewhere around here. Oh shit, I just realized. Izzy!
Good to see your face again.
Izzy, the only reason you and I are running together and Czar's not running with me is for the simple fact that Czar is gonna get mad when we go to Cold Harbor. And I need you to be ready to help me in Cold Harbor, which means I need you leveled up. Other than that, I would not be running you, Izzy, because of the simple fact that you worship Stendar, and that's just gonna bring so much pain and suffering down upon us that it's just really not worth it. No, you mother... Shit, I'm gonna come up there and you're gonna be dead already, and it's gonna be wonderful. What a dick, man. I genuinely thought I was far enough away where I couldn't be hit by that attack.
Some assistance.
I thought I was far enough away where I was out of range. I was wrong. Clearly. Alright, what do we got here? Alright, we'll take that.
Looking forward to seeing what you make with that.
Okay, one more.
You were spectacular. Stendar's might flowed through you. I could almost see it.
Oh, I bet.
We'll see it done.
There we go. Sky Shard. This should give me another point. Boom, there it is. And we place this. Place this. Place this. And then we're gonna go down to skills, provisioning. Boom. Oh, hey, it's this dude. How's it going, bro?
You have fulfilled your purpose. Well done, worm.
Woo! And that's it. You.
The undead are gone. What did you do?
Found evidence of a necromancer working with the Covenant.
The Covenant here? Troll's blood. I have to warn the village. I'll head back. See if you can find any of the other villages on the island. We may have to evacuate soon.
To be fair, like, every single faction has the other two factions invading some portion of their territory. Okay. Drop there. And there. And I still got an hour on my food buff. Where is... There he is. There's the little hunter dude.
Oh, nice. What did you find?
Heartwood and rough maple. That is what I found. You, talk to me.
Curse that Deathclaw. Ate my foot. I had to use my boot and some leather as a tourniquet. Damn it.
He ate your foot. Okay, that's
I've
unfortunate.
been tracking the beast for weeks. I call him Deathclaw. I finally caught up to him, but well, it went badly.
Alright, if I can find him, I will get
Now
him.
there's a plan. If you bag him, I'll toss you some coin for your trouble. As I made my escape, some stuff fell out of my pack. You should be able to follow what I dropped, like a trail back to his lair.
Alright.
Follow the trail I left when I made my escape. You'll know his lair by the bones, blood, and smell. tempt him with some game, and I bet you'll get his attention.
Why have you been tracking the beast?
I've been hunting beasts in the wild of Skyrim all my life. Deathclaw ravaged a couple of herds near Kynesgrove. I took on a contract to end him. I always fulfill my contracts.
So let me get this straight. This creature is coming all the way from an island to go raid in Skyrim? Holy shit. To go raid the mainland, because this is a island in the ocean, right? So it's a pretty determined animal. And then you came out here, a hunter from Skyrim, came out here who's been hunting all of his life and made an amateur-ass mistake like coming here by yourself? Bro. I don't think you're telling the truth about your background and experience. I think you're lying. Because if the animal is capable of raiding that far out, like, sincerely, you need to make sure you have some friends with you just in case. Just in case. It's for the community. It's for everyone. For both. Viewers and streamers alike. It is all Scarecrew. At least those that wish to be part of the community, they are welcome to use that. Boom, there we go. Wait. Thank you. We are almost done with this island. Then we can go do some scrying for those gold leads we picked up.
I'm going to have to head back to town soon, my friend. Lost a hunter with the heart of Iskramor. Here's the coin I promised. I'll sing your praises next time I see the inside.
All right, sounds good. Now then. Let's head in, turn some of these quests in. I know we are not quite done because we still gotta go... There's something up here and I can't remember what it was.
Your quest to improve never ends, just like a knight.
Let's see here. Right down here. Bum, 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 bum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Here we go.
They're alive, and they're not furry. I don't know what we'd have done, living out the rest of our lives as cheese-eating rodents. If I ever find that mage, I'm going to show him what it means to be vermin.
Woo! All right, and that is all the missing villagers. Now, because we just had some research stuff pop up, we're gonna go over here and we're gonna research more stuff. Yes, indeed. Enchanting. Blacksmithing. Research, okay. So we've got 17 hours, 1 day, 17 hours, 17 hours. 1 day, 17 hours, 17 hours, 17 hours, 17 hours. Okay, so We'll go with that one. And I like maces. Alright, decon. And then we go here to clothing. We go research is full. Good. And woodworking. There we go. Research. Cool. 17 hours one day. 2 days. 17 hours. Okay, so let's go with status effects. Physical resistance, gain ultimate. And okay, I don't see. Maybe I'm overlooking it. I don't see a jewelry crafting station here. Oh, let's see here. We've got... Okay, no, I'm not overlooking it. They don't have one here. Fine, I don't actually need it. Alright, so let's go tell the captain. Oh yeah, we should probably
like these?
sell some things to you. Like... poisons. I don't use poisons. Well, not those poisons anyways. I also don't need the food. Not that food anyways. I have my preferred food. That's not it. Cheers. Let's go.
Everyone
Bum bum
stay
bum.
calm. We've done all this before.
Okay, so pretty sure I know what's about to pop off. So, 1 second, folks. Be right back, folks. Please stick with me through the break. We're gonna keep getting some of this stuff knocked out. We're gonna finish up this island here, get to the next one, get our first way shrine, and then from there we're gonna get some of these leads knocked out that I got. And then we'll come back and keep knocking out EP zone storyline stuff. Alright, we'll be right back. Please stick with us. Alright. We are back. Yeah, I'm level 50 with all my skills and gear for my build now. Nice! Very nice. I just need a ton of skill points and CP for my passives. Well... zone storylines give you skill points. That's another good way to get skill points. And then there's always the sky shard hunting.
I'll prepare the town for evacuation. Find as many people as you can and send them back here.
All right.
People of Bleak Rock owe you. I owe you.
Let's get going.
The Covenant is here. They've taken the signal fire, and we need to warn the mainland. I need you to carve a path through them and light it. The beacon stands atop the tower just outside town. I'm going to rally the villagers and get them ready to go. Find Chilronny when you're done at the tower. She'll hold the rein. Get that fire lit. We'll be ready to go when you get back.
Where are we going? Has the boat returned?
Don't expect to see those troops again. We're headed for a beach on the far side of the island. They don't think I know about it, but smugglers sometimes anchor in that cove. I just hope we catch a break.
All right, let's do it. Alright, come on, we can push through this. Use sky shunting. I never do that. See, I just do public dungeons. And dailies can get... Nice! Yeah, I always do the zone storylines and sky shard hunting. That's always my go-to. And honestly, now that I have the map pins and a mini-map, I mean, I may have to go unlock all the sky shards. I'm not gonna lie, it's a huge temptation I'm having. Of like, let's just go through and get all the lore books and all the sky shards, and then see what that looks like. Ain't run around for me. Hello, I am too impatient. I'll have to rip. Yeah, I enjoy that type of stuff. But that, again, like, I also would find the fishing in this game enjoyable. Okay, we're good to go. Like, it's the fishing in this game is very, very simple and straightforward. And I think that's what I find so appealing about it. It's just match the correct bait to the type of water you're fishing in. And then push A to cast, push A to reel in. When it vibrates and your character animation changes, and there's even an audio sound, so you have audio, visual, and feeling from the controller vibration. So it's like you have multiple things telling you that there's a fish. Just push A, and then that's it. There's no fighting with the fish. There's none of that, which is great because then it allows you to like kind of relax, listen to podcasts or whatever, listen to lore videos, watch your favorite streamers. Right, and just sit there and just push A and get something productively done because, you know, Perfect Row sells for quite a pretty penny. And then you can always use the fish to make fillets, which then can be when you fillet the fish, you can turn them into fishy sticks. Fishy sticks from level 1 forward. And that can help with your provisioning skills, which then can in turn help get you leveled up faster to get your provisioning skill up so you can maximize Sigil Ambrosias for XP gain. But yeah, no, like provisioning legitimately is like one of the most important fucking skill lines in my personal opinion to max out as quickly as possible. Dungeons are gonna be a while. Yeah, if I was more of a quester, I would probably be less work. I usually only grab them during leads or leveling, mage, Sigil guilds. Oh shoot, I just realized that I have to unlock the Sigil portals. I haven't unlocked the Sigil portals yet. No, because that... I have to progress through the Somerset storyline for that. Son of a... Well... I guess we're doing Somerset out of order. Because those Sigil portal things are like way too good to pass up. Doing all my leads on one character and grabbing skill shards and weighing out most of my race arc. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do Somerset out of order. God damn it. I was hoping to do everything in order.
You can't.
I totally forgot about the Sigil portals until you mentioned that. Have a fishy stick. God, I miss old Bethesda. Old Bethesda was amazing. I'm right there with you. Like, I loved old school Bethesda. You know what it feels like with new Bethesda? It feels like new Bethesda is resting on their laurels. They feel it almost feels like they think they don't have to try anymore because they're too established to fail. And it's just like that's really unfortunate. Okay. Oh, you have to do it in a specific order. That's right. All right, bud, go.
Soldiers chase me. I can make it.
Gotta get all the readables. Go, 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 go. Run away.
Kind protect.
Okay, so we gathered all the people because the Covenant are attacking, and they're gonna use the smuggler routes to get out, which makes sense. Like, legitimately, if you were in the position that that lady is in, that Captain Rana was in, of being in charge of the security of the settlement and the island, and you knew that the smugglers were operating
What would you ask of me?
in the area, and you knew where they were operating out of, that's legitimately one of those, like, you don't stop that. You monitor it, so that way you know what's coming in, but you don't stop that and you don't let them know you know about it because you might need it one day. You might need their assistance one day. Like, so yeah, you definitely leave that one alone. And if you have to stop anything that's been smuggled in through those routes, you do it somewhere where it doesn't connect you to the fact that you know where it came in from.
Pirani told us to run. I thought of the water and all those calm days in the surf. What was I thinking? Yes, my family.
Keep it simple, stupid. That's basically calling the players. Well, as far as the formula goes, yeah. Their writings became surface level. And they stopped pushing the limit. They stopped taking risks. They stopped trying to be cutting edge. They just went, ah, cool, this is what we're popular at? Well, what if we just maintain that then? It's just like, but that only gets you so far.
Another find for your pack.
Patterson was just a better writer. I feel sorry for this Sky Babies don't know what they lost, and it's God tier. Yeah, the old school stuff, man. Such good writing back in the days. I'm hoping that with all of the extreme changes that are taking place in the video gaming industry, and how many more gamers are just like getting fed up with it, so they're just saying fuck it and making their own games, and all these indie studios are popping up now. I'm really hoping that at some point we can get back to like super cool quality writing again. And it be like just that's the fucking standard again. 'Cause that would be amazing.
Welcome back. The villagers you rallied are ready to move. I just wish we could have done more. Well then, are you ready to get off this rock? You and I are going to lead the way through the tomb. The locals call it Last Rest. Darsh and Sane are going to bring up the rear. We'll make sure everyone keeps moving.
There was what was that game? Kingdoms of Almaner Reckoning? I always had a hard time pronouncing this freaking title. But it was written by like R.A. Salvatore. Like they used to make video games where they got actual authors to write the story for video games. Like, what happened? They used to hire actual authors to do it that wrote good quality books too. Like, that used to be just a norm.
But I never dared to enter. This place is old. The original inhabitants of Bleak Rock rest inside, and not quietly. Two switches will shut these traps off. We need to hit them at the same time. Get the one on the far wall. I'll hit mine when you do.
Of course. Totally tracks. Send the new guy across the floor with spikes. Oh! Almost.
Darsh, bring them through.
Oh, Maria. Yeah, that's an amazing game. Right? Like, but they had actual authors working on that. It was like, go back to that level of writing. Could you imagine if that had proper marketing, how much money that game would have made? If that had proper marketing when it first came out? That would have been insane.
So many dead because of me. I don't know if I'll be able to live with myself after this. They need a leader, but they're stuck with me. I need you to unlock a door deeper inside the tomb. That door will have stones with flower symbols upon it. Head through the door behind me. I'll see you soon.
Oh, it is. They didn't have deadlines and made games, and they were felt proud of, and they released. The other thing is like the practices within the studios was different too. In fact, the creators of the original Fallout games talk about it in interviews where they talk about how like it used to be somebody had an assigned responsibility and people were held accountable to making those to making sure that they were making progress in their assigned responsibility. It wasn't a excuse environment. And there's actually quite a few various older developer guys and gals that have done interviews talking about the state of the current gaming industry and their firsthand experiences with it versus what it used to be when they were the young kids on the block. And it's kind of it makes sense if you look at the quality of gaming that's coming out. It's like, okay, I understand that environment and I understand why these games are coming out the way they're coming out, because there isn't that accountability, there isn't that there isn't the incentives anymore to do a really good job, and there isn't the the consequences when you don't do a really good job. Like, both of those features are missing. So it's not just one missing, it's both. They both are missing because there's no incentive for them to do a good job anymore. But there's also no consequences if they don't do a good job anymore because there's no accountability. And if there's no accountability, then there can't be any praise or rewards or benefits for the individuals. It makes sense because it's less stressful, but it's also less productive. It's just investors and executives making promises of quick releases and giving that. They don't care about whether they make good games and just sell it, and that's why Microsoft keeps buying companies with good reps and destroying their rep and saying, yeah, we promised the game would be out in 1 to 2 years. You cannot wait for a game to finish in the degree developers want. In the second, they treat developers like they even should have an opinion. Yep, and that's fine, because, like, these companies are going to crash and burn if they keep doing those practices. And the indie developers that actually care about their products will end up benefiting from it. And then we'll have new little studios popping up that'll be the future of gaming. And it'll be so fantastic. Because gamers will absolutely stop buying products if you keep making shit products. It doesn't matter how much of a fan of the franchises they are, they will just stop buying it if you just consistently make bad products. And the gaming community will absolutely share through word of mouth the new up-and-coming indie studios and titles and stuff that are so amazing. Everyone's got to check it out because that's what we do as gamers. We share gaming information amongst ourselves, whether it's because we want competition or we want someone to enjoy the content with, right? Like, we share amongst ourselves. Word of mouth means far more to us than anything else as far as like gaming journalism, executives, the development companies themselves, right? Like, none of that means as much as the word of mouth from another fellow gamer that you've done gaming with, or that you sit there and enjoy spending time talking about games and you know what kind of quality of gaming that they enjoy, right? Like, that type of a gamer will always have a higher value as far as their opinion than the studios themselves or gaming journalism. So it's like, studios can keep fucking around. Eventually, the indie studios will just win out because the executives refuse to understand how quality works in this industry. There's once Lost Game Studios, Elder Scrolls creators started their own studios and hope there's a future. But there is incentives. It's just people realize they can sell crap games from a company with the good IP history and make games and get away with it. Issues: Microsoft needs to leave good companies alone and stop cannibalizing them. X products, giving them and making a good product. Microsoft doesn't take that reputation. Yeah, the studio does. That's fair. You are absolutely right. They do. I will say that Microsoft is really slow at progressing and keeping up with... Hold on. Microsoft is really slow to transition and evolve. At least they have. The older the company's been getting, the slower they are to transition and evolve with the times and the standards of the public demands. But they eventually do get around to it. So the only question at this point is, like, how much damage is Microsoft going to do to the gaming industry as a whole before they go, maybe we should make the change now? Because they will eventually get back to quality product again. They always do. It's just far slower than it should be. BioWare is one of the best examples, not to get screwed by Microsoft deadlines, but BioWare had multiple locations working on different games, and Microsoft decided, yeah, we're gonna change. That wasn't just Microsoft, though. They're also dealing with EA, and EA has always treated them like shit. EA owns BioWare. Microsoft owns EA. EA has always treated BioWare like shit. Got him. All right.
I'll meet you on the other side of that door.
Which locations and what people were directing and design working in the game. Not only once, but 3 times. They also changed what the game was supposed to be. Yeah, like the whole what the game was intended to be changed a few times too. It's like you can't. Anytime you do that to any type of a title, period, it doesn't matter what it is. It's that game is screwed from that point forward. You can't start a project, shift what it's supposed to be halfway through at it or at any point, and not completely reset. If you don't completely reset and you just shift what the game is supposed to be at any point during development, you are immediately setting that game up to fail, almost as a guarantee. You have to do a hard reset every time you shift what the game is intended to be and start from scratch. And if they don't, it fails. We see that time and time again. See Skull and Bones as example. See Veilguard as example. Like, yeah, they need to reset every time they shift what the game is supposed to be.
The cove should be just beyond this door. I'll go on ahead. Wait for the rest of them here.
Okay. Yeah, he's done shit, but I agree with their points. Seeing BioWare take a hit from that made me so disappointed in the entire industry. They were just set up to fail. They absolutely were, 100%. But, you know, like, choices have consequences. They made choices that got them into that position to begin with. And they made choices to allow that product to be published under their title and under their name. And there's consequences for that. So, maybe they learn, maybe they don't. We'll see. I really hope that that game gets retconned, because that contradicted so much fucking lore. It made the first 3 games irrelevant. Like, there was so much wrong with that. And they tried to glorify Teventer. Like, anyone who's been a fan of the Dragon Age series, you don't fucking glorify Teventer. Teventer's the one place that no matter who you are, that place is fucking wrong on every level possible. And they tried to make them look like the good guys. Like, are you kidding me? And it definitely wasn't a BioWare quality that we're used to. But I mean, compared to other recent AAA titles and RPGs, they didn't do worse, but I wouldn't call it better either. People just had really high we did have really high expectations. We really did. Yep. And that's also part of it. Is we as a community had high expectations, so when it didn't meet those expectations, it was far worse than what it actually was, but it's still pretty bad. It has a lot of glaring points that were wrong on it. It had very few, but it did have a few good points, like the scenery in what was the name of that? Oh, I can't think of the name of it right now. The city where the crows were, and the Antivan crows, the city that they were in. Treviso. That city was gorgeous, right? Like, the environment itself was gorgeous. There was a lot of things that looked really good on some of those graphics, like the purple and silver cups and tea sets and stuff that the Crow's environment always had and stuff like that. The combat was fun. It was super limited, but the combat was fun. You know, the that type of things were great. But everything, there was so much wrong that it vastly outweighed the good. But again, they really need to change the standards of what a AAA is. Because as of right now, this gaming industry is marking AAA and AA and quadruple A based on how much money the game has been spent on the game. And it's like, okay, how about you just fucking update what that standard means? Change it from how much money is spent to what the quality is. Because the reality is, it costs more to do the same exact thing that you could have done, like making a video game. Say you're making a 20-hour campaign linear video game, first-person shooter, period, right? No flair. If you were to make that game today versus, say, 15, 20 years ago, you're going to pay significantly more money to make that same game in that same exact conditions. So just because you paid more money doesn't mean the quality of the product changed at all. It just means you spent more fucking money because it costs more money to pay people to do these things. So it's one of those, they need to stop judging it, rating these games based on how much money they spent on them, and they need to start rating the games based on quality standards. Yeah, a game looked great and was super fun to play. Like, just doing the main story is what made that game good. Oh, absolutely.
Are you not afraid?
That could be helpful.
And Captain Rana.
Our shellback friend here will get us to safety. He's a hero of the Pact. And for what I've promised to pay him, he'd better be.
All right.
I fear the Covenant would intercept us if we went straight for Darvin's Watch. So we're going to make for Dalmora, a small town down the coast. Are you ready to go?
Let's do it. You know what's still one of my favorite things about that BioWare ever did was Mass Effect 3. The multiplayer in that, where it was you created a character and you and 3 other players fought off waves. I think it was like 20 waves if I remember correctly. And then you would level those characters up, and when those characters reached max level, they became imported into your single-player campaign and acted as war assets, and it improved the survivability of all of your war assets that you acquired through your single-player game, because by default it's at 50%. If you wanted to actually increase the percentage of how many survived to the final battle, you actually had to play the multiplayer and level up characters, so that it made multiplayer relevant to a single-player campaign game. That was one of the coolest fucking things that BioWare ever did. One of my absolute favorite all-time mechanics they've ever made. Or implemented. I agree, quality should reflect cost. If graphics are AAA and the game sucks, it should be $20. I don't care. The Tilted investors should be pissed off that they would sell more copies. I think they should just have a standard, like, rating system, period. And, like, based on whatever the rating is determined based on quality, and the rating determines its price. So, like, it's a single A title, cool. I expect 2D graphics or like pixelated, like heavily pixelated graphics, you know, something to that effect. Very limited game, maybe 10 hours worth, if that. Right? Something super small. Cool. Single A. We're gonna say that that's $10 to $20 range, depending on the size of the game, obviously, right? And that one doesn't have to have any voice acting, right? It could just be text that pops up, if that, at all. And then really generic music. There you go. Bam. Single A. Next quality up, right? And then, like, they should have a set standard quality for each level, and then that would reflect price ranges. So they can still make affordable games. It'll be a lower quality, but then they would be able to have these array of services where, like, hey, you want something that's hyper realistic? Well, that's going to cost a lot more money because the technology required to create that, right? So, and the skill level required to create that. So they should be able to charge the amount of money to make a profit off of the investment that they would have to do, but the quality should have a standard that they have to meet, period, right? Like a quality control that actually has a unified standard for the industry, not individual studios, but like for the industry, here's a status quo standard of quality requirements. That would be nice. To then AAA is like you said, put it in the game. The cost to them to determine for some. Yeah. Ridiculous.
The villagers are safe for the moment, but the Covenant's still coming. We've got to get word to Darwin's watch.
All right, what do we do now?
Sprint. If we act quickly, we might be able to alert Darwin's watch before the Covenant ships arrive. You ready? Go to the watchtower, just past the village of Dalmora. Tell the soldiers there to light the signal fires along the coast. The fires will warn Darwin's watch that war is upon them.
All right.
I'm going to rally folks here and in Dalmora. Get the battle-ready mustered. Send the non-combatants to safety with Daj. Now hurry. Get to the watchtower as soon as you can.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run up here real quick, because I have to do a few things now. Because I totally forgot about the Sigil portals. So I want to get those unlocked. We're gonna run down here and grab this way shrine first. And then I gotta look at my scrying leads, because I got a few of the gold leads that I don't want to expire on me. Alright. Journal. Nope. Up. There we go. Scribable. All zones. Ooh, cool. I got it in the stone relief. So that's Alakir Desert, but that's not the one we're looking for. Bleak Rock Isle. Of Snow Treaders. Okay, so Bleak Rock Isle. Bleak Rock Isle. That's an ultimate one. East March. Oh, that's 2 pieces to the Snow Treaders. Breton Glenumbra. That's an ultimate too. Okay. So we're not doing any of the green ones. So no worries on that end. The ultimate ones we can't knock out yet. But I did see that we have... I'm not worried about that one. This right here. So Bleak Rock Isle. Let's go grab that. It's like they think they won't make better money by just making a good game, putting less money into insane next-gen graphics, and just use really good graphics and spend most of the time on gameplay and niche things like how Oblivion literally had everything from prop physics to NPCs killing each other and guards popping off and attacking them for it, etc. Made the game... Yeah, there's definitely been a decline. But again, that's fine because the indie studios will absolutely benefit from that. And I am okay with the indie studio. I genuinely am rooting for the indie studios to benefit For the simple fact that, no, we're gonna go like that. Indie studios have independence by definition, right? Like, so they're able to make decisions about creating quality product to further their company's reputation within the industry, because that's their focus currently. And those studios, I really want to see succeed. Okay, so let's go this way. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so let's grab this one. And then we have the second piece of this set that we've got a lead for. And that one will be the next piece we go chase. I still haven't settled on a race yet for my Necromancer build. But I definitely am going to test that out in the... Should I... Ooh, I have to check, because if I can... I got to check what the rules are on using the PTS. Because I may... see if I can't, like, do, like, either a stream or a recording with of me going through and testing the build out and everything. Ooh, there we go. Or the process of creating my builds. There we go. Very nice. We're gonna go with this one here. Boom. Done. All right. Now then. Bum, 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 bum. Bam. There's one piece. What are the snow treaders? I don't even know what they do. Let's see. Let's take a look at what they actually do here. So the snow treaders, I'm guessing, come out of miscellaneous antiquities. Here we go. Snow treaders. Snow treaders. So it adds 351 maximum stamina. It's a one-piece set, which gives you, while you are in combat, you are immune to snares and immobilizations that can be cleansed, but you cannot sprint. So anything that can be cleansed and snares, you'll be immune to, but you can't sprint. So that's the trade-off. Interesting. Alright, so where was the other piece at? Let's grab that before the, so East March. East March and Glen Umbra are the two we're gonna do, and then we'll be done with those. Alright, so East March. And look at that. So we'll get these last two antiquities scried up, and we'll see what happens next. You know, I still haven't got the Tales of Tribute stuff opened up on this character either. I still gotta go get my cards. I like Tales of Tribute. That's a fun game. We're already starting out full. So, we're gonna start out full. Let's see here. What are we gonna go with? We're gonna go with... Okay, so go here, go here. There we go. And there we go. All right. There we are, there we are. Oh, I do have a fast travel point. Cool. So let's go use this. Save some time! I genuinely hope that I can make that build work. I have not been in this region for clearing it out. And I think I've only done the Skyrim region once. And it was when I was doing the vampire storyline stuff that I was jumping around all around this portion of Tamriel. Oh, keep going. Keep going. No. Alright, fine. If you insist. There we go. You know what? Just for good measure. Oh. Very nice, very nice, very nice.
That could be helpful.
And there we are. Cool. Got it. Now then. Close already, huh? Okay. Off. 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 There it is. Nice. And then we're gonna take those. Oh, that's too low. Let's go with that one. There we are. Very nice, very nice. And we got a bonus item. Yeah, there we go. There's the second piece. Bum, 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 bum. Bam. Very nice. And we've got, it was a Glenumbra, if I remember correctly, right? Glenumbra, yep. And that'll be the last one that we scry. Not doing all the greens. Only doing the special ones that have timers where they expire. Don't actually have all the waypoints in Glenumbra either, so that'll be fun. Maybe we end up getting lucky and they'll be next to some place we've already explored. If not, we'll go down there and get the waypoints across the, along the way.
Do you think there's a sweet shop around here? Let's take a look.
Yep. And there we go. Boom. Alright. So, just a reminder, if anybody ever wants to run around with us, we are on PC and A. And we just started the guild up today. Scare Crew. So if anyone wants to join in on that, let me know. Again, brand new, so it is an empty guild currently. I just started it earlier on the stream. And I was not paying attention to where my... Okay, yeah, we're going the correct way. There we go. Have my bearings about me. But yeah, if anyone wants guild invites, if anybody wants to run around with us or anything like that, let us know. We also got a Discord. So let's get on over here, and then I'm going to post the Discord link again for the YouTube audience, if you guys want it. Because I know that the Twitch audience, I have a bot that continually spits out the links. I haven't been able to figure out how to make that same bot work on YouTube. I'm still trying to figure that part out. But eventually, that'll get fixed. Alright, so let's go over here. You're gonna make me fight for this, aren't you? You are indeed, okay. Alright, well, hold on a second.
Stendar was with us in that fight.
Okay, let's stand right here. Bum 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 bum. There you go, everyone. That is the link to the Discord. So again, if anybody is interested in doing anything on PCNA, we do got a character that is finally where I've got most of my gear. We'll hopefully be able to get to where we're able to help everyone else out. I know I can taxi people around in most regions now, so I can at least help in that regard. I can help with most quest stuff. So, but we'll get to the point where we're able to help anyone with everything. We will get there. I'm actually beginning to... I'm going to start I've already got a bunch of stuff in my personal bank that I want to throw in the guild bank as soon as we get enough people to have that opened up. I am not seeing it. Alright, so let's back up a little bit here. What direction are we moving in? This one, huh? Must be on the other side of the hill. Rah! Okay, so somewhere... Nope. I was pretty sure it pointed this way. Let's get on the other side of the hill on this direction instead of the other way. See if maybe that changes something. Oh, we can go on top of the hill. That's it. That tracks. There we go. Alright, this is the last one for scrying that we're gonna do. And for those that maybe aren't familiar with the ESO game itself, the High Isle DLC that they came out with actually has the voice actor who played, I believe it was Pippin from Lord of the Rings. They have that voice actor as the guy who introduces you to the Tales of Tribute game. Ooh, this is gonna suck, isn't it? Yes, it is. That didn't disarm the thing like I was hoping it would. Let's go with this one here. Oh, okay, cool. I don't actually have to disarm that side. It's like, man, I always get so nervous with the explosion bits. I'm just like, I mess that up way too frequently. Cool. Lurk, no volume. Alpha's game isn't launching. He's troubleshooting. Lurk, thank you for the lurk. I hope he figures it out soon. That's unfortunate. I'm not tech savvy enough to be able to help, but I really hope he does figure it out soon. Cool. We got it. We got it. Let's go drop the furniture off now. Alright, so for those again who aren't familiar with ESO and the world and the universe of this is the free house you can earn through questing. You do have to have access to the Elsewhere areas, the Elsewhere DLC, the Northern Elsewhere and Southern Elsewhere, but which is included in ESO Plus subscription. But you get to unlock this house, and then you have tasks that you have to do to unlock each of the plaques, and each of the plaques unlock a wing of the house, which is pretty cool. I think I'm gonna put this well out here. Let's see, nope. There it is. Do I want it on that side or do I want it on this side? I will deal with that later. I'm just placing it in this area for now. Alright. Browse, courtyard. Make sure we got nothing else that we need to display. Now that's a trophy that I want to get the bust version of. Dogs, jackals. Khajiit arches, the tusks. Okay. Cool. We're good. I'm slowly rebuilding. So, what my plan here is kind of model it the same way that well, similar or inspired by the way that I have it on console. Or the way that it was set up on consoles. This room I'm going to turn into like a big giant shrine and collectible area. So it'll be shrines to various different things with unique collectibles like this in here. So we're going to slowly start rebuilding all of that, which is why I'm chasing leads whenever they come up or they expire. So that's going to be the collectible and shrine room. This one over here, we're going to turn into the crafting wing. So we're going to fill this entire area out. There's my Khajiit well. Wee! And that's got the lion's cradle. We're going to also put crafting stuff in here. So we'll get all that fleshed out. Eventually. The housing's not the priority just yet. Have you finished the Fighters Guild questline? Did I miss it? Say no. I did finish it. I did indeed. And then this one over here, we're going to turn into like the room where we put the first well. That's where we're going to turn into like the training area. So we're eventually going to move the armory out there. We're going to have like training dummies and things like that, which training dummies are another thing I need to go chase. We'll do that when we get to Clockwork. We got to open up Psijic portals first, because I am missing out on so much without the Psijic portals, because you get a lot of damn loot out of those portals. But I got to go do Somerset for that to open that up here. Alright, so we're going to empty inventory first. We're going to sell things like the trash, the treasure. I think everything else is good. Repair. We'll go double check our research. Make sure our research is full. No. Tell me. I spared sees all colors. I did have a problem with a little bit of the writing, though, which was the fact that you had 2 Daedra worshippers in the Fighters Guild that had been there for a long time and had worked themselves into significant positions, and nobody fucking noticed. That to me is like so wild. So freaking wild. I was laughing when you figured it out. You got it so much quicker than I did. Yeah, like, genuinely, when you spend time with individuals in violent, traumatic settings where your guys' lives depend on each other on a regular basis for extended periods of time, you just know everything about the other individual. And it's not because they told you, it's just because you guys have spent so much time together in such a hyper-vigilant state that you guys are picking up on so much detail about each other and those around you that you end up knowing each other better than you know yourselves most of the time. It's a really an amazing thing, but it's one of those you can't tell me that people that were doing that together for that long didn't know that they were fucking Daedra worshippers. No way. Research is solid. Okay. Woo! So, that means... I have to shift focus and go to Somerset. Right, I go. I went along with Fane that Merrick, no Aleph, wait, sees all colors. It took me by surprise, but I'm gullible. I still don't trust Merrick. He's still wearing Mano Marco inspired armor, like, bro. You know who wears purple gems in their fucking shit? Mano Marco. You know what Mano Marco is? Necromancer, who betrayed the Emperor. Like, you should probably stop wearing his armor if you want everyone to believe you're a good guy and or neutral, right? I'm just saying. But then again, you also worship Stendar, so awful things are bound to happen to you. And you're probably going to end up as a meat puppet for Mano Marco while he's being tortured by Molag Bal. Just because Stendar needs new entertainment. And he's got this wonderful new popcorn batch that he wants to try out. So he needs to have some of his followers suffer so he can test out his new popcorn mixtures. Because that's what Stendar does.
Let the cat fight those monsters. The island sprung a leak. Run!
Here we go. Alright. Let's see. It really bothers you that the Daedra worshipping... It bothers me that it wasn't noticed. Because they decided with the writing, right? Like, Merrick and the council and everybody make such a big deal about, like, oh, we can't have that. That's not allowed. And it's like, okay, but if it's not allowed, you should have noticed it. If it's against the rules and it's that big of a deal to the Fighters Guild that you don't have Daedra worshippers within your ranks, then you should have noticed it. I'm just saying. I like Merrick. Leave him alone. I hate him for him to go bad. I mean, he worships Stendar, so that's an inevitability. But he's looking suspiciously like a Mano Marco puppet. I'm just saying.
First, the Queen issues a decree that changes the status of Somerset from an isolated paradise into a tourist attraction. Now monsters, sea creatures, I've never seen anything like them. Well, I say let the cat fight them. Better him than me.
Monsters can't slow down. He's talking about Roz. I don't remember most of this storyline, but I remember some of it.
They attacked us. Luckily, one of the newcomers, a Khajiit, leaped in and drove them back. Called himself Razumdar. He could probably use some help if you're so inclined.
Yeah, I remember parts of this storyline because I've done it one time. I don't remember the majority of it. But I'm only doing this to get to Sidric portals. We'll see how close I am to finishing it out by the time I open up the Sidric portals. Because I really need to finish Ebonheart Pact because I want to go to Clockwork. Wait, okay, I don't know Stendar lore, and that's a bad thing. Is he worships Stendar true? So, you remember, you've played Skyrim, right? You remember the Hall of Stendar? You remember the worshippers of Stendar in Skyrim? How well did that work out for them? You know, it's like name a Stendar follower where Stendar's actually shown up and helped them and didn't, I don't know, just sit back with some popcorn and watch the worst possible fucking fates to ever unfold against any living beings happen to his followers. I'm just saying, he's got a track record. He's got a reputation to uphold. Oh. It's like... You would think after thousands of years of this consistently happening to Stendar's followers that they would have figured it out by now. But no. And I don't know if Bethesda just does it because they hate Stendar followers, or if it's just like it happens to work out that the people that they always use as to like suffer the most or always happens to be Stendar followers. I don't know if it's intentional or it's just a coincidence, you know? But either way, it's always the fucking Stendar followers that are always catching the brunt end of everything. It is so funny.
My friend, Raz is happy to see you, but surprised you didn't help me with these creatures. Not that Raz needed any help. You must tell me what brought you to Somerset after you agreed to assist Raz with his usual cloak and dagger business.
This is my second favorite character in the game. My second favorite. Cadwell, but the imprisoned version from Molag Bal's realm with the pot on his head. That's my favorite character. Raz, my second. By far. Thank you. I'll have to pay much closer attention. Yeah, like I said, I don't know if it's a deliberate lore decision or if it just happens to always Stendar's always catching it to the face. It's just one of those like, man, he really just sits back and just enjoys popcorn. It's like, they'll figure it out or they won't. Either way, it's going to be entertaining. Did I finish the Mages Guild too? Yes. I finished the Mages Guild and I saved the girl because Shay Ogorath says it's like 4 or 5 of those Sky Shard thingies. Or she can stay and be cured. And I'm like, 4 or 5? That's 1 skill point. 1. Like, nah. If you're offering me like 5, 6 skill points, on the other hand, we would be having a different discussion. But 4 or 5 Sky Shards? That's a single fucking point. Nah. Hard pass. So yeah. She got cured. She's safe. The one who read the books. Which, I took your advice, and I learned about him. The Daedric Prince of Order is the Daedric Prince of Madness. Like, once I learned all the lore and everything about that, I was just like, oh, like, that fucking tracks. That's awful, but it totally makes sense. Sorry, I had to repack my pipe. But yeah, like, that was insane. It's like, it makes sense. It's totally on point because, like, the dragon breaks alone would drive someone like that insane. You don't even have to deal with the fact that he is a threat to all of the other Daedric Prince's power and that they all got together to put this curse on him. Ignoring all of that, dragon breaks alone would drive him insane. And then you add Hermaeus Mora with his, I'm just going to randomly throw my black books out at random periods of times in history. Sometimes it's from the future, sometimes it's from the past. I would fucking know. We'll see what happens. Like, that's another thing that would absolutely drive him insane. Just like, if nobody else fucked with him, he would still end up insane. Just by his sheer purpose and the way that the universe works. It is so awful. But it is such fantastic writing. I absolutely love that. Well, the divines are sketchy. It's nice. Locon, and actually it seems like they care for the... Like, here's my thing. I like the Godhead theory. I think that shit's hilarious. The fact that none of this is real, that it's just a fucking dream. There's only one God, it's the Godhead. And this is all just his dreams. Or the Godhead's dreams. Because they don't specify a gender for the Godhead. But, like, that's another fun little theory there. Let's see here. He gets to return his true form one day. 24 hours, sets everything right, only and starting ever again. Yeah, it's once every era, but it's his eras, not traditional eras. It's his eras. It's once every era. And as he describes it, it could be 1,000 years or it could be a couple thousand years. But it's once every era he gets to return to his form. And then because he's fully aware of all of this shit going on, he immediately goes to destroy this one thing. This one place, this one thing, goes to destroy it to prevent this from happening. Because he's disgusted with it, right? Which then creates the cycle starting over again. And then you go back with that insanity definition of that whole... The definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and over again, expecting a different result. And that's exactly what he does, because every time he turns back into the Daedric Prince of Order, he does the same exact fucking thing, expecting a different result. It was just like, man, that is so well written. This is such an awful fate to have to go through, but like... That is so well written. So well written.
Ominous. No more than usual, my friend. But there's work for the Queen's Eye, and this one could use an extra blade if you're willing. Queen Irene issued a decree to open the borders of Somerset and allow outsiders to have access to the island.
I mean, it doesn't sound too terrible, except for the fact that Queen Irene still hasn't cleaned out the entirety of the Veiled Heritance and all the supremacists within her society, her upper echelon of society, like the actual authority of society, right? The government figures. She hasn't cleared all of them out yet. She should have done that first before opening up the island. I'm just going to throw that one right out front because I don't remember all of the storyline. I remember the first quest that we're about to do, but that's it. The other might come to me as we progress. We'll see. But, like, sincerely, if you know you have this problem because it was in your own personal family, the very first thing you need to do is do a cleansing of your entire government structure down to the lowest possible person to ensure that you don't have any more of these people that belonged to the group that just weren't significant enough to pop up on your radar, because they are now the sole authorities for that organization, and you need to make sure that you cleanse all of that shit out before you start bringing outsiders, because your reputation matters when it comes to diplomatic relations with outsiders. So yeah, like that should have been step one before doing this. The Veiled Heritance does cause a lot of havoc. Agreed, cleanse it all. Like, sincerely, like, just... She didn't cleanse it. She was too empathetic. She was too merciful. And that was the problem. That is Queen Irene's downfall. Is she's too compassionate. And it's just like, you can't do that. Not when you're dealing with an enemy of that caliber. I want to point out, Daggerfall Covenant has an outside problem. I don't remember Ebonheart's Pack's problem, but I know Daggerfall Covenant's the werewolves from outside. It's not an actual internal threat. Dominion is an actual internal threat that they deal with. Their entire storyline is them dealing with an internal threat constantly. And then all the way up until you get into the... No, even that's technically an internal threat. So yeah, like, the only thing that threatens the Dominion is the Dominion itself. And I think that is so fucking funny. Like, that's saying something. There's a Three Banners war going on, and the only real threat to them is themselves.
That's what Raz said. But rumors reached the Queen. So this one made the journey and was immediately attacked by strange creatures. Raz doesn't think the two are related. But if you could ask some questions, check on the newcomers, that would help.
Also, and as an added bonus, think about this. The Three Banners War is going on. Where did the dragons get released? Dominion territory, right? Northern and southern elsewhere, right? Dominion territory. And they're still just chilling and being able to, like, hold their own in the Three Banners War while dealing with an internal threat and motherfucking dragons. Like, that is the dominance that they had at this point. With all of that going on simultaneously, they were still able to hold their own in the Three Banners War.
While you ask questions around the city, Raz can take care of some other business. It may or may not involve scratching and clawing. Let's meet near the entrance to Shimmerin when you have something to report.
All right, Raj, Wilco. I seem to agree more with the AD point, but I really need to focus on each storyline and see. Here was my deciding factor. The meeting between the three faction leaders, when it is explained that Molag Bal is going to have Cold Harbor invade Nirn, and you have all three leaders in that meeting, right? And the queen goes, hey, let's lay our differences aside. I know we got this conflict going on, but we need to unify to fix this problem because this is an actual threat to all of us. And Daggerfall Covenant's leader immediately calls her a child, starts insulting the Ebonheart leader. The Ebonheart Pact leader starts insulting the Daggerfall Covenant leader and Queen Arwen. And Queen Arwen just goes, hey, we really need to focus on this because this is a real problem. Can we stop this and just deal with this problem? That moment right there, I went, okay, cool. The other two became immediately irrelevant because the other two leaders, their top leader for the other two factions would rather see all of Nirn destroyed by Molag Bal than put their fucking egos and pride aside to fix an actual threat to their people. Queen Arwen was the only one willing to do that during that meeting. And that was the moment that it was like, the Dominion is correct, period. Pact problems is lizards and Nords. Yeah. Well, no, because the Dumner are still a problem because of their practices. Like, the Ebonheart Pact, they are all three of those groups are like constantly at war with each other. So there's a real unease there. When Skyrim Wisweaver said the alliances were broken, I think that's what he told me it was a bit ago. In Skyrim, yeah. But in Skyrim, that's 948 years in the future. In Elder Scrolls Online, on the other hand, that's almost 1,000 years before the Skyrim. So during this time period, because this is the second era, Skyrim is taking place in the fourth era. Yeah, Skyrim's in the fourth era. Elder Scrolls Online is the second era. So during this time period, this is the Three Banners War. In the fourth era, the Three Banners don't exist any longer. Right, I remember that. That was the exact storyline that made me pause and really pay attention. Yeah, it was that moment right there, is that meeting where she was the only one willing to put everything the fuck aside to take care of her people. The other two were not willing at all to even remotely consider working together to save their people. That was that moment for me. You know, say that Skyrim, he never make what I think else character. Yeah, you don't. They get hosed so bad because like everybody hates them. Like all the Nords hate them because they're not Nord. And then the High Elves, the Thalmor, hate them because they're not High Elves, they're Lesser Elves. So yeah, like, yeah, Skyrim's a fun game, especially when you start getting into like the details of it. For example, like the fact that the Thalmor are sitting there obviously in the open supporting the Empire and maintaining control and enforcing the laws and things of that nature. But then Ulfric Stormcloak is also an agent. Like, that's pretty amazing. It's like, so who's really running the show? Because there's only one group on both sides of the fight that are actually controlling the pieces that everyone answers to. And they hate everybody that's not them. And so you have two bigot groups that hate each other that all can get together and agree that Bosmer suck. And Khajiit. Those are the two that they constantly go after. I don't see an individual here. It says it's right here. Oh, it's over there. It's in the bag. I was like, man, it says I'm supposed to talk to somebody. All right, there we go. Somerset is not the wondrous paradise the heralds proclaimed it to be. Despite the fine words in the Queen's decree, the High Elves want nothing to do with outsiders. They treat newcomers worse than a mud flea on a guar. As soon as I stepped off the boat, the priest in the monastery collected me for some sort of cultural assessment to ascertain my understanding of societal rules and regulations. However, no one actually asked me any questions. They locked me in a cell somewhere in the bowels of the monastery along with other newcomers to the island. Something about the whole affair felt wrong to me, like warm water in an otherwise cool stream. When I heard one of the monks give thanks with a Daedric prayer, I knew I was out of there. I used the talents I learned from the associates who may or may not have belonged to the Thieves Guild. I know you disapprove of my friends, and slipped from the cell away from the monastery. In the morning, I plan to head to Alinar. Hopefully I can secure passage back to Muckmire there. Frankly, at this point, any destination would be preferable to here. Well, that's fair. Good thing you had skills. Races, you detect and heritage. He also said because Skyrim, let's see, I asked why he's so staunch about it. He said no wood elf, and he is, you know, they're cannibals, right? Like that is a, oh, BRB, bag of coffee. Okay, I'll let you know when you get back then. Let's see here. Let's go. Is it down? It is down. Okay. Go right on over here. Grab up this piece. What do we got? Is this person going to be alive? Or are we going to have to read another note from someone being eaten? Oh, they're alive. Nice.
Go find your own pageant. Not that you'd understand the concept, but the path to Alaxon requires dedication and complete concentration. I must find the perfect shells, or my pigments will be substandard. And do you know what that will do to my art? Exactly.
Shouldn't you, oh, I don't know, get like a box, right? A wooden box. And put sand in there and then do your artwork in there. So that way it doesn't get washed away with the tide. You could pick it up and move it. You can, or actually they don't probably have epoxy in here, but but they probably have magic that can like freeze it in place. Honestly, all races, groups, leaders, and Elder Scrolls are just kind of messed up. How is Queen Arend messed up? I'm kind of curious about that one.
An ultimate concept practiced widely here in Somerset. Alaxon is the state of perfection that every High Elf strives for. The path to Alaxon represents the approach we take to achieve that state. Now, why have you interrupted my work?
I heard make complaints against Shimmerine. Hear about it.
I believe in caution as much as the next High Elf, but sometimes the rules get in the way of common sense. My apprentice lived here for more than a year. Good help is so hard to find, especially among the newcomers. And she was adept at making dyes.
Inbreeding? Well, that's the entire culture. Like, that entire culture is guilty of that because, well, we actually don't know. And here's why we don't know. Because never do you see proof of it. But there is a known imperial document. There's an imperial recording where they visited the Somerset Isles, but it was written by a imperial that is known as a known racist. Like, he hates the High Elves, and he thinks they are the worst species to exist. And this in the lore, and he writes according to his biasness. And he claims that like 9 in 10 children are slaughtered because they're not perfect by the High Elves, and they practice magic forms of eugenics and all sorts of really awful shit. And it's just like, okay, cool, but you're a known racist, and that's one of the canon lore things that makes everyone go, is his narrative reliable? Because find me another narrative where that's brought up to that degree, to the degree that the guy did it. Right? Not, oh, we've heard rumors. Like, this dude's claimed to have actually witnessed these things. So it's one of those, it's that unreliable narrator, and the narrator is always telling you from their biased perspective, where they don't have all of the information, and then they have their own personal opinions that are skewing the way that they're writing their information. And they deliberately do that. Do you know what happens with high elf children? Do you know that it's not a magic thing? Do you know that, like, for example, because if you, what are elves? What are elves? Elves are descendants of spirits, right? So what does inbreeding do to the elves then? Does it do the same thing that it does to humans? Because humans, it degrades them, right? They start having mutations and deformities and things and disabilities and things of that nature the further that continues. But elves aren't human. Elves are spirits. So how does that affect them? Not to mention they're also super magical, and they're using magic for everything they do. Period. So what does that do? Right? Like, does it have the same side effects as everyone else? Because there are other races in, like, say, sci-fi, where like alien species just inbreed to like create the perfect genome, and then it's basically just an entire race of clones, essentially. But there's no negative side effects other than the lack of diversity. So it's like, what is the side effects for that for them? Because our own human history, the royals throughout Europe did that for generations.
They took her away. Said they had to scrutinize her qualifications, test her knowledge of culture and etiquette. But I haven't seen her since. My work suffers, so of course I complained to the monks. Now I have to gather my own shells.
Why did the Trimer leave Somerset? So not only the Emperor... I'll have to go check all that. But here's my other question. Are you really bashing on the High Elves while defending the Dumner, the Dark Elves, right? Whose entire cultural economy and system and heritage and traditions exist on slave trade? Really?
They told me I could fill out some forms and appeal to the kin lady. But who has time for such bureaucracy? And for a wood elf? I've said too much. I have work to do, and all this aggravation has diverted my path to Alaxon.
Alright, I'll let you get back to work.
Perfection requires constant vigilance, so back to it.
Alright. Actually, let's see here. We are going to be raiding out of here. So if you're on YouTube, do me a favor and hit those subscribe buttons if you haven't done so already. We're going to keep doing this storyline. We're going to keep getting this character leveled up. And again, anyone who wants to join us, let us know. Again, here's the link for the Discord for everybody. Boom. So for any interested, go ahead and click on that link, join in the Discord. We get you guys hooked up with answers, questions. We got a huge ESO community in there. If you're on Twitch, hit those follow buttons. It's free. We'll be able to continue this, and we'll go on some more adventures together. And the further leveled up we get, the further on we'll be able to help everybody else. So, let's get our rating on Twitch. Who are we going to go see today? Let's go see Man Bear Nug. So those who don't know, Man Bear Nug is a Twitch partner and an official Elder Scrolls Online stream broadcast member. So he's part of their official team as well. He is an amazing, amazing human being. So we're going to go see him. He does ESO in the mornings with coffee. Amazing beard. And every day except for Mondays. All right. I will see you all in the future. Thank you for hanging out. And see you later.